Chapter 1061. Alright. I'm going to the Dragon Phoenix house too. I haven't seen her for so long, I really miss her. Young Master Hao chuckled, opened the teleportation gate, and ran in impatiently. You really won't change. Wang Yuer's forehead was full of black lines. Qin Feiyang looked at the dissipating teleportation gate and laughed. Compared to before, he is much better now, but you. He turned to look at Wang Yuer and said playfully, who was the one who said that I only had this much ability? Wang Yuer was rather embarrassed. If it were you, would you be able to let young Master Hao get the evidence so quickly? Qin Feiyang continued to tease. I didn't say I could. Wang Yuer pouted. Qin Feiyang mocked, then why are you still talking about me? Learn your lesson, don't jump to conclusions before you see the results. You're a man. Why are you so calculative? Isn't it just a piece of evidence, what's the big deal? Wang Yuer said angrily. Bigger? I don't dare to compare with you. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yuer's chest and teased. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll dig out your dog eyes. Wang Yuer crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at him. Actually, there's nothing to see. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and turned into a stream of light, entering the pavilion like lightning, and then with a bang, he closed the door. Bastard. Despicable. Wang Yuer gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at her chest, frowning. Was there really nothing to see? What am I thinking? Why do I care about his judgment? He's really crazy. She shook her head, glared angrily at Qin Feiyang's pavilion, and flew towards her own. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window, watching Wang Yuer leave, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't bring this woman to the divine python tribe, or else the matter of Viper following him would be exposed. As for Viper's exposure, it was very likely that the chief tower master would think of something. Qin Feiyang closed the window and took out the image crystal. Wang. A short while later, Fatso appeared. What are you doing? Fatso looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang, his face full of worry. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What are you doing? Why do you look so half-dead? Alas. It's a long story. What's the matter? Fatso sighed deeply and asked. Qin Feiyang said, I'm back from Qinghai. Fatso stared blankly for a moment, then immediately became spirited. He asked, Did you get the alchemy fire? Yes, the netherworld demonic flame has already reached the 8th stage. He also subdued the Azure Sea's 10 heroes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Where are you now? Fatso asked. Calm Heart Lake. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, Give the coordinates to Fat Lord. Fat Lord will go to you right away. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously and gave the coordinates to Fatso. Swish. In less than 3 breaths, Fatso appeared beside Qin Feiyang, looking much more dispirited than before. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and asked suspiciously, What happened? It's all because of Chu Xian. Fatso sat by the tea table, rubbing his head. Chu Xian. Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang remembered what Yen Wei said to him last time. Qin Feiyang said, I heard from Yen Wei that Chu Xian's parents are making things difficult for you. Is it because of this? Didn't Fat Lord ask him not to say it? What a blabbermouth. Fatso snorted coldly. Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. He told me because he cares about you. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to you. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Fat Lord didn't really blame him. Why are you so agitated? Fatso rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang helplessly and nodded. Well, Fat Lord will accept it. It's indeed Chu Xian's parents who have stumped me, Fat Lord. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Her parents are 2 stubborn old men. No matter what Fat Lord says or does, even if he kneels in front of them, they won't change their mind and insist that Fat Lord leave Chu Xian. Fatso said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, what's the reason? Your body shape or your family background? That's the root of the problem. Grandpa Fatty has asked them more than once, but they refuse to say a word. They refuse to say anything. What can I do? I'm not a roundworm in their stomach. How would I know what they're thinking? I just want to find a woman I like to marry and have children. Why is it so difficult? Fatso sighed. If that's the case, it's indeed a little difficult. But the most important thing is Chu Xian herself. What's her attitude towards you now? Qin Feiyang asked. Fat Lord can't understand it either. It's the kind of indifference, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It feels like she's playing hard to get. Fatso said. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso thought carefully and nodded. I'm sure. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, if there's no other reason, she must be hesitating now. You'd better think of a way to get her as soon as possible. Why? Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I saw the 5-colored crystal last night. I was just one step away from getting it. Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. That's really a pity. Fatso shook his head regretfully. So, you have to hurry up. If you still can't get her after getting the 5-colored crystal, then there's no hope at all. Because after knowing your real identity, not to mention her parents, even she won't agree. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso straightened his body and frowned. This problem. Fat Lord hasn't thought about it. It's not too late to think about it now. Qin Feiyang smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? After I go to the Divine Python tribe, I'll go with you to meet Chu Xian's parents. That's a good idea. With you in charge, Fat Lord will have confidence. Fatso was overjoyed and slightly stunned. He asked suspiciously, why are you going to the Divine Python tribe? For Viper, Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't hide anything from Fatso. He told him in detail. An old poison was stumped by poison. Isn't this too strange? Fatso suddenly laughed. At the same time. Hearing Fatso's laughter, Viper's face in the castle darkened. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, Sister Lu Hong, who is that person outside? What's wrong? Lu Hong opened her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Viper said coldly, how dare he laugh at me? I must let him taste the taste of being invaded by hundreds of poisons. Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded and said, good idea. However, I still have to advise you not to make too much of a fuss. What do you mean? Is he very strong? Or does he have any background? Viper was puzzled. No background. His strength is not strong. Compared with you, he is thousands of miles away. However, you will never be able to compare with his position in Qin Feiyang's heart. Lu Hong said with a smile. So high. Viper was surprised. Yes. They are fellow sufferers who have been through a lot. What they have gone through is not something you can imagine. As for their previous trust and friendship, the current you shouldn't be able to experience it. After Lu Hong finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Trust, friendship, Viper also fell silent. When he was wandering in Qinghai, he didn't even dare to think about these things, let alone have them. Therefore, he really didn't know how it felt to be trusted. At the same time. Outside. Looking at Fatso who was laughing, Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and asked, do you know the coordinates of the Divine Python tribe? I don't know. Fatso shook his head and said, but it's not difficult to find out. Fat Lord will help you ask. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso took out the image crystal and sent a message to someone. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed Fatso. He shook his head and said, no need to ask. I have thought of a ready-made person. Fatso was stunned. He turned off the image crystal and asked, "Who is it?" Pei Yi. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. One tower. In the number 1 alchemy room. A young man in white was standing in the alchemy room, refining pills in an orderly manner. This person was 7 feet tall and his clothes were spotless. He had bright eyes and white teeth. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords. He was like a divine son with an extraordinary temperament. That's right. He was the king of 1 tower, Pei Yi. Whoosh. Suddenly. In the lounge, a white figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. Pei Yi immediately sensed that someone had entered the lounge. He raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the lounge. I was wondering who had the guts to enter my alchemy room without my permission. It turns out that it's you. Afterward. Pei Yi looked away and said with a smile as he refined pills. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Pei, please forgive me for my sudden visit." Pei Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "Okay, let's cut the pleasantries. Sit for a while, I'll refine this pill first." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced around. He then sat down by the coffee table and quietly looked at Pei Yi's back. Whether it was his temper or his character, he was quite good. Unfortunately, he was born in a super tribe that was full of deceit. He wondered how painful it would be when he found out the truth. Soon. A ray of light darted out of the furnace. Pei Yi grabbed it and placed it into a jade bottle at the side. He then turned around and walked out of the alchemy room. He entered the lounge and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. He asked, "When did you come back?" "Yesterday." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Pei Yi teased. "You just came back yesterday and you're already here to see me today. Do you miss me that much? But I'm not interested in you. Don't covet my beauty." Qin Feiyang's lips twitched and he shook his head with a wry smile. "It's only been a while since we last met and you've already learned to make such jokes. I'm a young man too. I have to keep up with the trends." Pei Yi chuckled. "What kind of trend is this?" Qin Feiyang was a little dumbfounded. He then asked in puzzlement, "Brother Pei, why aren't you surprised to see me?" Chapter 1062. Isn't that so? Now, everyone is talking about my accident in Shanghai. Qin Feiyang said. Rumors stop with the wise. Besides, I don't believe that you will die so easily. The most important thing is that there is no movement from the higher-ups of the chief tower. If you really met with an accident, they would definitely send people to Qinghai to bring Mr. Hao and Wang Yu back, not to mention taking revenge for you. Pei Yi said with a smile. Impressive. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. This person was indeed wise. Pei Yi said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you're really here to visit me." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I want to take a look at the divine python tribe. Brother Pei, can you be my guide?" Of course. It's the honor of the divine python tribe. When are we going? Pei Yi asked. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're not busy, we can go now. The Chief Tower Master's personal disciple is going to visit the divine python tribe. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time, right?" Pei Yi chuckled and got up to open a portal. He stepped aside and reached out his hand. "Please." Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the portal. Pei Yi followed closely behind. Soon. The two of them landed in the sky above a plain. The plain was extremely vast and boundless. There were no towering trees, but there was a layer of lush green grass that exuded endless vitality. Beyond the plain were endless mountains and rivers. There were mountains that towered into the clouds like giant swords. There were mountain ridges that rose and fell like giant pythons. The mountain streams, the grass and trees were vigorous, the rivers were surging, and the beasts were rampant. It was a place full of danger. However, those beasts did not dare to set foot on the plain at all. Because this was the territory of the divine python tribe. In the middle of the plain, there was a behemoth. It was a city. Although it was not as large and grand as the divine city, it covered an area of dozens of miles. The dark city walls were like giant dragons, emitting a cold aura. The ancient buildings were scattered all over the place like stars in the sky, and every brick and tile had traces of the passage of time. That's my divine python tribe. Pei pointed at the city proudly. In front of the city, there was a huge black stone tablet with a lifelike divine python carved on it. The words, Divine Python Tribe, were like iron hooks and silver strokes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the city and said meaningfully, "It might not be a good thing to be born here." Greatly taken aback, Pei asked in puzzlement, "Why do you say that, Brother Mu?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of some past events." Pei smiled and said, "Seems like you were born into a wealthy family, Brother Mu. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so upset." Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. It was true that she was born into a wealthy family. However, Pei's wishful thinking was merely wishful thinking on his part. "Brother Mu, come with me." Pei did not probe further and instead dove downward. "How should I tell you the truth?" Qin Feiyang stared at Pei's back and sighed deeply before hurriedly catching up with him. "Guys, hurry and look, it's Brother E. Brother E is back, everyone, hurry and welcome him." In front of the city gate, there was a group of innocent children running and playing on the grass. The moment they saw Pei, they began grinning from ear to ear. It was obvious that Pei was very popular among the children. Whoosh! Pei and Qin Feiyang landed on the plains one after another. "Brother E, why are you back? Did you miss us?" The group of children surrounded Pei and hung their heads around his neck affectionately. Some grabbed Pei's hands tightly while some hugged his legs tightly. They were extremely excited and chattered incessantly. "Yeah, Brother E missed you guys, so I came back to see you guys. How was it? Were you guys obedient at home?" Pei smiled and looked at the children affectionately. "Yes. We're all good children, of course we had to be obedient." "Brother E, didn't you tell us that you would bring a wife back when you left previously? Why did you bring a man back?" "Yeah, who is he? Brother E, is he your friend? Why haven't we seen him before?" The group of children noticed Qin Feiyang, who was standing behind Pei, and their faces were full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, "How about I become your Brother Yi's wife?" Pei's face twitched. No. Brother Yi's wife has to be a girl." Yes. "You're a grown man. If you become Brother Yi's wife, he'll be laughed at. Besides, you can't give birth to children." "That's right. If you can give birth to children, we won't object." The group of children shook their heads and answered Qin Feiyang seriously. With a sullen expression, Pei pretended to be angry and said, "What are you talking about? You're all so mischievous." Qin Feiyang burst into laughter. "These little ones are really adorable." A little girl asked, "Brother E, who is he?" "His name is Ancestor Mu and he's Brother Yi's friend. Brother E is bringing him to the Divine Python tribe as a guest this time. You must be polite to your guests. Do you understand?" Pei said. "Ancestor Mu? What a strange name." The group of children stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. All of a sudden, the little girl walked towards Qin Feiyang and stared at Qin Feiyang innocently. She asked, "Brother, why did your parents give you this name?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded and at a loss for words. The little girl said, "It's so awkward. I feel like I'm taking advantage of others." Qin Feiyang smiled wryly. Ahem. Pei almost burst into laughter too. With a sullen expression, he hollered, Okay, stop crowding around here. Go and play." "No, we want to follow Brother E." The group of children shook their heads. Pei said helplessly, "Why do you want to follow me? I still have to entertain this friend of mine. You guys go and play first. I'll come and accompany you once I'm done. Okay? No. We can help Brother E take care of this big brother. The group of children said. Pei E was extremely vexed. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Brother Mu, I'm sorry, these children have been spoiled. It's all right, let them follow us. Qin Feiyang said smilingly. All right then. Pei E nodded and said to the children, you can follow us, but you're not allowed to be mischievous. Got it? I promise I won't be mischievous. The group of children yelled with reddened faces. Let's go, then. Brother Mu, please. Pei Yi gestured to Qin Feiyang and turned around to stride towards the city gate. Qin Feiyang followed beside him. The group of children immediately swarmed forward too. Qin Feiyang said smilingly, these children really adore you. I'm an orphan, so I really like children. Every time I come back, I'll play with them. Children tend to be more innocent and they'll like whoever plays with them. Pei Yi said. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I'm sorry to have reminded you of your sad past. There's nothing to be sad about. It's all in the past. I've long gotten over it. Pei Yi said smilingly. You've never enjoyed the love of a father or mother since you were a child. Can you really get over it? Qin Feiyang muttered and looked up at the city gate, only to be stunned. There was not a single person at the huge city gate. There was no one on the city wall either. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi and asked, Brother Pei, there's no one guarding this place. Won't the children be in danger if they play here? No, they won't. The beasts within a 100-kilometer radius have all been educated by the divine python tribe. They won't harm the children. Pei Yi said smilingly. Educated? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He could educate one or two beasts too. However, educating thousands of ferocious beasts wasn't an easy task. The people of the divine python tribe were rather capable. Soon, the two of them entered the city gate with the group of children. The city was well connected and there were all kinds of shops as well as plenty of people. There were also many elderly people sitting under the trees on both sides of the street, playing chess and drinking tea. They seemed rather relaxed. Pei Yi, why are you back? The elderly soon noticed Pei Yi, and a benevolent smile formed on their faces. I just came back. Pei Yi also began to greet them from afar, unable to hide his sense of belonging to this place. However, when they noticed Qin Feiyang beside Pei Yi, the elderly people began to lose their composure. Isn't he Ancestor Mu? I heard that he died in Shanghai. Why is he here in the divine python tribe? The elderly people put down the chess pieces and teacups in their hands and looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Ancestor Mu? The people in the shops heard the commotion outside and scurried out one after another. It's really him. What's going on? Did I see a ghost? Their faces were full of disbelief. Pei Yi hurriedly explained, uncles, aunts, grandpa, grandma, those are all rumors. Don't believe them. Rumors? That's not right. Didn't Pei Qin also send news back? The people were bewildered. Pei Yi smiled and said, maybe Elder Qin's news is wrong. I see. Then why did you bring him to the divine python tribe now? Someone asked. Brother Mu is my benefactor. He was the one who found my father's body, so I naturally have to invite him to the divine python tribe to express my gratitude. Pei Yi said. Oh, I see. Mr. Mu, welcome to the divine python tribe. As long as you don't mind, you can play for a few days. The people laughed. Qin Feiyang liked this feeling very much. It seemed that the divine python tribe was not full of villains. Similarly, looking at the smiles on their faces, he was even more determined to get rid of the leader of the divine python tribe, who was a malignant tumor. Because this person was not fit to be the leader of the people in front of him. The two of them walked down the main street while chatting amiably with the crowd. The deeper they went, the more people they met. It was even comparable to a bustling city with all kinds of shops. Pei Yi smiled and said, Brother Mu, what do you think of the divine python tribe? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 1063. At the same time. There was a huge park in the middle of the city. The park was filled with lush greenery and wild flowers. Magnificent palaces stood among the flowers and plants. They were arranged in a picturesque manner and exuded a majestic aura. Clear streams meandered around. Fish swam and the sound of flowing water was pleasant to the ears. This was the core area of the divine python tribe. Only those who had reached the combat emperor level were qualified to live here. The millions of tribesmen of the divine python tribe also regarded this place as a sacred place. Of course. There was also a special group of people who could live here. They were direct descendants like Pei Yi. At this moment, in one of the palaces, a middle-aged man sat on a throne. He was the leader of the divine python tribe. But at this moment, he was staring at the opposite side with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists and his eyebrows were filled with hostility. In front of him stood a short man with a repulsive face and a rat's eyes. That's right. This man was Yen Wei in disguise. He looked at the leader of the divine python tribe impatiently and said, Leader, I still have a lot of things to do. Please prepare 500 billion gold coins quickly. Smack. Hearing this, the leader of the divine python tribe slammed the table and stood up. He shouted, Fu Anshan already promised me that he would not harass me again after I helped him get rid of Shen Feiyun and Li He. Now he wants me to give him 500 billion gold coins. What does he mean? Yen Wei said calmly, I don't know. I'm just following orders. I won't give you any gold coins. Get lost now. By the way, tell Fu Anshan that he'd better be content with what he has. Don't be too greedy. The leader of the divine python tribe laughed sinisterly. This, I'm afraid I won't be able to report back. Yen Wei was in a dilemma. Then don't go back. Although the divine python tribe is just a small temple, we can still make a place for you to be buried. The leader of the divine python tribe laughed and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yen Wei's pupils constricted. In order to snatch the position of leader, this man even dared to murder his own brother, let alone an outsider like him. Dong! At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Come in. The chief of the divine python tribe raised his eyebrows and returned to his seat. He looked up at the door and said expressionlessly. A burly man pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at Yen Wei and ran to the leader of the divine python tribe. He whispered, Leader, Ancestor Mu is here. What? The chief of the divine python tribe stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. You're here so soon. Yen Wei mumbled, his eyes flashing. The chief of the divine python tribe came back to his senses after a long while. He said angrily, Isn't he dead? The burly man said, Yeah, but he really came. Pei Yi was the one who brought him here. Are you sure you're not seeing things? The chief of the divine python tribe said. Yes. The burly man nodded. The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head and said, That's impossible. Why would it be like this? Is Pei Qin lying to me? The man said, Elder Qin wouldn't lie to you. Something must have happened. The leader of the divine python tribe nodded and asked, Where is he now? The burly man said, Pei Yi is showing him around our tribe. The chief of the divine python tribe waved his hand and said, Got it. You may leave first. Yes. The burly man answered respectfully and turned to run out, closing the door behind him. The chief of the divine python tribe looked at Yen Wei and sneered. Go back and tell Fu Anshan that things are different now. Although he has something on me, I have something on him too. Huh? Yen Wei was bewildered. The chief of the divine python tribe said with a sinister smile, I don't mind telling you the truth. Li He and Shen Feiyun are not dead yet. What? Yen Wei turned pale with fright. I've known Fu Anshan for so long. How can I not know what kind of person he is? That's why I held back when I killed Li He and Shen Feiyan. The chief of the Divine Python tribe sneered. Yen Wei asked in shock, where are Li He and Shen Feiyan now? Don't worry about this. Just tell Fu Anshan to stop stirring up trouble. Otherwise, we'll just die together. The chief of the Divine Python tribe shouted. This, Yen Wei frowned. I don't want to repeat myself. Get lost. The chief of the Divine Python tribe shouted. Okay. I'll tell him the truth. Yen Wei nodded and left through the portal. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely be killed by the chief of the Divine Python tribe. It was not worth sacrificing his life for Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me. After the portal disappeared, the chief of the Divine Python tribe smiled coldly. He sorted out his emotions and walked out with a bright smile. Back to Qin Feiyang. Under Pei Yi's lead, they were about to enter the central area of the city. The group of children continued to follow behind the two of them, chattering incessantly and making a lot of noise. Pei Yi pointed to the central area and introduced, Brother Mu, that's the core area of the Divine Python tribe. Ordinary people can't enter. Qin Feiyang looked up and said with a smile, does that mean I'll be rejected too? I don't dare to say that for others, but I'm more than happy to welcome you to the Divine Python tribe. How can I reject you? A loud laugh was heard. The chief of the Divine Python tribe flew across the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Greetings, Chief. The people on the street bowed to him. Pei Yi smiled and said, Second uncle, why are you here? How can I not come when there's a distinguished guest? The chief of the Divine Python tribe chuckled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, Young friend, I've been looking forward to seeing you every day since we last met. Now, you're finally here. Senior, you're too polite. I just hope I didn't disturb you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. Why would I? It's our honor to have you in our tribe. Let's go to the banquet hall. We must treat you well today. The chief of the Divine Python tribe was very enthusiastic. Like a kind elder, he pulled Qin Feiyang and flew to the central area. You guys go ahead and play. Brother Yi will come and find you when he's done. Pei Yi smiled and said to the group of children. Then, he soared into the sky and chased after the two of them. A few moments later, the three of them entered a hall that was quite luxuriously decorated. There was a dazzling array of glass, agate, pearls, and jade. Come. Young friend, please take a seat. The chief of the Divine Python tribe welcomed Qin Feiyang and sat in front of a tea table made of jade. Then, he yelled, Come, serve the tea. Not long after, two rather beautiful maidservants walked in with teacups and teapots in their hands. Young master, please have some tea. One of the maidservants placed a teacup in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled and picked up the teacup. He tasted it and nodded with a smile. The fragrance is mellow and lingers in my mouth. It makes me feel like I'm in a sea of flowers. Good tea. The chief of the Divine Python tribe smiled and said, Young friend, you really love tea. To tell you the truth, this is a flower tea specially made by our Divine Python tribe. The annual production is less than 500 grams. It tastes very good. If you like it, I'll give you a few kilograms before you leave. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said unhappily, Are you treating me like an outsider? You don't have to be polite with me at all. Just treat it as your own home. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then I'll accept your offer. That's more like it. The chief of the Divine Python tribe smiled and then sighed. Actually, to be honest, and I should thank you properly. If it weren't for you, my unfortunate elder brother might never be able to return to his roots. As he spoke, there was an indescribable sadness on his face. Pei Yi also lowered his head and fell silent. He could not hide his sadness. Qin Feiyang glanced at Pei Yi before looking at the leader of the divine python tribe. He said smilingly, Senior Pei Zhangfeng is indeed very unfortunate. The person who killed Senior Pei Zhangfeng is also a bastard who's worse than a beast. Hearing this, the chief of the divine python tribe looked very unnatural. However, he did not dare to show it and had to pretend to be indignant. He said, that's right. If I find out who did it, I won't let him off. Senior, have you found out the real culprit? Qin Feiyang asked. Since brought my elder brother's body back, I've been sending people to investigate. However, there are still no clues. I'm afraid it's an unsolved case. The chief of the divine python tribe sighed deeply and was full of helplessness. No hurry. There's a saying that goes, God is watching what man does. The real culprit will surface sooner or later. Even if he hides well and is not discovered, he will suffer retribution sooner or later. Senior, don't you agree? Qin Feiyang said. Yes, yes, yes. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded repeatedly and looked more and more unnatural. All of a sudden, Pei Yi got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, Brother Mu, have a chat with second uncle. I'll go out for a walk. Are you okay? Qin Feiyang asked. The chief of the divine python tribe also looked at him with concern. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Pei Yi smiled and turned to leave without looking back. The smile on his face was very forced. Ah. I really shouldn't have mentioned this. The chief of the divine python tribe sighed. I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? The chief of the divine python tribe was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, if he can't even bear this blow, how can he bear the crueler truth? The chief of the divine python tribe's pupils constricted and he said with a smile, Young friend, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Haha. Senior, have you heard of this saying before? Don't do it unless you don't want others to know about it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After saying that, he picked up the teacup and started drinking. The chief of the divine python tribe stiffened and shook his head with a smile. Young friend, your words are getting more and more profound. Some people look silly, but they might not be really silly. They might be pretending to be silly. There are also some people who look silly, but they are really silly. Senior, what kind of person do you think you are? Chapter 1064. The leader of the divine python tribe was silent as he looked at Qin Feiyang with an uncertain expression. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and looked up at the two maidservants. He smiled and said, I have some private matters to discuss with your leader. Wait outside. The two of them froze and looked at the leader of the divine python tribe. Go out. The leader of the divine python tribe waved his hand. Yes. The two of them replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang said, close the door while you're at it. All right. The two of them nodded and turned to leave, closing the door tightly. The leader of the divine python tribe said, Young friend, you've been speaking ambiguously ever since left. What do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you know? Qin Feiyang sneered. The leader of the divine python tribe's heart skipped a beat, but he did not say anything. That was because he did not know what to say now and could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. Heaven's net has a long grind, but nothing escapes. You can hide it from Pei Yi, your tribesmen and everyone else in the world, but you can't hide it from me. You're the real culprit who killed Pei Zhangfeng. Qin Feiyang said. The leader of the divine python tribe stood up abruptly when he heard that, his eyes filled with shock. Are you curious as to how I know? Qin Feiyang said. The leader of the divine python tribe remained silent. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and played the video he obtained in the Black Lion tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe clenched his fists when he saw the video, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. A moment later, the video ended. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said with a smile, "Did you see that? You thought that you were very secretive, but you've already been exposed." The leader of the divine python tribe said in a deep voice, "Where did you get this video?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Do you think I'll tell you?" "What do you want?" the leader of the divine python tribe asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Simple. Give me an antidote." "What antidote?" the chief of the divine python tribe frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know what kind of antidote it is. I only know that it's a kind of poison concocted by Pei Qin. This kind of poison, even the detoxification pill can't remove it." The chief of the divine python tribe looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "Are you poisoned?" "You want me to be poisoned, but it's a pity that I'm not the one poisoned. Let's cut the crap. I believe you must have the antidote on you. Give it to me." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I didn't." The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head. "No? Don't joke around. With your cautious personality, how could you not have some antidote on you? Also, you have to understand that I'm not begging you now. If you don't give me the antidote, the video in my hand will soon spread to every corner of the divine city. When the time comes, I don't need to tell you the consequences you will face. You should be clear about it." Qin Feiyang joked. Before he finished speaking, the chief of the divine python tribe stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Are you trying to silence me? Then you'd better think carefully. After all, your tribesmen know that I came to your divine python tribe. Of course, you can also bribe your tribesmen. But even if you do that, it's meaningless. Because I'm not the only one who has this video." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Who else?" The chief of the divine python tribe's eyes trembled as he said in a low voice. "Who knows? Anyway, as long as I don't return before nightfall, they will release this video to the world," Qin Feiyang said. The chief of the divine python tribe was livid. In the end, he let Qin Feiyang go. He took out a jade bottle from his chinquan bag and said, "This should be the antidote you want. But I have a condition. You have to destroy that video. You don't have the right to negotiate. If you want to keep your current status and reputation, you have to give it to me." Qin Feiyang said. "You win." The chief of the divine python tribe said coldly and threw the jade bottle to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and looked at it carefully. He said, "You go out first. This is my territory. You should go out." The chief of the divine python tribe shouted. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I don't want to say it again." The chief of the divine python tribe clenched his hands tightly. If looks could kill, Qin Feiyang would have died many times. But in the end, the chief of the divine python tribe compromised and went out with anger and grievance. After the door was closed, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper immediately appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang handed the jade bottle to him and said, "Try it." "Can't you?" Viper grabbed the jade bottle and couldn't wait to take a drop. Then, he closed his eyes. After a dozen breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and his face was full of ecstasy. He said, "Young master, this is the real antidote." Qin Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Viper back to the castle and said lightly, "Come in." The chief of the divine python tribe pushed the door open and closed it. He said gloomily, "I've given you what you want. If you don't keep this secret, I'll drag you down with me even if I die." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. By the way, don't wait for Pei Qin anymore. He died in Qinghai." "What?" The chief of the divine python tribe was shocked. "Your expression is really cute. Okay, I've finished my business. I won't disturb you." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he stood up and left. Where are you going? The chief of the divine python tribe asked hurriedly. It's not easy to come here. I have to take a good look around. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He opened the door and strode out. However, when Qin Feiyang went out, he saw a purple-clothed woman walking towards him. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, Senior High Priestess, long time no see. How are you? The High Priestess smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. That's good. Qin Feiyang smiled and brushed past the purple-clothed woman. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd on the street outside. The High Priestess raised her eyebrows and looked away. She turned and entered the main hall. Seeing the angry chief of the divine python tribe, she asked with concern, What's wrong? The chief of the divine python tribe said, Close the door first. The High Priestess was stunned. She closed the door and walked to the chief of the divine python tribe. Elder Qin is dead. Ancestor Mu knows about that too. And he has a video in his hand. The chief of the divine python tribe rubbed his head and said helplessly. What? The High Priestess' expression froze. Where did he get the video? Could Elder Qin have given it to him? But that's impossible. Elder Qin did not record those videos back then when we were not paying attention. Could it be Fu Anshan? It's not Fu Anshan. That's because the video in Ancestor Mu's hands was from a different angle from the one in Fu Anshan's hands. They were not recorded by the same person. The chief of the divine python tribe said. Not the same person? The High Priestess was stunned. Does that mean that other than Fu Anshan, there were others present? Yes. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. How could this be? The High Priestess lay on the chair. She thought that it was flawless. However, she did not expect them to appear one after another with the video in their hands. At this rate, there was no guarantee that this would not be exposed one day. The most frightening thing was, how many people knew about this? How many people had evidence? Sigh. It's all because of my desire and greed. I shouldn't have done that. The chief of the divine python tribe sighed and looked as though he had aged dozens of years in an instant, looking haggard. The High Priestess said faintly, What's the use of regretting it now that it's already happened? Why don't you come clean? I believe that as long as you show your sincerity, our tribesmen will forgive you. No. I must not come clean. It wasn't easy for me to obtain everything that I have now. I don't want to lose it just like that. The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head. The High Priestess shook her head. You still can't let it go. Is power really that important? If it wasn't, I wouldn't have done what I did back then. In any case, I must think of a way to get rid of everyone who knows about this. The chief of the divine python tribe gripped his fingers tightly and the killing intent in his eyes was menacing. Sigh. The high priest looked at him deeply and sighed inwardly. He did not say anything else. North City. Trading Pavilion. What? Li He and the others aren't dead? Fu Anshan stood in the study and looked at Yen Wei in shock. That's what the chief of the divine python tribe said. Furthermore, by the looks of it, he didn't seem like he was trying to scare me. Yen Wei said respectfully. Fu Anshan kicked the desk away and said furiously, "That damned bastard. How dare he backstab me?" Yen Wei said, "Sir, it's useless to be angry now. We have to think of a way to resolve this matter quickly. They're in the divine python tribe. Tell me, how do we resolve this?" Fu Anshan roared. Yen Wei shrank his neck. Initially, I had the absolute initiative. However, with this sudden turn of events, it's equivalent to me losing the capital to threaten the chief of the divine python tribe. Damn it. Fu Anshan flew into a rage and was beyond furious. Yen Wei did not dare to say anything and stood at the side obediently. After some time, Fu Anshan calmed down and sat beside the coffee table, lowering his head in deep thought. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and said, "Seems like this is the only way." "Sir, have you thought of a good idea?" Yen Wei asked calmly. "Good idea, my foot." Fu Anshan glared at him and said helplessly, "I have no other choice now. I can only use this video in exchange for the lives of Li He and the others." In that case, sir, you won't be able to threaten the chief of the divine python tribe in the future, right? Yen Wei was surprised. Yes. But this is the only way. Instead of fighting with the chief of the divine python tribe and causing both sides to suffer, it's better to resolve this peacefully. As long as I destroy this video, he will definitely kill Li He and the others. Speaking of which, it's a happy ending. Fu Anshan sighed and looked very reluctant. Yen Wei's heart skipped a beat. He muttered to himself, "It seems that I have to inform Qin Feiyang of this matter as soon as possible." Chapter 1065. In the Divine Python Tribe. Qin Feiyang was looking for Pei Yi in the central area. There were very few people in the central area, but he would still bump into them from time to time. Due to the fact that no one knew about the conflict between Qin Feiyang and the leader of the Divine Python Tribe, they would all greet him with a smile when they saw him. After all, Qin Feiyang was now the personal disciple of the chief pagoda master and they would definitely suck up to him. About a few hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw Pei Yi beside a stream. Pei Yi was seated by the stream and staring at the flowing water with a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. "Didn't you say that you've already gotten over it?" Qin Feiyang walked forward and stood beside Pei Yi with a faint smile. Pei Yi sighed and said, "If it's really that easy to get over it, there wouldn't be so many grudges in this world. Stay strong. Because these things aren't really a blow to you." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" Pei Yi looked at him in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, "Come and look for me when you're mentally prepared. I'll tell you how your father died." Huh? Pei Yi suddenly sprung up in bewilderment. "Don't ask now," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi took a deep breath and turned to look at the stream. "I've seen countless people, but I really can't see through you." Qin Feiyang smiled and remained silent. Buzz. All of a sudden, there was a sound coming from the image crystal. Huh? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with suspicion. Who was sending him a message? If it was Mr. Hao and the others, he wouldn't have to be wary of Pei Yi. However, if it was Wang Zicheng and the others, he couldn't let Pei Yi see it. He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." He then opened the portal and appeared in the attic of the calming lake. He then took out the image crystal. Buzz. A short man with a hideous face appeared. "Yen Wei?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Yen Wei shouted without hesitation, "Something bad has happened." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yen Wei said, "They want to harm Li He and Shen Feiyun." Ugh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What the hell was this? Didn't Li He and Shen Feiyun die long ago? Yen Wei said, "Li He and the other two are not dead. They are currently imprisoned somewhere in the Divine Python tribe, but if you don't think of a way quickly, they will really die. Wait." Qin Feiyang raised his hand to interrupt Yen Wei and asked in surprise, "You said they're not dead?" "Yes. Didn't I go to the Divine Python tribe before?" The chief of the Divine Python tribe said it himself. Yen Wei said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he urged, "Tell me in detail." "Okay." Yen Wei nodded and recounted everything that had happened in detail. "I see." Only then did Qin Feiyang understand, and a sneer crept up in his eyes. These people were indeed not easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have to worry about this. I will think of a way. You just have to keep an eye on Fu Anshan." "Okay." After Yen Wei said that, he turned off the image crystal. This is really an unexpected surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out the Phantom Snake Emperor, and said, "When the Divine Python tribe falls, you immediately go and monitor the chief and the high priest." Understood. The Phantom Snake Emperor nodded, turned into a stream of light, and hid in Qin Feiyang's clothes. Qin Feiyang opened the portal again and appeared by the stream again. Pei Yi seemed to have calmed down a lot. He smiled and said, "Let's go, I will take you to walk around. Stay here for lunch. I will treat you to barbecue." "Okay." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Look at that rockery over there. I built it myself when I was young. Doesn't it look like a dragon?" Pei Yi pointed at a rockery not far away and smiled. Then, he led Qin Feiyang to the rockery. The Phantom Snake Emperor climbed out of Qin Feiyang's clothes without anyone noticing. Then, it jumped into the grass and disappeared without a trace. Time passed little by little. Soon, it was noon. Pei Yi opened the portal and led Qin Feiyang in. The two appeared at the city gate. There were many children playing on the grass. When they saw the two appear, they immediately rushed over. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Aren't you taking me to eat barbecue? Why are we out of the city?" "You'll find out later." Pei Yi smiled mysteriously and glanced at the group of children. "Do you guys want to eat barbecue?" "Yes." The group of children yelled. They seemed to be very happy and eager. "Let's go, then." Pei Yi waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the end of the plains. The group of children immediately followed him. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He then shook his head and chuckled before following them slowly. He had already guessed where Pei Yi was going to treat him to barbecue. Not long after, the group of people entered the mountains outside the plains. Then, they took about an hour to enter a valley. In the valley, there were lush green weeds all over the ground. Wild flowers were blooming beautifully and the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. In the middle of the valley, there was a lake that was about 1,000 feet wide. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. A 12-year-old boy tugged at Qin Feiyang's sleeve and said, "Big brother, do you know? Every time Big Brother E comes back, he will bring us here to eat barbecue." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Oh, I see. Doesn't that mean I'm basking in your glory?" "Of course. Let me tell you, the meat that Big Brother E barbecued, be it rabbit meat or fish meat, is so fragrant. Just thinking about it makes me hungry." The boy wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Pei Yi walked over and flicked the boy's head. "Cut the crap. If you want to eat, hurry up and go catch some fish." "Okay, I'll go now." The boy chuckled and took off his clothes before jumping into the lake. I'll go too." Apart from the girls, the other boys also rushed over. Qin Feiyang asked worriedly, "There aren't any aquatic beasts in the lake, right?" Pei Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's very safe here. Come and help too. It's good to experience the life of an ordinary person once in a while." "My pleasure." Qin Feiyang chuckled. While the boys went to catch fish, the girls did not stay idle either. They scurried off to collect firewood. Qin Feiyang and Pei Yi found plenty of small stones and built a bonfire. All of a sudden, everyone was extremely busy. The valley was also immersed in a sea of laughter and laughter. A cordial smile also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. All these years, he had been either busy running around, scheming against others, or cultivating in seclusion. He had never been so carefree before. He had never been so relaxed either. He felt very comfortable and at ease. Perhaps, this was the life that he had always wanted. It was carefree and ordinary. Smoke lingered in the air and the aroma of fish filled the air. The group enjoyed a delightful lunch. Pei Yi extinguished the bonfire and asked, "Brother Mu, is there anywhere else you'd like to go?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the children. He smiled and said, "That's enough." Pei Yi understood what Qin Feiyang meant. He said, "I'll send them back first, then." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei Yi said loudly, "Children, hurry and say goodbye to Big Brother. Big Brother, goodbye. Come and play often when you're free." The group of children waved their hands and said with genuine smiles on their faces, "We will. Go ahead." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The group of children followed behind Pei Yi and ran out of the valley, gradually disappearing from Qin Feiyang's sight. "Thank you for letting me find that long-lost joy," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. At this moment, the smile on his face was even brighter than the sun. It was something that had never happened before. Everyone's childhood was joyous. But when they grew up, it was difficult to feel this joy again. Hence, they had to cherish every minute and every second. Buzz! All of a sudden, the image crystal sounded. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and the shadow of the Phantom Serpent Emperor appeared. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said, "Found it. They are locked in a secret chamber." Fu Anshan also personally sent a message to the leader of the Divine Python tribe not long ago to discuss this matter. "What's the outcome?" Qin Feiyang asked. The leader of the Divine Python tribe must have agreed. After all, this outcome is beneficial to both of them. But they are both afraid that the other party will play tricks, so they agreed to meet tomorrow morning at a place called Black Wind Mountain outside the Divine City to make the exchange in person. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said. Black Wind Mountain. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Have you seen Li He and Shen Feiyan with your own eyes?" "Yes. Just now, the leader of the Divine Python tribe went to see them. I followed him secretly. Both of their cultivation were crippled and they looked very miserable. Even their tongues were cut off. They couldn't say a word and could only be bullied." The Phantom Serpent Emperor said. "I got it. Come out and meet me first. I'm in a valley outside." Qin Feiyang gave the coordinates to the Phantom Serpent Emperor. "Okay, I'll go right away." The Phantom Serpent Emperor nodded and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and lowered his head, deep in thought. Not long after, the Phantom Serpent Emperor found its way here. It landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and asked, "Have you thought of any plan?" "What about you?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said matter-of-factly, "Of course we have to save them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we wait until tomorrow, with our strength, we won't be able to snatch them from them." "That's right. But I'm thinking, can we make this more interesting?" Qin Feiyang pondered. "More interesting?" The Phantom Serpent Emperor looked at him in confusion. "I've thought of it." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. After Fatso's shadow appeared, he asked, "Boss, it's done. The poison in the viper's body has been neutralized. But now there's one more thing. Help me investigate if the leader of the Divine Python tribe has any other children." Qin Feiyang said. "Why are you investigating this?" Fatso was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't have time to explain now. Go and find out. I'll wait here for your news." "Okay." Fatso nodded and immediately went to investigate. The Phantom Serpent Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" "You'll know soon." Chapter 1066. At the same time. Dragon Phoenix Restaurant. A black-clothed youth wearing the uniform of a disciple of the main pagoda strode into the restaurant. This person was Wu Yang. Compared to before, the current him seemed to have encountered something good that made him look energetic and radiant. "Young Master Wu Yang, you're here again." A waiter greeted him with a smile. Wu Yang nodded. "Same old place?" The waiter asked with a smile. "Yes." Wu Yang nodded again. "All right, please follow me." The waiter brought Wu Yang to the opposite corner. There was a window there, and beside it was a dining table. Sitting there, one could clearly see the pedestrians on the street outside through the window. When Wu Yang sat down, the waiter asked, "Young master, what would you like to drink today?" 2 jars of dragon wine. As for the rest, you can do as you deem fit. Wu Yang said. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter shouted and turned around to run away. Wu Yang turned his head to look outside the window and chuckled. It's really a joyous occasion. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. At this time, a red-haired youth at the next table stood up and walked to the opposite side of Wu Yang. He sat down and said, Wu Yang, you seem to be a little off recently. This person was also wearing the uniform of a disciple of the main pagoda. Wu Yang looked at the red-haired youth and said with a smile, It's you, why am I off? The red-haired youth said, A while ago, it was very difficult for me to meet you here, but recently, I can see you every day. Tell me honestly, did something good happen? Haha, Wu Yang laughed loudly and said, It must be a good thing, otherwise, why would I be so happy? The red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, What good thing? Tell me about it. I can't say. Wu Yang shook his head, pretending to be deep. You're still being mysterious, are you interested? The red-haired youth looked at him with dissatisfaction. Wu Yang laughed, It's not being mysterious, it's a little secret, I really can't say it. Actually, this so-called little secret was Qin Feiyang. Ever since he signed the slave seal, he had been thinking of ways to get rid of Qin Feiyang's control. However, no matter what he did, it was useless. However, some time ago, he suddenly received a message from his tribe, saying that Qin Feiyang had been killed in Qinghai. At that time, he was dumbfounded. He had never dared to believe that this was real. Later on, he personally returned to the tribe and asked the chief of the Qilan tribe. He learned that the news was actually sent back by Wu Kai from the Blue Sea. Wu Kai was a clansman of their Qilan tribe. He definitely wouldn't send back a fake news. Now that he had confirmed Qin Feiyang's death, of course he was happy. Because like this, not only would he be able to escape the control of the slave seal, but no one would know that he had refined the blood demon pill. This could be called perfect. Therefore, during this period of time, he came to Longfeng Pavilion every day to celebrate his freedom and rebirth. He looked out of the window again and murmured with a smile, It's better to keep a low profile as a person. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed. Wu Yang, what are you mumbling about? The red-haired youth looked at him in confusion. Nothing. Wu Yang waved his hand. Then, he stood up and looked at everyone in the hall. He laughed and said, I'm in a really good mood right now. All of your expenses today will be on me. What? Everyone couldn't help but look at him in shock. Wu Yang laughed, I'll treat everyone to a drink. That's great. Someone's treating, it's a waste not to drink. Waiter, give me a few jars of dragon's wine. I must drink to my heart's content today. I'll have a few jars too. The Longfeng Pavilion was in an uproar. Looking at everyone's excited expressions, Wu Yang became even more pleased with himself. Breaking news. But at this moment, a man in black in his 20s ran into the Longfeng Pavilion in a hurry. What news is it that made you so anxious? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Wu Yang also returned to his seat. He crossed his arms and looked at the waiter curiously. Ancestor Mu is not dead. He's back, the man in black roared. What? Everyone's expressions changed. Wu Yang was even more shocked. Before his butt could even warm up, he suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Shwa! Suddenly, he took a step forward and landed in front of the man in black. He grabbed the man's clothes and shouted, Is this true? The man in black was shocked. He nodded and said, This news came from the Northern Region Trading Pavilion. It's definitely true. Why is it like this? Wu Yang weakly lowered his arms. The joy on his face was swept away. Big news, suddenly. Another young man hurriedly ran into the Longfeng Pavilion. What big news again? Everyone was bewildered. The young man said, I have a friend from the divine python tribe. He sent me a message saying that Ancestor Mu has returned from Qinghai. He was even a guest at the divine python tribe this morning. Everyone looked at each other. Looks like Ancestor Mu is really not dead. Actually, thinking about it, how could such a monster be a short-lived ghost? Right, someone must have deliberately spread rumors in the past. Everyone started to discuss. Damn it, Wu Yang's face was sinister. He turned around and walked out with a gloomy face. Wu Yang, where are you going? Didn't you say you were treating us to a drink? Why did you run away by yourself? You can't be like this. You have to keep your word. Seeing this, everyone was anxious. But at this moment, how could Wu Yang still be in the mood to treat them to a drink? Without looking back, he entered the crowd and disappeared. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang finally received Fatso's reply. How is it? Looking at Fatso's shadow, Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. With Fat Lord taking action, of course it's a piece of cake. Fatso smiled proudly, and said, the leader of the divine python tribe, other than Pei Yu, has 4 sons, called Pei Zhe, Pei Luo, Pei Yu, and Pei Lang. They are all in the martial artist mountain range, and their cultivation is between 5-star and 7-star War Master. Not bad, they have a thriving population. Qin Feiyang laughed in ridicule, and asked, what about their character and character? Pei Zhe and Pei Luo are both quite low-key. Usually, if there's nothing important, they're basically cultivating. But Pei Yu and Pei Lang are 2 famous playboys. Relying on their own strength and family background, they bully and humiliate disciples with no status or background. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then grinned, all right, the target is the 2 of them. Fatso's pupils constricted, and asked carefully, Boss, why does your smile look a little strange? Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. What about now? The ghost snake emperor looked at him suspiciously. Of course I have to find someone to invite them out. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of a person. This person would definitely be able to contact Pei Yu and Pei Lang directly. The battle chi surged and poured into the image crystal. And then there was Wu Yang. He returned to the alchemy room in a daze and sat weakly beside the tea table. His eyes were filled with panic and his body was trembling. He was scared. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms began to vibrate. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes full of surprise. Who was sending him a message? Was it the tribesman of the tribe? Or was it that devil? He took out the image crystal with fear and took a lot of effort to summon the courage to activate the image crystal. An illusory figure appeared. Immediately, his gaze trembled and he quickly stood up, his expression becoming incomparably respectful. It's been a long time, did you miss me? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Miss you? I can't wait to kill you right now. Wu Yang secretly sneered, but he didn't dare to show the slightest difference on the surface. He smiled flatteringly, of course, you don't know how worried I was when I received the news of your death. Really? Qin Feiyang asked. He knew what Wu Yang was thinking in his heart, but he didn't show it. Of course it's true. How would I dare to lie to you? Wu Yang nodded and bowed submissively. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and said, all right, stop flattering me. I'll give you a task now, bring Pei Yu and Pei Lang to me. Wu Yang was stunned and asked suspiciously, why are you looking for them? Don't worry about that. Bring them here as soon as possible. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave the coordinates to Wu Yang and turned off the image crystal. The Phantom Snake Emperor said in surprise, you're not going to use them to threaten the leader of the divine python tribe, are you? Threaten? You're too naive. The leader of the divine python tribe can even kill his own brother. Would he care about 2 good-for-nothing sons? Qin Feiyang sneered. Then why are you doing this? Can you stop keeping me in suspense? The phantom snake emperor glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's not a good thing for you to be so impatient. You have to be calm when you encounter trouble, understand? The phantom snake emperor rolled his eyes. Who didn't understand these principles? But now, he just couldn't control himself. He couldn't wait to find out what Qin Feiyang was up to. Time flew, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void shook, and 3 figures appeared in front of Qin Feiyang one after another. The leader was Wu Yang. The other 2 looked to be in their mid-20s. They looked decent, but their faces were full of arrogance. Wu Yang bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Mu." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 2 people. One of the young men stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, "Senior Brother Mu, I'm Pei Yu, and this is my 4th brother, Pei Lang." "Greetings, Senior Brother Mu." Pei Lang also had a flattering look on his face. Qin Feiyang was no longer the same as before. Even the descendants of the leaders of these super tribes had to curry favor with him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I've long heard of the 2 of you. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary." Pei Yu said with a smile, "Senior Brother Mu, you're too polite. Compared to you, we're still far behind." Pei Lang added, "Yes, please take care of us in the future, Senior Brother Mu." "Of course, we're all friends," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yu looked around and said in surprise, "Senior Brother Mu, isn't this near the Divine Python tribe?" "Yes. Pei Yi and I were just here barbecuing meat with a group of children." Chapter 1067. Hearing Pei Yi's name, Pei Yu and Pei Lang raised their eyebrows subtly. However, Qin Feiyang caught it clearly and said with a smile, "Brothers, you don't seem to like Pei Yi very much." "How should I put it?" Pei Yu and Pei Lang were a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, we're all on the same side. There's no need to hold back. I'll get straight to the point then." Pei Yu's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Pei Yi has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child. Not only do the elders of the tribe dote on him, but even our parents like him very much. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "That's for sure. It's his fault for being so talented." "So what if he's talented? Isn't he still an orphan that no one wants?" Pei Yu sneered. Pei Lang also snorted and said, "Exactly. He was born without a mother to teach him well. All he does is pretend to be pitiful and win the sympathy and love of the tribe members." "Pretend to be pitiful? I've spent some time with him and he doesn't seem like such a person," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yu said, "Senior Brother Mu, don't be fooled by his appearance. He's not a good person. Stay away from him in the future." Yes. "He's not on the same side as you at all," Pei Lang flattered. Qin Feiyang was stunned and he said mockingly, "Then who should I be on the same side as?" "Us, of course. Look, you're the disciple of the chief pagoda master. You have a noble status and no one can compare to you. Although the 2 of us can't compare to you, we're still the descendants of the leaders of the super tribes. We won't embarrass you if we're together, right? As for Pei Yi, he's just an orphan who no one wants. What right does he have to be your friend, right?" The 2 of them smiled obsequiously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The schemes of these 2 people were not simple at all. They were obviously trying to sow discord. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "I like to hear the truth. From now on, you're my friends." The 2 of them were overjoyed. "Fool." Wu Yang, who was beside him, couldn't help but secretly mock him. Although he didn't know much about Qin Feiyang, he knew that he would never be friends with these 2 rich playboys. There must be some purpose behind it. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Yang before smiling at the 2. "Since we're already friends, I have a favor to ask of the 2 of you. Senior Martial Brother Mu, why are you being so polite? If there's anything you need, just tell us. We brothers will definitely do our best to help." Pei Yu patted his chest and said, "Yes, it's my duty." Pei Lang also looked very righteous. "Then I'll thank you in advance, brothers," Qin Feiyang said with a chuckle and took out 2 illusory form pills. What does that mean? The 2 of them took the illusory form pill, their faces full of confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I want you to disguise yourselves as 2 people." "Who is it?" the 2 of them asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Li He, Shen Feiyan." "Why do we have to disguise ourselves as them?" The 2 of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Disguise yourselves as them first, then I'll tell you." The 2 of them hesitated. Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he said indifferently, "Just now, the 2 of you said that it's my duty, and now you're changing your mind. It seems that the 2 of you don't treat me as a brother." Pei Yu's face changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Senior Marshal Brother Mu, you've misunderstood. A real man's word is worth 9 tripods. Why would we change our mind?" Pei Lang nodded and said, "That's right. Senior Marshal Brother Mu's matter is our matter. Even if there's danger, we won't back down. Now, I'll disguise myself as Shen Feiyan." With that, Pei Lang threw the illusory form pill into his mouth and quickly changed into Shen Feiyan's appearance. Seeing that Pei Lang had already done it, Pei Yu didn't hesitate anymore. He took the illusory form pill and changed into Li He. Then, the 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's next?" Next, Qin Feiyang chuckled, and killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes. Battle chi gushed out from his fingertips, and 2 scarlet sword chi entered the 2's chi si at lightning speed. The 2 of them immediately fell to the ground, clutching their lower abdomens and howling miserably. Wu Yang next to them was even more shocked. He glanced at the 2 of them, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Mu, why are you doing this?" Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "You'd better not ask about my business." Yes. Wu Yang's face turned pale, and he nodded repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang collected the 2's Qinkuan bags. Then, he turned around and said to Wu Yang, "Cut off their tongues. While you're at it, search their bodies to see if they have any other hidden pills." "What?" Wu Yang's body trembled. Pei Yu and Wu Yang's faces were ashen. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Seeing that Wu Yang didn't move, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Didn't you hear me?" Wu Yang quivered and hurriedly took out a dagger. He looked at Pei Yu and Wu Yang and said, "I didn't want to do this, but I had to do it. I'm sorry." Then, he stepped forward and pressed Pei Yu and Wu Yang. Swish. 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 After a while, Wu Yang got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side, and said respectfully, "I've searched them. They don't have any other pills." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned around and looked at the 2 of them lying on the ground in despair. He said coldly, "Do you know why I did this? Because this is how your father treated Shen Feiyun and Li He." "Huh? Shen Feiyun and Li He's deaths are related to the leader of the divine python tribe?" Wu Yang was surprised. Pei Yu and Wu Yang didn't realize it until now. Woo, they wanted to explain and ask, but their tongues had been cut off, so they couldn't open their mouths. They could only let out helpless whimpers. Qin Feiyang said, "Give them healing pills." After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, glanced at the divine python tribe from afar, and closed his eyes to meditate. "Okay." Wu Yang nodded, took out 2 healing pills without pill patterns, and stuffed them into their mouths. The healing pills could only have the effect of healing. They couldn't regenerate their tongues, nor could they repair their broken chi si. Then, Wu Yang stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at the back of the figure in front of him, his eyes flickered. Time flew. In the middle of the night, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. Looking at the dark night sky, he whispered, it's finally dawn. I can activate the concealment technique. Dark clouds surged in the sky. A waning moon was faintly discernible. The nearby mountains and rivers were also dead silent. It's time to describe it. 2 rays of light burst out of his eyes. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, got up and lowered his head to look at Pei Yu and Wu Yang. The wounds on their lower abdomens had been healed, but from noon to now, every minute and every second felt like a year. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The two were surprised. Why didn't he kill them? What did this demon want to do? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two to the castle. He turned to look at Wu Yang behind him and said playfully, "Are you interested in going with me?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yang nodded. Only a ghost would be interested. But facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. "Hold on to me," Qin Feiyang said. Wu Yang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said again, "Hold on to my shoulder." Okay. Wu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand and pressed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and took Wu Yang to the sky at lightning speed, entering the divine python tribe. Wu Yang's face changed and he said telepathically, "It's not appropriate to barge in like this, is it?" The concealment art was invisible and no one could see it, so Wu Yang didn't know that he was now invisible. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Don't worry, no one will discover us." Wu Yang didn't believe it. Wouldn't they be discovered if they were to openly fly above the city? How was that possible? But Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He looked down at the phantom snake emperor coiled around his wrist and said, "Where is the entrance to the secret chamber? Who is he talking to?" Wu Yang looked at Qin Feiyang's wrist in surprise and saw an exquisite bracelet on his wrist. Talking to a bracelet, was this person stupid? But the next moment, he was stunned. The bracelet actually moved on its own and a snake head suddenly appeared, baring its fangs and flying towards him. Wu Yang was scared out of his wits on the spot. "Stop fooling around." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the phantom snake emperor. Hee. The phantom snake emperor grinned and said telepathically, "The entrance to the secret chamber is in the cultivation room of the divine python tribe's leader." "Lead the way," Qin Feiyang said. "Continue forward," the phantom snake emperor said. Qin Feiyang dragged Wu Yang, who was scared out of his wits by the phantom snake emperor, and flew forward. It turns out that the bracelet was transformed from a snake. After calming down, Wu Yang looked at the phantom snake emperor and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The phantom snake emperor glanced at Wu Yang and telepathically said, "Qin Feiyang, I just wanted to tease him just now, but I didn't expect him to be so scared." "He's too cowardly, why did you keep it?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer, but there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. After a while, under the lead of the phantom snake emperor, Qin Feiyang entered a hall. The main hall was dazzling in gold and jade and had an extraordinary aura. But at this moment, there was no one here. The phantom snake emperor pointed to the deepest part of the hall and telepathically said, "The cultivation room is there." Qin Feiyang walked over and saw a door on the wall, which was tightly shut. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the hall, and couldn't help but frown. In the hall, there was no trace of the divine python tribe's leader. Could it be that he was cultivating in the cultivation room now? If that was the case, it was almost impossible to enter the secret chamber from the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked down at the phantom snake emperor, saying secretly, "Go and see if the divine python tribe's leader is anywhere else." "Okay." The phantom snake emperor nodded and landed on the ground, quickly disappearing from Qin Feiyang and Wu Yang's sight. Wu Yang was dumbfounded. Because he found that when the phantom snake emperor landed on the ground, its skin immediately turned the same color as the floor. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and telepathically said, "It can't be the phantom snake, right?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 1068. About an hour later. The spirit snake emperor came back and laughed in a low voice. He's not in the cultivation room, but you'll never guess what he's doing now. What's he doing? Qin Feiyang was curious. The spirit snake emperor said, he's having fun with his woman, and he even unlocked all kinds of positions. It's so exciting. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was already so old, but he still liked to play these tricks. No wonder he had so many children. But suddenly, his expression became strange. He looked at the spirit snake emperor and asked, how do you know that they unlocked many positions? Could it be that you've been peeping for the past hour? The spirit snake emperor laughed evilly. It's so exciting, of course I have to watch for a while more. Fuck. Didn't I teach you that it's not suitable for children? And you made me wait for so long. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He directly gave it a slap on the head. When did you teach me that? Moreover, am I considered a child? To be honest, this emperor's age is something that even 10 of you can't compare to. The spirit snake emperor rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang. Cut the crap. You'd better not watch this kind of thing in the future. Qin Feiyang snorted, turned to look at the stone door, and asked, how do I open it? Aren't you very capable? Think of a way yourself. The spirit serpent emperor harumphed, looking extremely displeased. Say that again? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. The spirit snake emperor smiled embarrassedly and quickly said, just open it directly, but do it gently and don't make too much noise. Qin Feiyang walked up and pushed lightly with his hand. The stone door slowly opened. The cultivation room behind the door was about 100 feet wide, but there was nothing. There was only an old futon in the center. Qin Feiyang walked in, glanced at the cultivation room, and asked, where's the entrance to the secret room? It's beside the futon. The spirit snake emperor led the way. Close the door. Without looking back, Qin Feiyang ordered Wu Yang and strode towards the cattail hassock. After Wu Yang closed the stone door, he hurriedly followed. The spirit serpent emperor stopped in front of the futon and pointed at the ground. Li He and Shen Feiyun are right below here. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ground and frowned. How do we open this entrance? There is a mechanism. The spirit serpent emperor chuckled. It raised its little tail and lifted the praying mat, but there was nothing underneath it. The spirit snake emperor crawled over and pressed its tail against a stone brick, causing it to cave in immediately. Crack. Meanwhile, the ground next to Qin Feiyang's feet cracked open, and then slowly opened to both sides. Under the crack, there was a faint light. When the crack was a foot wide, Qin Feiyang finally saw Li He and Shen Feiyun. The secret chamber below was only 5 or 6 meters wide. A luminous pearl hung on the wall, emitting a dim light. Li He and Shen Feiyun were sitting in the secret chamber with their backs against the wall. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They had completely lost their previous elegance. Even their bodies were emitting a pungent stench. They are actually not dead. Wu Yang looked at the two of them with a face full of shock. He finally understood why Qin Feiyang sneaked into the divine python tribe in the middle of the night. At the same time, Li He and Shen Feiyun heard the noise and raised their heads, staring coldly at the entrance above. Their weak eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. They thought that the leader of the divine python tribe had come. But when the entrance of the secret chamber was completely opened and they saw Wu Yang standing above, Li He immediately frowned. As a direct descendant of the Qilan tribe, Wu Yang was somewhat famous in the main tower. Of course, Li He could recognize him. Wu Yang jumped into the secret chamber, took out 2 regeneration pills with pill patterns, and put them in their mouths. Their tongues that were cut off immediately regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. After their tongues were restored, Li He immediately said, Wu Yang, why are you here? Shen Feiyun was stunned and asked, Li He, who is Wu Yang? He's from the Qilan tribe. Li He briefly introduced him before looking at Wu Yang again and frowning. Could it be that your Qilan tribe is also colluding with the divine python tribe? But thinking about it, that was not right. If the Chilan tribe was really colluding with the divine python tribe, why would Wu Yang give them regeneration pills? Manager Li, it's a misunderstanding. We're here to save you. Wu Yang waved his hand and smiled. Save me? Li He was stunned. He never expected that Wu Yang would actually come to save him. No. Wu Yang seemed to be talking about us. Could there be others? He hurriedly looked beside Wu Yang, but he did not see a single shadow. Li He said, how did you come in? How did you know we were locked up here? Wu Yang smiled embarrassedly. I definitely don't have that ability. The one who saved you is Ancestor Mu. Ancestor Mu. Li He and Shen Feiyan looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Shen Feiyan looked at Wu Yang and asked, where is he now? I'm here. A voice sounded out of thin air. While Wu Yang was explaining, Qin Feiyang had already jumped into the secret room. It's really the voice of Ancestor Mu. Li He and Shen Feiyan's spirits were lifted as they hurriedly scanned the area in front of them. Because the voice came from right in front of them, but they still didn't see anyone. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Li He said anxiously. But before he could finish his sentence, the two of them felt someone grab their wrist. Immediately, the two of them also entered stealth mode. This way, they could also see Qin Feiyang. It's really you, you bastard. Li He was ecstatic. Shen Feiyan was also full of smiles. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, I know you have a lot of questions to ask, but now is not the time. While they were talking, with a thought, Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan appeared out of thin air. Who are they? Why do they look exactly like us? When Li He and Shen Feiyan saw Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan, they turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang did not answer, looked up at Wu Yang, and said, quickly help take off their clothes. All right. Wu Yang nodded, immediately squatted on the ground, and took off Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan's clothes. Qin Feiyang looked at Li He and Shen Feiyan, pointed at Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan, and said, quickly take off your clothes and change with them. The two of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang urged, there's no time, quickly do as I say. The two of them nodded and quickly took off their clothes. At the same time, Wu Yang also took off Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan's clothes, and then put on Pei Yu and Shen Feiyan's clothes. After everything was done, Qin Feiyang secretly said a few words to the Spirit Snake Emperor, and then led Wu Yang and Li He into the cultivation room. After that, Qin Feiyang did not delay for a moment, closed the entrance of the secret room, put the futon back to its original position, and after confirming that there were no loopholes, he led the three of them out of the cultivation room, closed the stone door of the cultivation room, and then rushed towards the main hall. As for the Spirit Snake Emperor, he did not leave with Qin Feiyang and stayed in the secret room. In the main hall, Qin Feiyang and the other three ran all the way, and they were about to go out. Whoosh! But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a light figure rushed towards the main hall like lightning. Wu Yang's face changed, and he said to himself, oh no, it's the leader of the divine python tribe. Li He and Shen Feiyan's faces also changed. Don't worry, he can't see us now. As long as we don't make any noise, even if we stand in front of him, he won't notice us. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent a voice transmission. He swept up the three of them and flew out of the main hall silently. He flew into the sky, brushed past the leader of the divine python tribe, and headed out of the city without looking back. We really weren't discovered? Li He and Shen Feiyan looked back at the leader of the divine python tribe who disappeared into the main hall, and then turned to look at Qin Feiyang with bewilderment. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally flew out of the divine python tribe and landed on a mountain peak outside the city. The mountain peak was about a few hundred feet tall, and the vegetation was flourishing. Li He turned to look at the divine python tribe in the night and sighed. I didn't expect that we would be able to escape alive. That's right. Shen Feiyan nodded, his face full of hope. Qin Feiyang closed the concealment art and smiled. Heaven helps the good. Both of you are good people, and you will definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Good people? The two of them smiled bitterly. Which cultivators' hands were not stained with blood? How many of them dared to call themselves good people? The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They turned around and knelt in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurried forward and helped the two of them up. He said, "Both of you are respected seniors. I can't bear your kneeling. Get up quickly. Why didn't I see you being so humble when you came to me to buy medicinal herbs?" Li He scolded with a smile and stood up without being pretentious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The situation is different. When doing business, I have to bargain. Otherwise, what if I get cheated by you?" "I cheated you? Tell me honestly, when have I ever taken advantage of you? It seems that you are the one taking advantage of me." Li He rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and took out 2 spirit sea pills. He said, "Here, I promise that I will give this spirit sea pill to you for free." Li He smiled helplessly and did not stand on ceremony. He grabbed one of the spirit sea pills and put it into his mouth. Shen Feiyun also grabbed the other one and put it into his mouth. He looked at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Brother Mu, no matter what, I have to thank you properly today." "Thank you. I will always remember this great kindness." Li He nodded and said, "Yes, if it weren't for you, I don't know how much we would have to suffer." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Do you know who wants to deal with you?" Li He's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's Fu Anshan. The chief of the divine python tribe told us. I will not let this matter rest." Shen Feiyun was also full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's no need for you to do anything. I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to jump around for long. Just wait and see." Arrangements? The two of them looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Qin Feiyang explained briefly, but when he mentioned Yan Wei, he did not reveal Yan Wei's real name. "I see. This time, we really have to thank him." Li He suddenly realized that he was referring to Yan Wei. Chapter 1069. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fu Anshan is an old fox. If we don't use some tricks, we won't be able to find his weakness. He is indeed an old fox. After being with him for so many years, I thought I knew him very well. But in the end, I realized that was not his true face at all. Li He's face was filled with disgust. Hearing the conversation between the three of them, Wu Yang could not help but shudder. He did not expect Fu Anshan to be such a person. But compared to Fu Anshan, Qin Feiyang scared him more. No matter what happened, he was able to strategize. Who in the entire Central Divine Kingdom could compare to him when it came to scheming and scheming? Was he really human? Wu Yang could not help but wonder. "By the way, what demonic art did you use when you brought us away? You passed by the leader of the Divine Python tribe and did not notice us?" Li He asked. Shen Feiyun also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. "Demonic art?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was not a monster. How could he know any demonic arts? He explained, "It's a battle art that can make one invisible." "I see." Li He and Wu Yang were enlightened. Shen Feiyun asked, "What should we do next?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Don't show yourself in front of others for the time being. Find a place to cultivate and don't send anyone a message." Li He frowned and said, "I want to send a message to Yan. I understand how you feel, but you can't do that. Because if there's a mistake, the plan to get rid of Fu Anshan and Wu Yang might fail." Qin Feiyang said sternly. Li He hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right then. Yan thinks I'm dead anyway. It doesn't matter if I appear now or later. It's good that you can think that way." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Oh no." Suddenly, Shen Feiyun seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were startled and looked at him in surprise. Although Pei Yu and Pei Lang disguised themselves as us, although you confiscated their Qingquan bags and pills, causing them to be unable to regrow their tongues and speak, although you crippled their cultivation and caused them to be unable to transmit their voices, they could still write by hand. For example, if they used their own blood to write some words on the ground, wouldn't the divine Python tribe's leader know that they are fake when he sees those words? Shen Feiyin said. Yeah. Li He's eyes trembled. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Well, it's still early, let's go there again." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "The concealment spell can only be used once a day. The leader of the divine Python tribe has already returned to the main hall. It is almost impossible for him to return to the secret chamber." "Then what should we do?" Shen Feiyin asked. Li He suggested, "Why don't we go look for the chief tower master now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Seniors, don't worry. How can I not be anxious? If he really finds out that we have escaped, he will definitely flee immediately. The Forgotten Continent is so big, and he is so strong. If he wants to hide, we won't be able to find him at all." Li He said anxiously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "He won't find out because I have already thought of this. So when I left, I asked the Spirit Snake Emperor to stay behind." "Already thought of this?" The two of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wu Yang was puzzled. "Then what can the Spirit Snake Emperor do by staying behind?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Knock out Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun and keep them unconscious. When he sees that they are unconscious, the divine Python tribe's leader won't be suspicious." "Won't be suspicious? Are you that confident?" Li He frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. "How so?" Li He asked. "It's very simple. When you were imprisoned, you were tortured a lot by him, right? Your body was very weak to begin with, right?" Qin Feiyang threw out a few questions in succession. Li He also nodded repeatedly. "That's not right. You are so weak after being tortured by him. In his opinion, it's natural for you to be unconscious. Of course, if you are unconscious for too long, even a fool will be suspicious. But the problem is that when dawn comes, he will bring Pei Yu and Shen Feiyin to Black Wind Mountain to exchange with Fu Anshan. Tell me, will he be suspicious in such a short time? If it were you, would you be suspicious?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Definitely not." Li He and Shen Feiyin replied without hesitation because there were only a few hours left before dawn. Qin Feiyang said again, "Moreover, even if the divine Python tribe's leader finds out that they are fake, the Spirit Snake Emperor will inform me immediately. How can he escape? There is no chance at all." Li He and Shen Feiyin looked at each other, their faces full of shock. How amazing! He had even thought of this in advance. This brat's temperament was a little too terrifying. He simply didn't miss a single detail. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go to Black Wind Mountain now and wait for the show to begin. You actually came up with such a bad idea. You are too bad." Li He rolled his eyes at him and added, "But I like it. When the divine Python tribe's leader finds out that it was his own son who was killed, his expression will be very interesting." After saying that, he could not help but laugh. Shen Feiyin was also full of smiles, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feiyang. This kid was not only meticulous, but his methods of torturing people were also hair-raising. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do any of you know the coordinates of Black Wind Mountain?" "I know. Black Wind Mountain is not far from the Divine City." After saying that, Li He gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a portal quickly opened. Can I go back first?" Wu Yang asked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wu Yang's expression froze, and he could only helplessly follow behind the three of them and enter the portal. Time flew by. Early morning. The sun gradually rose from the horizon. The red sunlight shone on the earth, causing all things to recover. On a mountain peak, Qin Feiyang and the other three sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, cultivating their bodies and minds. After a night of rest, Shen Feiyun and Li He's Sea of Qi had recovered, their injuries were healed, and their spirits were better. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light burst out. He took out the image crystal. The phantom of the spirit snake emperor quickly appeared. Shen Feiyun, Li He, and Wu Yang also opened their eyes at this moment and looked at the spirit snake emperor. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The spirit snake emperor said, "He has already left with Pei Yu and Li He." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked again, "Did anything happen during this time?" "No." However, when the leader of the divine python tribe entered the secret chamber just now, he woke the two of them up. They immediately cried out, but the leader of the divine python tribe ignored them. Not only did he ignore them, but he also gave them a good beating. "That's really miserable." The spirit snake emperor sneered. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's all within my expectations." The spirit snake emperor asked, "Then should I rush to meet up with you now? Or should I wait for you at the tranquil lake?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "There's no need for you here. Wait for me at the tranquil lake." "Okay." The spirit snake emperor nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, got up and said, "They should be here soon. Let's hide in the forest over there and restrain our aura." Shen Feiyun and the other two nodded and stood up. Their aura was also restrained to the extreme. Whoosh! Immediately, the four of them turned into a stream of light and entered a forest not far away. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as they entered the forest, two figures appeared in the void above them. It was Fu Anshan and Yen Wei. Seeing Fu Anshan appear, Li He and Shen Feiyun clenched their fists and killing intent flashed in the depths of their eyes. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he said to himself, "Don't be rash." Shen Feiyun said telepathically, "Don't worry, we know what to do." Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, another four figures appeared in the sky above a huge mountain opposite them. It was the leader of the divine python tribe, the high priest, and Pei Yu. The spirit snake emperor did not lie to them. Pei Yu and Li He were in a worse state than yesterday. Their bodies were badly mutilated and they were half dead. They even lost two arms and there were a few bloody holes on their bodies. They did not look human at all. However, the two of them were still howling and wailing. Their blood-stained eyes kept blinking at the divine python tribe's leader and his wife, hinting at their identity. However, the divine python tribe's leader and his wife did not even look at them. Whoosh! Fu Anshan and the divine python tribe's leader looked at each other almost at the same time. When their eyes met, invisible sparks flew. "You're quite early." The divine python tribe's leader sneered. He grabbed Pei Yu and Li He and walked toward Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan's expression changed. He quickly reached out and said, "Don't move, just stand there." "Why? Are you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to kill you?" The divine python tribe's leader stopped in his tracks. His eyes were full of contempt. Fu Anshan was still worried. He retreated a little more and stared at the divine python tribe's leader warily. Then, he took out the image crystal and said without any nonsense, "Kill them immediately." "Do you think I'm stupid? After I kill them, you'll threaten me with that image. What can I do to you then? So, you have to destroy that image first." The divine python tribe's leader said. "I'm here with sincerity." Fu Anshan said angrily. The divine python tribe's leader immediately sneered and said, "Don't you think it's ridiculous for a villain like you to talk about sincerity with me?" Fu Anshan immediately retorted and said, "I'm only threatening you at most, but you killed your own brother with your own hands. Who's more ridiculous?" "Enough, don't mention this in front of me," the divine python tribe's leader shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare to do it, but you're afraid of being criticized." Fu Anshan sneered and said, "Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Impossible. You have to destroy that image first, and then I'll kill them. The Divine Python tribe's leader said in a tone that brooked no discussion. Fu Anshan's face was gloomy. Neither of them trusted the other, and the situation was in a stalemate. An old fox versus an old fox. Who is better? Chapter 1070. In fact, anyone could tell that both of them were harboring ulterior motives. Fu Anshan wanted the leader of the Divine Python tribe to kill Li He and Shen Feiyin first and then use that video to blackmail them. After all, there was nothing more valuable than this video. He did not want to give it up unless he had no other choice. The leader of the Divine Python tribe had the same idea. Fu Anshan had extorted a lot of benefits from him in the past. He was unwilling to let it go just like that. Therefore, he also wanted Fu Anshan to destroy the video first and then use Li He and Shen Feiyin to blackmail Fu Anshan. An eye for an eye. But both of them were not stupid. They knew what the other party was thinking, so they refused to take the first step. Time passed by slowly. Seeing that both of them refused to give in, the high priest said, "There's no point in this stalemate. Show your sincerity. Don't play any tricks." Fu Anshan was extremely annoyed. The leader of the Divine Python tribe was also unwilling. But now, there seemed to be no other way. Okay. We'll do as you say. In the end, Fu Anshan nodded first. Because he could not afford to waste time. In 2 months, he would inherit the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for his whole life. If something were to happen during this period of time, then not only would everything he had done go down the drain, even his life would be in danger. The high priest said, "Then let's start the exchange." Fu Anshan glanced at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and turned to Yen Wei. "You go." "Yes." Yen Wei responded respectfully and flew towards the leader of the Divine Python tribe. Fu Anshan looked at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and said, "Give Li He and Shen Feiyin to him and then I'll destroy the video. In this way, you don't have to worry about me going back on my words. With your strength, you can kill my men and take back Li He and Shen Feiyin." "No problem." The high priest nodded. After a dozen breaths, Yen Wei flew to the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The high priest turned to look at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and persuaded, "Give it to him. Although Fu Anshan extorted us before, that's all in the past. Now everyone is happy. This is the best ending." Damn it. The chief of the Divine Python tribe cursed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Fu Anshan, saying, "I promise you, but I have a condition. You must crush the image crystal." The images were stored in the image crystal. Only the owner of the image crystal would know whether or not the images were destroyed. The chief of the Divine Python tribe was worried that although Fu Anshan said that he had destroyed it, he hadn't. Therefore, he asked Fu Anshan to crush the image crystal. Once the image crystal shattered, everything recorded within it would also disappear. Fu Anshan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Sure." The chief of the Divine Python tribe continued, "Also, did you send this video to anyone else? The recorded images could be transmitted to others through the image crystal." "No." Fu Anshan shook his head. "How do you prove it?" The chief of the Divine Python tribe said. Fu Anshan said angrily, "How do you want me to prove it? If I say there isn't, then there definitely isn't. Can you stop wasting time?" "I don't believe he did. Because if he really did send it to someone else, he would have destroyed the video without saying a word. He wouldn't have schemed with you for so long." The high priest said in a low voice. The chief of the Divine Python tribe thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then, he handed the two over to Yen Wei. Woo woo, the two turned to look at the chief of the Divine Python tribe and the high priest, roaring crazily, their eyes full of pleading. However, the couple only glanced at them coldly, then looked up at the image crystal in Fu Anshan's hand. Their parents were right in front of them, but they couldn't tell the truth. What could be more desperate than this? Both of their faces were ashen as they trembled in fear. Yan Wei turned around, grabbed their heads with both hands, looked at Fu Anshan, and said, "Lord, I'm ready." Fu Anshan glanced at the chief of the Divine Python tribe and his wife, then nodded at Yan Wei. At the same time, one of them crushed the image crystal while the other crushed Pei Yu's and the other's heads. After crushing their heads, Yan Wei immediately unleashed his maximum speed, like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan also immediately raised his other hand, and a teleportation door flew out from his palm, instantly opening. When the teleportation door opened, Yan Wei also flew in front of Fu Anshan. After all, Yan Wei was now a warlord, and his speed was much faster than before. Then, the two of them ran in without looking back. Obviously, Fu Anshan had already prepared the teleportation door, afraid that the chief of the Divine Python tribe would attack him. The chief and his wife of the Divine Python tribe did not expect this. By the time they reacted, the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. Scoundrel. Looking at the teleportation door that disappeared, the chief of the Divine Python tribe was full of contempt. The high priest said, "He has blackmailed us for so many years, naturally, he is worried that we will harm him. An ant-like character. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even bother with him." The chief of the Divine Python tribe said disdainfully. The high priest shook his head and laughed, "No matter what, Fu Anshan's matter ends here. Now, only Ancestor Mu is left." Hearing this, the chief of the Divine Python tribe immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Ancestor Mu is not someone Fu Anshan can compare to." That's right. Although this kid is weak, he is very shrewd. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master, he doesn't lack anything at all. It will be difficult to get him to destroy that video. The high priest was worried. The chief of the Divine Python tribe sneered, "It's impossible for there to be no weakness in this world. It's just that we don't know about it." That's true. The high priest nodded. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Do you want me to talk to him?" "Just take it as a test." The chief of the Divine Python tribe thought for a while and nodded, "Okay." The high priest said, "Then I'll go look for him tomorrow." "Okay." The chief of the Divine Python tribe nodded again, then opened the teleportation door, and the two of them walked in one after another. Black Wind Mountain quickly regained its peace. Qin Feiyang and the other three did not continue to hide and walked out of the forest. Li He asked, "She's going to look for you tomorrow. Do you want to meet her?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course, because she'll definitely prepare a valuable meeting gift." "You're really a greedy brat." Li He rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang did not feel that this was mocking at all. He chuckled and said, "It's a waste to reject something that's delivered to my door. Alright, I have to go back. You guys find a place to hide." "Okay." Li He and Shen Feiyun nodded. Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation door and was about to walk in, but suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "Right, I forgot something." "What is it?" The two of them were suspicious. However, Qin Feiyang did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Wu Yang. "What?" Wu Yang's eyelids twitched, and a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "Do you know? There's another advantage of the slavery seal, and that is that it can peek into your inner thoughts." "What?" Wu Yang's gaze trembled. There was actually such a thing? Then, didn't that mean that the thoughts that had appeared in his heart before were already known by this person? Suddenly, he quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging, "Senior Brother Mu, no, 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 Master, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I swear, I'll serve you wholeheartedly in the future. It's too late. You're already worthless." Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, he directly erased Wu Yang's soul. Without even letting out a scream, Wu Yang fell to the ground, dead. This sudden unforeseen event left Li He and Li Mu dumbstruck. This person is refining the blood demon pill, so he deserves to die. Seniors, farewell. Qin Feiyang said with cupped fists and turned to walk into the teleportation door. Blood demon pill. Li He and Shen Feiyin trembled and lowered their heads to look at Wu Yang's corpse. There was no other emotion except disgust. The person who refined this kind of medicinal pill was basically insane and deserved to be killed. Shen Feiyin looked up at the teleportation door and murmured, "He's calm, meticulous, and decisive. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become someone great in the future." That's right. Sooner or later, we'll have to look up to him. Li He nodded. There was only one such terrifying young man in the world. Calming Lake. On the island. The lush green grass swayed with the wind, exuding boundless vitality. Beautiful flowers bloomed one after another. The fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. Colorful butterflies danced among the flowers like little fairies, lively and cute. The scenery here was mesmerizing and peaceful, like a paradise on earth. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air on the balcony of the second floor. Hands behind his back, he admired the beautiful scenery before him. If he could, he really wanted to live in a place like this forever, without worries and killing. He wanted to live a peaceful life. You're back. How was it? The spirit serpent emperor jumped out from the house and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang looked at it and smiled, "It's all settled." The spirit serpent emperor said, "Then I'll go to the castle to cultivate." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't. There's one more thing that I need you to do for me." "What is it?" The spirit serpent emperor looked at him suspiciously. "5-colored crystal. I can't go to the tower master's place every day. Moreover, the concealment technique can only be used for an hour at a time. So, I need you to help me keep an eye on him." Qin Feiyang said telepathically. "No problem." The spirit serpent emperor agreed without hesitation. However, it wasn't done yet. "Then, what benefits will I get?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and his face darkened. "You've learned bad things from the white-eyed wolf. This has nothing to do with them. This time, the person guarding the tower master is not an ordinary person. It's the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. This is a very dangerous thing, you know," the spirit serpent emperor said. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, "All right, after this matter is done, I'll satisfy you whatever you want." "This is what you said. Don't go back on your word." The spirit serpent emperor chuckled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Why are all these guys around me not easy to deal with?" Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. He took it out, and Fatso's image appeared, saying, "Boss, quickly come to my place." His tone was a little anxious. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Something's up." After Fatso finished speaking, he immediately turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang frowned, feeling rather frustrated. He had just finished dealing with Li He and Li Mu, and now something else had happened. Why were there so many things happening in one day? Sigh. The capable should do more work. Chapter 1071. Martial Artist Mountain Range. Fatso paced back and forth in the cave abode, restless like an ant on a hot pan. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. "Boss, you're here." Fatso immediately went up to him. "Did Chu Xian's parents give you some problems?" Looking at Fatso's anxious look, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown slightly. "No. This time, Fat Lord called you here because of Li Yan, not because of Chu Xian." Fatso shook his head and said. "Li Yan?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. During this period of time, Fat Lord has been busy dealing with Chu Xian's parents and hasn't paid attention to what's going on outside. Just yesterday, I suddenly heard someone say that since Li He died, Li Yan has been sitting on the sword edge all day long, depressed. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Grandpa is dead and granddaughter is sad. This is human nature. Why did you call me here?" Besides, I don't have much contact with her. Boss, you can't say that. You even helped Li He. What's wrong with talking her out of it? Fatso pursed his lips. Aren't you just looking for trouble for me? Li Yan is not a child. Do you need me to talk to her? Let her calm down for a while and she will get over it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and took out a portal. Wait, boss. Fatso hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang. You're not done, are you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Fatso smiled awkwardly and quickly let go, saying, Okay, let's not talk about this. But there's another thing that you have to help her with. What else? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li He was the pillar of the Li family. Now that Li He is dead, the Li family will decline. As you know, Li Yan is quite beautiful and has many admirers pursuing her. But in the past, because of Li He, they didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, with Li He's death, some people have started to have ulterior motives. There were even people who directly threatened her, saying that if she didn't comply, they would deal with her Li family. Fatso said. Although the Li family has declined, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Who dares to threaten her like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. A lot. Most of them are from wealthy families. And one of them is the most arrogant. His name is Nie Xiaoyong, a disciple of the Saint Peak. He has another identity, the son of the Vajra tribe's chief. Fatso said with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Adamantine tribe? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't look down on the Adamantine tribe, because the Adamantine tribe is also one of the 9 super tribes. Moreover, their overall strength is ranked in the upper middle of the 9 super tribes. Fatso said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, This is a good thing. What the hell? Fatso was stunned. As the son of a super tribe's chief, whether it is identity or status, Li Yan can't compare to him. If Li Yan can marry him, the Li family can be considered to have a meteoric rise. If this isn't a good thing, then what is? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Boss, how can you be like this? Where did your righteous heart go? Are you still the boss that I know? Could it be that someone else is impersonating you? Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Scram. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and knocked Fatso's head hard, causing Fatso to grimace in pain. He endured the pain and said with a flattering smile, Boss, please help her. Qin Feiyang looked at him with a strange expression and said, Why do you care so much about her? Don't tell me that you like her. Damn. Is Fat Lord the kind of person who loves every woman he sees? Fatso glared at him. Qin Feiyang looked at him and shook his head, No, but there must be a reason. He knew Fatso's character too well. He would never beg him for a woman he had only seen a few times. Heard. Fatso's face was cloudy and uncertain. There really are other factors. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, If you don't want to say, then I'll go back. You can go by yourself. Don't. I'll say it. It's like this, yesterday evening, I went to the Sword Peak to persuade her. After all, when Yen Wei and I were in the transaction pavilion, she took care of us a lot. When I arrived at the Sword Peak, I happened to see Nie Xiaoyong threatening her. I couldn't stand it, so I went to reason with him. In the end, Fatso couldn't continue. His face was full of embarrassment. In the end? Qin Feiyang was curious. This, that, the fatty stammered. When he saw Qin Feiyang take out another teleportation gate, he hurriedly said, In the end, he didn't say anything and slapped me a few times. He even threatened to cripple me if I meddled in his business again. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at Fatso's chubby face, he teased, It's good to give you a few slaps. It'll help you lose weight. Boss, you're my brother. Your brother was beaten and you still say such things. You're too much. Fatso grumbled discontentedly. You deserve it. Is the disciple of the Saint Peak someone you can provoke? What's more, he's a direct descendant of a super tribe. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. But this was not the point. What angered him the most was that this damn Fatso actually tricked him. He said that he was helping Li Yan, but in fact, he was helping himself. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. Please help me. If I don't vent my anger, I really can't feel at ease. Fatso looked at him pitifully. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and sneered, you have to look at the owner before beating a dog. He clearly knows that you're my person, yet he still dares to touch you. He's looking down on me too much. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get back your face. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed. As long as the boss took action, the disciples of the Saint Peak and the direct descendant of a super tribe were all small fry. No. Suddenly. He looked at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, Boss, what do you mean? You have to look at the owner before you hit a dog? Is Fat Lord's position in your heart only like this? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. In all honesty, he had never thought of it that way. It was purely a habit. He looked at Fatso and pretended to be stupid, did I say that? Nonsense, Lord Fatty's ears aren't deaf. Fatso roared. Okay, it's just a slip of the tongue. Don't take it to heart. I'll apologize to you, okay? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Knowing that he was pretending to be stupid, couldn't he give him a way out? If an apology is useful, what's the use of justice? Fatty didn't want to let go of the fact that he was in the right. Then what do you want? Qin Feiyang was helpless. It was really as the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. Fatso thought for a moment and laughed, Fat Lord can forgive you, but you have to promise me that you will cripple that Nye Xiaoyong. All right. Isn't he just a playboy? If I cripple him, what can the Vajra tribe do to me? Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Fatso was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and urged, then let's go, I just received news that he went to harass Li Yan again. Lead the way. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Daring to bully Qin Feiyang's brother, even if it was the emperor, he wouldn't let him go. Buzz. Fatso waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. The two of them rushed in one after another. At the same time. Sword Edge. This giant peak was located next to a river a few miles away from the Warrior Mountain Range. It was more than 1,000 feet high, straight and steep. From afar, it looked like a giant sealed sword. This was the origin of the word Sword Edge. At this moment. At the peak of the Sword Edge. Li Yan, you are no longer the same as before. Your grandfather is dead, you are no longer the little princess from before. Let me give you a piece of advice, you should obey our senior brother Nya as soon as possible. That's right, although our senior brother Nya comes here every day to look for you, he has never forced you to do anything. You should understand senior brother Nya's feelings for you. Yes, don't be stubborn. With senior brother Nya's identity and strength, as long as he says a word, who knows how many women will rush to offer themselves to him. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. More than a dozen young men stood together and talked non-stop. In front of these people, there was a young man in purple. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had long purple hair. His facial features were handsome, and his eyebrows were as sharp as knives. His dark eyes revealed a shocking sharpness. There was no suspense. This person was Nye Xiaoyong. He looked coldly at the cliff in front of him, his proud eyebrows full of impatience. He saw a young woman sitting at the edge of the cliff. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and her pure white dress fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite facial features and tender skin were like a masterpiece of the heavens, perfect and flawless. However, her black gem-like eyes, appeared empty and lifeless. She stared at the void in front of her. No matter what the group of people behind her said, she didn't seem to hear them, and there was a sadness that couldn't be dispersed between her eyebrows. Li Yan, are you listening to us or not? I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. As a person, his patience will be worn out by you. The group of people shouted with righteous indignation. Li Yan still turned a deaf ear, and her eyes were dim. Nia Xiaoyong looked at Li Yan, and the annoyance on his face became more and more obvious. Suddenly, a touch of hostility flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed in the air. His saint power roared and forcibly pulled Li Yan in front of him. Then, Nia Xiaoyong grabbed Li Yan's hair and pulled it down hard. Li Yan's pale face suddenly looked up at him. Nia Xiaoyong greedily glanced at Li Yan's chest, then looked into Li Yan's eyes and said sternly, I'm telling you, don't challenge my patience again. However, Li Yan neither struggled nor said anything. She just looked at him in disgust. The anger in Nia Xiaoyong's heart became more and more uncontrollable. The more you act like this, the more I like it. Today, I must have you, and no one can stop me. He smiled coldly and threw Li Yan on the ground. He turned to the dozen young men and shouted, Take her, let's go. Okay. The two young men ran over, picked up the embarrassed Li Yan, and prepared to leave. Where do you want to take her? Chapter 1072. Who is it? How dare you peep at us from the dark? Come out and die. The group of people immediately turned their heads to look at the forest, their faces full of hostility. Isn't it just watching? Is there a need to be so vicious? With a mocking laugh, Qin Feiyang and Fatso walked out of the forest. They had arrived long ago. They just didn't show up and wanted to see what these people were going to do. The result was far beyond their expectations. This Nia Xiaoyong actually planned to force himself on her. To be able to do such a dirty thing, he was really worthy of being a famous playboy. Ancestor Mu. At the same time, seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Nia Xiaoyong and the others' pupils shrank, their fear could not be concealed. But Li Yan was still the same as before, there was no color in her eyes. What a pitiful girl. Qin Feiyang secretly sighed. He couldn't help but want to tell Li Yan the truth, but in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Fatso stepped forward, stared at Nia Xiaoyong arrogantly, and shouted, I didn't expect you to be such a scum. Let her go immediately for Fat Lord. With Qin Feiyang here, he was full of confidence. Nia Xiaoyong frowned and said in a deep voice, Let her go. The two young men who were holding Li Yan immediately let go of Li Yan and then hid behind Nia Xiaoyong, looking at Qin Feiyang warily. Fatso was proud and said contemptuously, You let her go just because I asked you to. Is this still the arrogant young master Nia from yesterday? Nia Xiaoyong's eyes were cold as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Junior brother Mu, we have always minded our own business. Why are you meddling in other people's business today? Why? Qin Feiyang glanced at Nia Xiaoyong, then at the others, and laughed, Don't you know that Fatso is my brother? Just now, he had clearly seen everyone's cultivation base with a single glance. Nia Xiaoyong was a 3-star battle saint, and the others were 1-star and 2-star battle saints. Obviously, they were all disciples of the Holy Land. If it was placed in front of him, he might have stayed away. But now, he could deal with these small fries with one hand. Brother. Nia Xiaoyong and the others turned pale with fright. They weren't the only ones who knew about the relationship between Fatso and Qin Feiyang. Everyone in God's city knew about it. Everyone thought that they were just friends, but they didn't expect them to be brothers. The difference between a friend and a brother was not just a little bit. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Fatso, how many slaps did he give you yesterday? 20. Fatso said. Nia Xiaoyong's face darkened, and he said angrily, Bullshit, I clearly only slapped you 5 times, where did the 20 come from? Does the interest not count? Fatso snickered. Interest? Nia Xiaoyong was about to explode. In just one night, it had increased by 15%. Wasn't this interest too high? Okay, slap him the same way he slapped you yesterday. Qin Feiyang said, and pointed to the dozen people next to Nie Xiaoyong, and said lightly, and each of them will be slapped 20 times. What? The dozen people's faces turned green on the spot. A young man in green shouted, Junior Brother Mu, most of us weren't here yesterday, why are you slapping us too? 40. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The young man in green was furious and wanted to speak again. The others quickly stopped him and shouted, if you speak again, it won't be 40, it will be 80, or even 160. So, can you shut up? The young man in green felt wronged. He was fighting for the injustice for everyone, but in the end, he was blamed by everyone. Did they have a conscience? Fatso walked toward Nie Xiaoyong with a smirk on his face and said, Young Master Nie, I really hope you can show your arrogance yesterday and show my boss, but unfortunately, you don't have the guts. Humiliation. What a blatant humiliation. Nie Xiaoyong clenched his hands and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, you'd better think it through. Slap. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso immediately raised his arm and slapped Nie Xiaoyong's face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared. Nie Xiaoyong was stunned. He actually slapped him? He shouted in exasperation, Ancestor Mu, my big brother is one of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak. If you dare to touch me, even if you are the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master, you won't have a good ending. One of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing this, the other dozen people thought that Qin Feiyang was a little timid, and became arrogant. That's right. Senior brother Nie's big brother is called Nie Zhan. Senior brother Nie Zhan's talent is extraordinary, and can be said to be a rare talent in 10,000 years. And he is deeply loved by the Peak Master of the Saint Peak, and the Peak Master has the intention to take him as a disciple. His future is limitless. And senior brother Nie Zhan usually loves senior brother Nie the most, so you'd better restrain yourself. The dozen people clamored. Take him as a disciple? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, so what? Your Peak Master of the Saint Peak is my future father-in-law. Wang Yu's father was the Peak Master of the Saint Peak. Everyone was stunned. That's right. This person was already engaged to Wang Yu, and was considered a family with the Peak Master of the Saint Peak. Even if they made a big fuss, the Peak Master of the Saint Peak would definitely help his own family. What's more, this matter was originally their fault. Senior brother Mu, we were wrong, please let us go this time. Yes, we have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges today, so there's no need to make a fuss like this. The dozen people were scared and hurriedly flattered him. Seeing that the dozen people began to curry favor, Nie Xiaoyong's face turned livid. Continue to slap them. Qin Feiyang ignored those people. They were all clowns and were not pleasing to his eyes. Fatso chuckled and raised his hand to slap them again. Hey! Isn't that Ancestor Mu? Nie Xiaoyong is here too. What are they doing? A few disciples passed by in the air, and when they noticed Qin Feiyang and the others, they immediately stopped and looked down at them. Slap! It was also at this moment. Fatso slapped Nie Xiaoyong's face again, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What? He actually slapped Nie Xiaoyong? The disciples in the air were stunned. One of them was refreshed and hurriedly said, hurry up and inform everyone that Ancestor Mu and Nie Xiaoyong are fighting, there's a good show to watch. They all used the image crystal to send messages to their friends. No way. When did Ancestor Mu become so high profile that he actually let someone slap Nie Xiaoyong in public? The news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very quickly, it spread throughout the main pagoda. Those who received the news were all shocked without exception. Continue to be arrogant. Fatso was overjoyed now. The humiliation he suffered yesterday was finally washed away. However, facing this scene, Li Yan did not react at all. She turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff, continuing to be in a daze. Qin Feiyang looked at her back and couldn't help but frown. Enough. Suddenly, A shout rang out. Nia Xiaoyong grabbed Fatso's wrist and said in a deep voice, "I advise you to stop before you go too far." Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, he's threatening me again." Qin Feiyang looked at Nia Xiaoyong. Nia Xiaoyong also looked at Qin Feiyang, a trace of killing intent lurking in his eyes, and said, "If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one, regardless of life and death." Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise and suddenly laughed. This smile made Nia Xiaoyong's scalp go numb, and he began to regret saying that. Regardless of life and death? In other words, this is a duel of life and death? The few people in the sky looked at each other. It seemed that this matter had gotten out of hand. Fatso also looked at Nia Xiaoyong in shock and asked, "You really want to have a duel of life and death with boss?" Nia Xiaoyong's eyes darkened as he nodded and sneered, "Yes, but this young master is afraid that he doesn't dare." Fatso also laughed. Challenging Qin Feiyang? This was really borrowing courage from the heavens. However, even if he wanted to challenge, these 20 slaps couldn't be let go just like that. He suddenly raised his other arm and slapped towards Nia Xiaoyong's face again. "You're courting death." The killing intent in Nia Xiaoyong's eyes was no longer concealed. "You're the one who's courting death." At the same time, Qin Feiyang also moved. Like a ghost, he landed in front of Nia Xiaoyong. His palm was like a blade as battle qi gushed out and directly entered Nia Xiaoyong's lower abdomen. Nia Xiaoyong immediately knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. Qin Feiyang retracted his palm and shook off the blood on his hand. He turned to look at Fatso and said indifferently, "As you wish, you're crippled. Now you can do whatever you want. Boss is still the best." Fatso smiled flatteringly and stepped forward to punch and kick Nia Xiaoyong. "Ancestor Mu, you despicable person, you actually sneak attacked me when I wasn't paying attention." With his chi crippled, even if Nia Xiaoyong was a 3-star battle saint, he had no power to resist. He could only let Fatso destroy him as he howled in pain. "Despicable person. You knew that I was here to cause trouble for you, yet you didn't take any precautions. Aren't you stupid? Also, fighting one-on-one with a hedonistic scum like you is purely a waste of time." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He walked to Li Yan's side and looked at her pale face. His lips moved, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and lowered his head to look at the river below. For a moment, only Fatso's arrogant voice and Nia Xiaoyong's screams could be heard. Swish. Soon, figures continued to appear in the sky. They were all disciples of the main pagoda. Even some disciples of the Holy Lands came after hearing the news. He actually crippled Nia Xiaoyong's chi. Isn't that too cruel? Yes, our main pagoda has a rule that disciples are not allowed to fight in private. Even if he is the direct disciple of the main pagoda lord, he can't violate it. Someone said with dissatisfaction. "I don't agree with this. If Nia Xiaoyong never harassed Li Yan, would this have happened? Speaking of which, he only has himself to blame for this." "That's right. Senior Brother Mu is punishing evil and upholding justice. We should support him." There were also people who supported Qin Feiyang. Aya, it's so lively." At this moment, accompanied by a strange laughter, a purple-clothed youth broke through the sky and landed beside Qin Feiyang. This voice. Chapter 1073. The purple-clothed youth snickered. "I was worried that you would be alone in the main pagoda, isolated and helpless. That's why I came back to help you." "Then shouldn't I thank you?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The purple-clothed youth said, "If you really want to thank me, I will accept it." Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at the purple-clothed youth, then continued to look at the river below, his eyes flickering. Awesome. At this time, Fatso finally stopped, looking at Nia Xiaoyong who was like a dead dog. His fat face was full of pleasure. Then, he looked at the other dozen people and shouted, "Line up for me, one by one." The group of people's faces were ashen. They were all disciples of the sacred land. Usually, in front of ordinary disciples, they were high and mighty monarchs, and no one dared to disobey them. But now, they had actually fallen to this point, being bullied by an ordinary disciple in public. How could they raise their heads in the main pagoda in the future? But they didn't dare to resist. Because there was a fierce person watching from the side. They glanced at Qin Feiyang, and with a heart full of humiliation, they obediently lined up and went up one by one to be slapped in the face. Pa! Not long after. More than a dozen people's faces were swollen like pig heads. The people in the sky looked at each other in dismay. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. But this damn fatso, he didn't hit anywhere but the face. Wasn't this deliberately embarrassing the disciples of the sacred land? If you let me know in the future that you came to harass Li Yan, then it won't be as simple as today. Scram! Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people nodded repeatedly, terrified, and then took Nia Xiaoyong and left in a sorry state. The direct disciple of the chief pagoda master is indeed different. Isn't that so? If it were someone else causing trouble here, those law enforcement elders and deacon elders would have come long ago. Regardless of whether you are reasonable or not, they would beat you up first. But now look, which law enforcement elder is here? They are all playing dumb, not wanting to offend this person. The crowd in the sky whispered secretly. Fatso looked up at those people and shouted, "Do you all have nothing to do?" Hearing this domineering shout, some people immediately raised their eyebrows. They were either members of famous clans, super tribes, or disciples of the Holy Lands. Who would dare to scold them like this? But when they saw Qin Feiyang standing at the edge of the cliff, they chose to swallow their anger and left. Very soon. Only Qin Feiyang, Li Yan, Fatso, and the purple-clothed youth were left in this place. Alas! After a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed softly. He turned to Li Yan and said, "I understand your current feelings, but what's the point of doing this? I'm sure your grandfather wouldn't want to see you like this." "Then what should I do?" Laughing heartlessly. "I can't do it," Li Yan murmured. Qin Feiyang said, "You need to have the courage to face it. If you can't even bear this blow, how can you face more brutal blows in the future? After all, life is unpredictable, and anything can happen." Li Yan was silent. Qin Feiyang looked at her for a while and simply ignored it. Because this kind of thing, outsiders couldn't interfere. Li Yan could only rely on herself to walk out of it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the purple-clothed youth and looked at Fatso. "Let's go." Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. "Boss, your message?" Fatso was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth also shook his head. The image crystal of the three of them didn't respond, so it must be Li Yan's image crystal. The three of them couldn't help but look at Li Yan. Li Yan was silent for a while and took out the image crystal. Buzz. The image of a middle-aged man emerged. This person's face was rough, his eyebrows reached his temples, and he was quite dignified. But at this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Li Yan, his eyes full of helplessness and even a trace of sadness. Li Yan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Father, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man asked, "Is there anyone else beside you?" Li Yan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two and shook her head at the middle-aged man. "There's something I have to tell you in advance," the middle-aged man said, but it seemed to be something difficult for him to say. Li Yan said, "Father, what's the matter?" Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and said, "Yan, we have already agreed to let you marry Fu Anshan." "What?" Li Yan suddenly stood up. Qin Feiyang and the other two also had a look of disbelief. Marry Fu Anshan? Was this a joke? In terms of seniority, Fu Anshan was of the grandfather's generation. What were Li Yan's parents thinking? The middle-aged man blamed himself. "Yan, I'm sorry. Father didn't want to do this, but father had no choice. Looks like there's a secret." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and quietly looked at the middle-aged man. Li Yan finally recovered, looked at the middle-aged man, and asked, "Did Fu Anshan force you?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Some time ago, Fu Anshan suddenly came to our house and said that he wanted to marry you. Your mother and I were furious at that time. Who does he think he is? Why should he marry you?" But, at this point, the middle-aged man fell silent, his face filled with pain. "Father, don't say any more. I know, he must have threatened you and your mother. There's nothing we can do about it. Without grandfather, our family has already declined." Li Yan shook her head and smiled, but her face was as pale as paper. "I'm sorry, it's my father's incompetence. Originally, your mother and I didn't agree to it even if we were beaten to death, but the elders in our clan chose to give up on you for the future of the Li family. They even threatened that if your mother and I continued to protect you, not only would they join forces to abolish me as the patriarch, but they would also expel us from the family. This family was single-handedly built by your grandfather. Father can't just give it to them for free. Can you forgive your father?" the middle-aged man said. Li Yan laughed. "Your daughter can understand, father, you don't have to blame yourself anymore." "Thank you," the middle-aged man said gratefully. "Then when will you come back? Your mother and I both hope to have a good time with you before you get married." Li Yan pondered for a moment and said, after a while, "Your daughter doesn't want to see that group of mercenary elders right now." "All right." The middle-aged man did not force her, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Li Yan put away the image crystal and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said self-deprecatingly, "I didn't expect that after grandfather died, my Li family would become so unbearable, to actually let me marry an old man. If you want to laugh, laugh." Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Right now, they only had sympathy in their hearts. How could they laugh at Li Yan? "Then marry me. As long as you marry me, on this forgotten continent, no one will dare to do anything to your Li family." The purple-clothed youth chuckled. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Are you kidding me at a time like this?" "I'm not kidding. I'll like anything that you've taken a fancy to," the purple-clothed youth said playfully. "Everything I like?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a dark face, "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with Li Yan. If you have nothing to do with her, why are you so concerned about her? You even offended Mia Xiaoyong for her. The leader of the Adamantine tribe is famous for his fiery temper. He's not someone to be trifled with." The purple-clothed youth laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, and said, "Is it a friendship between fellow disciples? TCH, stop pretending." The purple-clothed youth raised his middle finger. Li Yan said, "You guys go, I want to calm down by myself." "Then you take care." Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply, then turned and left with Fatso. The purple-clothed youth's eyes flashed, and he quickly chased after the two. After leaving the Sword Peak, Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Fatso, and said, "I'm worried that Li Yan might take things too hard and do something stupid. You must keep an eye on her before the succession ceremony." Fatso hurriedly said, "Fat Lord hasn't even dealt with Chu Xian's parents. How can he have time to take care of her?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Let's put Chu Xian's matter aside for now. If Li Yan really does something stupid, Li He will kill me." "Li He?" The purple-clothed youth was stunned and said suspiciously, "Isn't Li He dead?" Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Fatso. "Don't worry, after I rest for a few days, I will personally go to the Chu family and ask Chu Xian's parents." "Okay then." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He opened a teleportation door and walked in with large strides. Seeing this, the purple-clothed youth hurriedly followed. Calm Heart Lake. On the balcony of the attic, Qin Feiyang stared at the purple-clothed youth angrily and said, "Why are you following me? Do you know where this is? If someone sees you, you will be in trouble." The purple-clothed youth glanced at the island and said with a smile, "Of course I know this place, Calm Heart Lake. What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The purple-clothed youth said, I just want to know, when you were in the Azure Sea, how did your cultivation suddenly become a 3-star combat emperor? That's right. This person was Mu Qing. However, he was Mu Qing after changing his appearance, and now he was called Qin Day. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, and then the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Speaking of this, it reminds me of what you said to me. Mu Qing's face darkened. The thing he was worried about was indeed going to happen. Back then, didn't you tell me how amazing and awesome those people were? In the end, when they saw me, why did they run away without even saying goodbye? Is this the elite disciple of your Mu family? Qin Feiyang sneered. Continue, I'm listening. Mu Qing was also thick-skinned, and did not care at all. Do you think I'll say it just because you want me to? Qin Feiyang disdainfully turned around and entered the attic. Mu Qing said, if you don't say it, then I will. I have been wondering a question. When we first entered the main tower, it was for the heavenly astral flames. Now that we have obtained the heavenly astral flames, why are you still staying in the main tower? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He turned to look at Mu Qing and suddenly shouted, Wang Yu, I have something to talk to you about. Come over here. You win. Mu Qing's face changed, and he immediately opened the portal. If I wasn't afraid of your Mu family's strength, I would have already crippled you. Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose. Mu Qing's body stiffened, and he sneered, then let's wait and see. Let's see who will cripple who in the end. After saying that, he stepped into the portal without looking back. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 1074. What's the matter? Whoosh. Wang Yuer flew over and landed in the courtyard, looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at her in shock. He had thought that with Wang Yuer's character, she wouldn't come, but she did. This was awkward. What's the matter? Tell me. Wang Yuer urged impatiently. Qin Feiyang had an idea and asked, didn't you say in Qinghai last time that you would ask your grandpa and your parents to break off the engagement? Why didn't you do anything? Wang Yuer's face stiffened. He called her over just for this? Bastard. Did he hate her that much? He couldn't wait to break off the engagement. I've told them, but they don't want to. There's nothing I can do. Go to them if you can. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wang Yuer said coldly, then turned around and flew back to the attic. Her face was colder than her tone. Why are you angry? Don't you all want to break off the engagement? Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. This woman's mind was indeed deeper than the bottom of the sea. Shaking his head, he turned around and entered the room. The next day, the news that Qin Feiyang was still alive had already spread to all the big and small cities and tribes. Similarly, the news of Nia Xiaoyong being abused also spread like wildfire. In the Adamantine tribe, in a certain hall, a burly man in black slammed his hand on a desk and said angrily, Bastard, he even dares to provoke the chief tower master's personal disciple. Is he tired of living? Husband, you can't blame Xiaoyong for this. Xiaoyong took a fancy to Li Yan. Although what he did was wrong, he didn't provoke Ancestor Mu. Why did he treat Xiaoyong like this in public? A middle-aged woman next to him said unhappily. This woman was wearing luxurious clothes and her long hair was tied up. She was still charming. Chief, Madam is right. Ancestor Mu bullied Xiaoyong in public, which means that he doesn't take our Adamantine tribe seriously at all. A young man below said. This person was thin and wore a fitted white robe. He looked to be in his 30s and held a jade flute in his hand. He looked rather scholarly. He was the high priest of the Vajra tribe. The Adamantine chief said, Then what do you think we should do? He is the chief pagoda master's disciple. The purple-clothed woman said, Even if he is the chief pagoda master's disciple, he still has to be reasonable. That's right. In that kind of situation, you could have just asked Xiaoyong to apologize. Why did you have to do that? He even crippled Xiaoyong's qi. He's simply taking advantage of his position to bully others. The high priest said. The two of them echoed each other, thoroughly arousing the fury in the Vajra tribe's chief's heart. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go look for Chief Tower Master to reason with him." After the chief of the Adamantine tribe left, the high priest shook his head and laughed. Our chief's temper is really fiery. If he didn't do that, would we have a chance? The purple-clothed woman smiled and snuggled into the high priest's embrace. That's true. While he's at the chief pagoda, let's go have some fun. The high priest picked up the purple-clothed woman and walked towards the bed with a lewd smile on his face. Xiaoyong is in trouble, and you still have the mood to think about this? The purple-clothed woman looked at him with dissatisfaction. Isn't someone worried about this? Why are we in such a hurry? The high priest threw the purple-clothed woman on the bed and impatiently pounced on her. For a moment. In the main hall, clothes were flying and moaning. The chief pagoda. Shwa. A purple-clothed youth holding a folding fan appeared above Calm Heart Lake. He looked at the pavilion where Qin Feiyang was and said loudly, "Ancestor Mu, come out for a moment." Qin Feiyang was meditating when he heard the voice. He opened his eyes and walked out of the pavilion. He looked up at the purple-clothed youth and smiled. "Brother Gongsun, what's the matter?" Gongsun Bei said, "The chief pagoda master wants you to go over." "Why does master want me to go over?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "The leader of the Adamantine tribe is here." After hearing this, "I don't need to tell you. You should know." Gongsun Bei smiled. "The leader of the Adamantine tribe?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Brother Gongsun Bei, can I not go?" "What do you think?" Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and flew over. He landed beside Gongsun Bei and said, "Then let's go." Gongsun Bei said, "We'll fly over." Fly over? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't there a portal? Flying over would be a waste of time. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "I want to take the opportunity to talk to you." "Talk about what?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Let's talk as we walk." Gongsun Bei smiled and flew towards the chief pagoda master's courtyard. Qin Feiyang followed behind him suspiciously. However, after flying for a long time, Gongsun Bei didn't say anything. He just silently flew forward. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Brother Gongsun Bei, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't be afraid." Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. "I'm not only the chief pagoda master's disciple, but also the temple master of the Oracle Temple. What's there to be afraid of?" "Then you," Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Gongsun Bei said, "Did anything happen when you entered Qinghai?" "How do you want me to answer that?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Anyway, a lot of things happened." Gongsun Bei said, "Then is there anything about the chief pagoda master?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at Gongsun Bei in surprise. Why did this sound strange? Gongsun Bei turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang's expression. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, then he looked back and smiled. "Actually, I'm the same kind of person as you." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was even more surprised. However, Gongsun Bei didn't explain. He smiled faintly and said, "In the future, no matter what happens or who you meet, you have to be careful." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. What was this person hinting at? Gongsun Bei still didn't give any explanation. He said, "I have something to ask you. Do you know where your parents went?" "The day you came back from Qinghai, I went to look for them and found that they had already left." "I don't know. My parents are a pair of wild cranes. They never tell me where they go, and they won't stay in the same place for too long." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Can you contact them?" Gongsun Bei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not afraid of Brother Gongsun laughing at me, but I didn't establish a contract with them." "Why?" "You're their family." Gong Sunbei was surprised. Yes, family. But they always said that they don't want a good-for-nothing son like me. They also said that I'm not allowed to mention them outside, and I'm not allowed to ask them for help if I encounter any problems. I even suspect that I'm not their biological son. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. You're thinking too much. They should be doing this to let you grow up independently. After all, most children nowadays grow up under the care of their parents. It's hard to become a big deal if you're spoiled. Gong Sunbei said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang showed a look of doubt. Whether that's the case or not, you'll know when you ask them in the future. Gong Sunbei smiled and said, in fact, to be honest, I envy your parents. Envy them for what? Qin Feiyang asked. No one can restrain them. They can go wherever they want. It's easy and carefree. Gong Sunbei smiled with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Gong Sunbei can do it too. Me? Gong Sunbei shook his head and smiled. Some people, some things, once they take the first step, it's difficult to get away. In fact, it's better to live a simple life. Some people, some things. Qin Feiyang was silent. What was Gong Sunbei hinting at? What kind of secret was he hiding in his heart? Gong Sunbei had always given him the impression that he was a strong, smart, and capable person. But now he suddenly realized that there was another side to Gong Sunbei besides these things on the surface. Melancholy. Desire. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Gong Sunbei, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you, but I don't know if I should ask. We're all on the same side. What's there to worry about? Just ask. Gong Sunbei said. You're also Master's disciple, but why have I never heard you call him Master? You always call him Lord? Qin Feiyang wondered. Haven't I already finished my apprenticeship? If I still call him Master, others will gossip behind his back. Gong Sunbei smiled. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Although Gong Sunbei had finished his apprenticeship, he was still a disciple of the Chief Tower Master. Besides, with Gong Sunbei's strength and status in the Chief Tower, who dared to gossip behind his back? However, Gong Sunbei did not continue to discuss this topic. He smiled and said, Tell me what happened in Qinghai. I'm very interested. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and told him one by one. But what he said was what young Master Hao and Wang Yu also knew. As for the other things, he chose to hide them. Unknowingly. The Chief Tower Master's courtyard came into their sight. Gong Sunbei looked at the courtyard from afar and said with a smile, Listening to what you said, this trip to Qinghai was quite exciting. But you should be hiding a lot of things. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Don't worry. This is your private matter. I won't interfere. But you have to remember that there are some things that you must remember not to talk about. You must rot in your stomach. Gong Sunbei stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked very serious. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed, and he nodded and said, Understood. Then let's go. Gong Sunbei smiled and waved his hand. He landed in front of the courtyard with Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, My lord, I've brought Ancestor Mu. Greetings, Master. Qin Feiyang also bowed. The Chief Tower Master was sitting in the pavilion. There was a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the stone table. Opposite the Chief Tower Master sat a burly man. It was the chief of the Adamantine tribe. Come in. Chief Pagoda Master said with a smile as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Chapter 1075. After entering the pavilion, Gong Sunbei stood respectfully behind the Chief Pagoda Master and remained silent. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the Chief Pagoda Master and bowed. May I ask why Master called this disciple here? The Chief Pagoda Master pointed at the Adamantine tribe's leader and smiled. This is the leader of the Adamantine tribe. Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and looked at the Adamantine tribe's leader. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Senior. The Adamantine tribe's leader nodded expressionlessly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Nia Xiaoyong was a beast in human clothing. Presumably, this Adamantine tribe's leader was also not a good person. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to such a person. He turned his head and looked suspiciously at the chief pagoda master. The chief pagoda master said, this time, the Adamantine tribe's leader came for Nia Xiaoyong. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Master, please listen to this disciple's explanation. Don't be nervous. I have already asked Gong Sunbei to investigate, so I know the general situation. Although this matter was Nia Xiaoyong's fault, you shouldn't humiliate him in public. So, I hope you can apologize to the Adamantine tribe's leader and let this matter be resolved. The chief pagoda master smiled. Apologize? Qin Feiyang frowned. The chief pagoda master said, you don't even listen to your master's words? This disciple doesn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head, then turned to the Adamantine tribe's leader and was about to speak. But at this moment, the Adamantine tribe's leader coldly snorted, apologizing is already letting you off easy. Hearing this, Gong Sunbei, who was standing behind the chief pagoda master, raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang was also unhappy. He bowed his head and apologized purely because of the chief pagoda master's order. He didn't expect the Adamantine tribe's leader to take advantage of him. He decisively took back the words on the tip of his tongue and turned to the chief pagoda master. Master, this disciple didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to him? The Adamantine tribe's leader's face was filled with anger. The chief tower master frowned. Gong Sunbei's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, Sir, Ancestor Mu is doing this to protect the reputation of our main tower. What do you mean? Chief Pagoda Master asked. Think about it. If Ancestor Mu doesn't come forward to teach Nia Xiaoyong a lesson, then once this matter spreads out, people will definitely criticize us. They will say that our main pagoda is biased towards the juniors of super tribes. In this way, the position of the main pagoda in the hearts of the people will definitely be damaged. Therefore, this subordinate believes that the one who should apologize is not Ancestor Mu, but the leader of the Adamantine tribe. Because he taught such a good son. Gong Sunbei said. Gong Sunbei, what do you mean? Are you protecting him? The chief of the Adamantine tribe glared at Gong Sunbei. Wrong. The main tower is a place that pays particular attention to fairness and justice. As the hall master of the Oracle Hall, I only speak according to the facts and will not side with anyone. Gong Sunbei raised his head and looked at the chief of the Adamantine tribe. The chief of the Adamantine tribe clenched his fists and hurriedly looked at the chief pagoda master, saying, Sir, the chief pagoda master stretched out his hand and said, That's enough. What Gong Sunbei said is very reasonable. The main pagoda is a sacred place. We can't break the rules here because of some spoiled brat. This, the chief of the Adamantine tribe didn't know what to do. The chief pagoda master raised his teacup and took a sip as he sighed, Don't hold on to it. If I really made Ancestor Mu apologize to you, it would only make your son even more arrogant. In the future, things will get out of hand. My main pagoda doesn't welcome such a person. The last sentence could be said to have a profound meaning. Yes, yes, yes. The chief of the Adamantine tribe's eyes trembled as he hurriedly agreed. As the chief of a super tribe, how could he not understand the meaning of these words? If Nia Xiaoyong didn't restrain himself, he would most likely be kicked out of the main pagoda. This was something that no super tribe wanted to happen. Because once a member of a tribe was kicked out of the main pagoda, not only would their reputation be damaged, but their status would also drop. Most importantly, the chief pagoda master was angry. The chief pagoda master was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. If he was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the chief of the Adamantine tribe was so tactful, the chief pagoda master smiled and said, Discipline him well. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'll cause a huge disaster. Yes. The chief of the Adamantine tribe nodded and stood up. I was too reckless this time. I hope sir can forgive me. That's understandable. The chief pagoda master smiled. Then I'll take my leave first. The chief of the Adamantine tribe let out a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Good. The chief pagoda master nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the chief of the Adamantine tribe and said indifferently, You want to leave already? You still haven't apologized to me. The chief of the Adamantine tribe was about to explode in anger, but when he saw Gong Sunbei and the chief pagoda master, he immediately suppressed his anger and cupped his hands, saying, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not teaching my son properly and causing you trouble. Please forgive me. Qin Feiyang chuckled, That's more like it. Take care, I won't see you out. The chief of the Adamantine tribe gloomily glanced at him, opened the portal, and walked in with a stomach full of anger. He originally wanted to settle accounts with Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he had to apologize to Qin Feiyang. What was going on? This trip was really frustrating. When the portal disappeared, Qin Feiyang looked at the chief pagoda master and complained, Master, why did you bother with such a person? I also didn't want to bother with him, but for better or worse, he's the chief of the Adamantine tribe. I have to give him some face, right? But I didn't expect him to say such words when you were apologizing. He really doesn't know how to have self-respect. The chief pagoda master shook his head and smiled. Gong Sunbei coldly snorted, These people are just like that. Show them some face and they think they're awesome. They don't even know who they're in front of. The chief pagoda master chuckled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, But remember to restrain yourself in the future. Otherwise, people will say that I'm partial to you. Disciple will remember. Qin Feiyang replied. All right, you can go back. The chief pagoda master waved his hand. Disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted, then turned around and left. After watching Qin Feiyang leave, the chief pagoda master asked without turning his head, Did you ask where his parents are now? Yes. You don't know where they are? Gong Sunbei briefly explained the situation at the time. There are actually such parents in this world. There really are all kinds of strange things. Fine, let's put this matter aside for now. Now, help me do something else. Remove the spies that the other tribes placed in my chief pagoda. The chief pagoda master's tone was filled with killing intent. Gong Sunbei was surprised. The chief pagoda master said, Are you thinking that doing this might cause the other tribes to be dissatisfied? Not possibly, they'll definitely be dissatisfied. Gong Sunbei said. I want them to be dissatisfied, and I want them to be afraid. I want them to know that I don't usually care, not because I'm stupid, but because I'm too lazy to care. The chief pagoda master said. Gong Sunbei's pupils shrank. He nodded and said, Understood. I'll do it immediately. After saying that, he strode away. The chief pagoda master also stood up and took out a brush, ink, and paper. Swoosh. As the brush moved like a dragon, the word kill suddenly appeared. He looked at the word kill with a gaze as sharp as a blade. If you think that my silence is capital for you to become more aggressive, then you are gravely mistaken. There can only be one ruler on the forgotten continent, and that is me. Those who dare to go against me, kill. He muttered and waved his hand. The paper with the word kill instantly turned to dust. Back to Qin Feiyang. After returning to the soothing lake, he sat beside the tea table and kept thinking about what Gong Sunbei said. He felt that Gong Sunbei seemed to know something. However, due to some reason, he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he used this method to hint at him. What kind of person are you? Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, got up, and walked to the balcony on the second floor. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. After taking it out, Yan Wei's shadow appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yan Wei said in a deep voice, Fu Anshan is indeed an old fox. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yen Wei said, you don't know. He didn't destroy that video at all. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yen Wei said, before leaving for the Black Wind Mountain, he sent that video to another confidant. Then why did he still do so many tricks in the Black Wind Mountain? Qin Feiyang frowned. I asked him. He said that if he didn't act like this, would the chief of the Divine Python tribe and the high priest believe him? He also wanted to make this show more realistic, so he hid it from me at that time. Yen Wei said. Amazing. I really underestimated him. Qin Feiyang was amazed. Fu Anshan was able to climb to this height by no means by chance or luck. He was really smart. However, no matter how hard Fu Anshan tried, it was useless. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, is he complacent now? Of course. He also said that compared to him, the chief of the Divine Python tribe is the difference between an idiot and a genius. Yen Wei nodded and said with a smile. Then let him be happy first. The happier he is now, the harder he will cry in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, is there anything else? Yen Wei said, no, I just want to tell you about this. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, has he gone to threaten the chief of the Divine Python tribe now? How would he dare now? He is also worried that the chief of the Divine Python tribe will do something desperate. But after he becomes the deputy pavilion master, he will definitely continue to threaten him. Yen Wei said. Okay, keep an eye on him. If there is anything, report to me immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Yen Wei replied. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, pondered for a while, and sent a message to Fatso. When Fatso's shadow appeared, Qin Feiyang asked, has Li Yan calmed down? How can she calm down so quickly after encountering so many things in a row? Fatso shook his head. Then you have to keep an eye on her. Where is Chu Xian's tribe? Qin Feiyang asked. Are we going now? Fatso was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso said, when you see her parents, you have to be more polite. After all, they are Fat Lord's future mother-in-law. They haven't even started dating yet. Mother-in-law, father-in-law. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, tell me quickly. Fatso said, I heard from Chu Xian that her tribe is outside White Cloud City, but Fat Lord has never been there, so he doesn't know the exact location. He doesn't know the coordinates of White Cloud City either. Go and ask around. Okay. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, thought for a while, and rose into the air. At this moment, young Master Hao returned from outside. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, where are you going? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said, you came back just in time. Do you know the coordinates of White Cloud City? White Cloud City. Young Master Hao was stunned. He pondered for a moment and asked, is there a place called White Cloud City in the Central Divine Kingdom? Why would I be stupid enough to ask you? Qin Feiyang slapped his forehead hard, his face full of anger. This guy had never left the Divine City before. How could he know about White Cloud City? Whoosh! He moved and flew toward Wang Yu's courtyard. Wait for me. Why are you asking about White Cloud City's coordinates? Is there anything interesting going on? Chapter 1076. If you want to have fun, you should go to Longfeng House. It's useless to follow me. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Young Master Hao chuckled. I don't believe that you'll go to White Cloud City for no reason. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Swoosh. He landed in Wang Yu's courtyard and smiled. Wang Yu, can you come out for a while? What do you want? Wang Yu's angry shout came from the pavilion. That, Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, I really have something to talk to you about this time. Bam! The door was kicked open, and Wang Yu walked out angrily. She stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "You better have something to talk to me about." Young Master Hao glanced at Wang Yuer and whispered to Qin Feiyang, "Look at her anger. Did you offend her again?" Qin Feiyang touched his nose and smiled at Wang Yuer. "I want to know the coordinates of White Cloud City." White Cloud City. Wang Yuer raised her brows and nodded. "I know where White Cloud City is, but why are you going there?" Young Master Hao chuckled. "To meet an old flame." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. This bastard really wanted to stir up trouble. As expected. Hearing young Master Hao's words, Wang Yuer was so angry that her face turned green. She wanted to chop Qin Feiyang into pieces. No matter what, he had a fiancé now. How could he go on a date with an old flame? The worst thing was that he came to ask her, his fiancé in name, for the coordinates. How could she endure this? Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was bad and quickly comforted her. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just going there to do something. I'm not talking nonsense." Young Master Hao shrugged, but there was a sinister smile in his eyes. "You're not done?" Qin Feiyang's veins were popping. Was it not chaotic enough? Wang Yuer gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll tell you the coordinates of the White Cloud City, but you have to bring me along. I'd like to see how beautiful this old lover of yours that you're so obsessed with is." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, looking distressed. "Brother Mu, don't tell me you still can't tell? I've already fallen in love with you." Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, young Master Hao sighed inwardly and felt extremely helpless. Actually, he was deliberately provoking Wang Yuer in order to make Wang Yuer jealous and then inadvertently reveal her care for Qin Feiyang. Obviously, he had achieved his goal. Wang Yuer was very jealous now. However, what gave him a headache was that Qin Feiyang didn't realize it even though Wang Yuer had made it so obvious. His EQ was worrying. Buzz. Wang Yuer waved her hand and opened a portal. She said coldly, "Hurry up if you want to go. Don't waste time." Qin Feiyang glared at young Master Hao and sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to walk in. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao quickly followed him. White Cloud City. It was a city that was neither too small nor too small. The buildings were located in a picturesque manner. The ancient city walls were like a giant python that surrounded the city, emitting a cold aura. Outside the city, on a wide road, two men and a woman walked side by side. The three of them looked like companions, but none of them spoke. The atmosphere was very unfriendly. It was Qin Feiyang and the other two. However, they had all changed their appearances and concealed their cultivation level. As the White Cloud City was not as remote as Qinghai City and the three of them had extraordinary identities, they would be easily recognized and would definitely cause a commotion. Qin Feiyang had disguised himself as a muscular young man. He glanced at Wang Yuer, whose face was as cold as ice, and felt a throbbing pain in his head. "Well, I'd like to explain." After hesitating for a while, he finally decided to tell Wang Yuer the purpose of his trip to the White Cloud City this time to prevent the misunderstanding from worsening. "Who am I to you? Do you need to explain to me?" However, before Qin Feiyang could speak, Wang Yuer said coldly, "All right, I'm too lazy to waste my breath." Qin Feiyang was also angry. Why was this woman so unreasonable? Sigh. Looking at the two of them arguing, young Master Hao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had helped them out of kindness this time. After a while, the three of them arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, there were 4 guards standing guard. Their cultivation levels were between 1-star and 2-star battle ancestors. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "Brothers, may I know how to get to the Chu family?" Chu family. The 4 of them looked at each other in confusion. One of them asked, "Which Chu family?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Are there many Chu families in the White Cloud City?" The guard smiled. "Brother, this is your first time in the White Cloud City, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. No wonder you don't know. There are a total of 2 Chu families in the White Cloud City. There is one in the city, which is a wealthy family. There is another outside the city, which is a tribe called the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The guard said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said with a smile, I want to ask about the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe is in the east of the city, which is more than 200 miles away from the White Cloud City. However, forgive me for asking, why are you going to the Heavenly Spiral Tribe? The guard asked. Qin Feiyang said, there are some things I need to settle. The guard nodded and said, then you must be careful. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe is not a friendly place. Not a friendly place? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, brother, what do you mean? The guard said with disgust, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is a super tribe in our area. They are usually arrogant, self-righteous, and look down on others. In short, no one likes them in the White Cloud City. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the Heavenly Spiral Tribe to have such a bad reputation. I'm not lying to you. In our White Cloud City, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is famous for being overbearing. Some of the disciples in the tribe often bully men and women in the White Cloud City. The guard said. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, does the White Cloud City not have a city lord? Of course. But our city lord doesn't dare to interfere. The guard sighed. Why? Young Master Hao was suspicious. Because the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader has a daughter called Chu Xian. She entered the main tower and is a disciple of the main tower. A disciple of the main tower has a noble status. How would our city lord dare to offend her? The guard shook his head. Young Master Hao was furious and said, just because a daughter entered the main tower, they dare to be so arrogant. They have no respect for the law. Law? Little brother, you must be joking. Things like the law are only targeted at us, the weak. To the Heavenly Spiral Tribe, their words are the law. The guard sneered. Young Master Hao clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao and said inwardly, are you angry? This is the way of the world. Even though the forgotten continent is under your father's control, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Who would really listen to him? Sigh. Young Master Hao sighed deeply. The more he was involved in the world, the more he felt that this world was strange. It was completely different from what he imagined. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 bodyguards and calmly asked, then, 4 big brothers, are you familiar with Chu Xian? What do you think of her as a person? One of the guards said, we were all born in the White Cloud City. Of course, we are familiar with Chu Xian. As for her, scram. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the guard's words. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 turned around and saw a purple-clothed youth of 18 or 19 years old riding a giant golden tiger on the main road in the distance. He was rushing towards them. His face was filled with an insufferably arrogant expression. Behind the purple-clothed youth was a group of burly men in tight robes. They were also riding giant black tigers. They looked ferocious and aggressive. Oh no, they're here again. The 4 guards' expressions changed. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 guards and frowned. Who are they? That purple-clothed youth is called Chu Outyan. He's the son of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader. This person is extremely arrogant because of the faction behind him. He doesn't take anyone seriously. He even dared to scold our city lord. The 4 guards said. Qin Feiyang raised his brows. The son of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader. Wouldn't that make him Chu Xian's younger brother? In that case, he would be Fatso's brother-in-law in the future. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw a passerby who did not dodge in time and was sent flying by the giant golden tiger under Chu Outyan. He spat out blood. Stop. Chu Aotian looked at the passerby and shouted at the giant golden tiger under him. Roar! The giant golden tiger let out a roar and immediately came to a halt. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang thought that Chu Aotian was going to apologize to the passerby. However, what he did not expect was that Chu Aotian did not apologize. Instead, he looked down at the passerby and shouted, "How dare you block my way?" The passerby's eyes trembled. He did not care about the injuries on his body and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Young Master Aotian, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Do you think you can settle this with just, 'I was wrong'? Don't you know who this young master is? Kill him for this young master." Chu Aotian smiled contemptuously. As he snorted, a burly man behind him raised his hand and pointed in the air. A battle chi broke through the air and swept toward the passerby's forehead. He's trying to kill him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this person being too unreasonable? In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and stood in front of the passerby. He raised his head and waved his hand gently. The battle chi that broke through the air disintegrated. Chu Aotian looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The group of burly men behind him also revealed astonishment in their eyes. How dare he come out and meddle in their business? Was he stupid? The four guards also changed their expressions and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to young Master Hao and Wang Yuer. "You two, quickly call your companions back. You can't afford to offend Chu Aotian. He will bring you a disaster." Can't afford to offend him? Young Master Hao and Wang Yuer looked at each other with a cold expression. What was Chu Aotian? He was just a good-for-nothing from a small tribe. They were the ones who could not afford to offend. Chapter 1077. Qin Feiyang frowned. He instantly felt extremely disgusted with Fatso's future brother-in-law. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Chu Aotian said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" "I heard you," Qin Feiyang said. "You could have spoken, but I thought you were mute. Now tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss?" Chu Aotian stared at him arrogantly. "Loss?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He pointed at the passerby behind him and said, "Brother, what loss do you have?" Chu Aotian said, "You stopped my men from killing him in front of everyone and made me lose face. Isn't that a loss?" Qin Feiyang was completely speechless. This person was no longer just a playboy. He was simply a malignant tumor. Everyone saw it. You were the one who drove your mount around and injured others. Now you want me to compensate you for your loss. Can you be more shameless? Qin Feiyang said. Chu Aotian's face turned cold. A burly man behind him shouted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Aotian like that?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I don't know who I am, but I know that you people are worse than animals. How dare you? You're too presumptuous. Young Master Aotian, please let me cripple him." The burly man was furious. His eyes flashed fiercely. Chu Aotian smiled mockingly and nodded. "Okay, go cripple him, but don't kill him. I want to keep him alive and torture him." "Understood." The burly man smiled sinisterly. He rode his black tiger and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step. "It's over. That kid is dead. Yes, no one who dares to go against Chu Aotian will live to see the sun tomorrow." More and more people gathered around. When they saw this scene, they could not help but whisper. Not only did these discussions enter Qin Feiyang's ears, they also entered the ears of Chu Aotian and the others. The group of people couldn't help but laugh proudly. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's smile was even brighter than theirs. He looked at Chu Aotian and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if your lackeys don't do anything." Chu Aotian's cultivation was unbearable to look at. He was merely a one-star combat emperor. As for the group of big men, their strength was not bad. They were all 9 Star Wars sects, but that was only limited to the White Cloud City. In his eyes, they were inferior to ants. Ioyo, you're acting so awesome now. You almost scared this young master to death. Chu Outyan patted his chest and said with a strange smile in a timid voice. Those burly men also laughed wantonly. Qin Feiyang's gaze swept over the group of people, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Saint's aura roared out, suppressing everyone present. What? He's a battle saint. Everyone's eyes trembled. This, Chu Outyan was also dumbfounded. The group of burly men was also dumbfounded. How dare a small and insignificant tribe be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Qin Feiyang's killing intent was aroused. He took a step forward and landed in front of the burly man who was walking towards him. He raised his hand and slapped him. Crack. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the burly man's head was crushed on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. Chu Outyan's face immediately turned pale. I really don't know how a person like you can live until today. Qin Feiyang took another step forward and landed in the middle of the group of burly men behind Chu Outyan. He raised his hand and slapped down. One by one, the burly men died tragically. Moreover, their heads were all crushed, and their blood dyed the ground red. In less than 5 breaths, all the burly men were killed. Qin Feiyang flickered and landed in front of Chu Outyan. He saw that Chu Outyan's face was completely pale. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he was looking at a devil. He was very arrogant. However, he had bullied those who were afraid of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. Now, the person in front of him was obviously not afraid of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. He finally realized that he had hit a wall this time. Qin Feiyang looked at him, shook his head, and sighed. Life is so beautiful. Why don't you cherish it? Long Outyan stammered. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak. His previous awe-inspiring aura had long disappeared. He was like a desperate dog. Everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would kill Chu Outyan. Especially young Master Hao and Wang Yu. With regards to Qin Feiyang, they could be considered to have a very good understanding of him now. What he hated the most was this kind of profligate's son who relied on his power to bully others. Moreover, Qin Feiyang didn't even take the direct descendants of the major tribes seriously, let alone the young master of a small tribe. Nia Xiaoyong was the best example. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. Qin Feiyang actually withdrew his saint aura and said indifferently, Go. I hope this lesson will make you understand something. Chu Ao Tian looked at him in horror. He immediately rode the huge golden tiger and fled in a sorry state. Young Master Hao walked forward and said suspiciously, Brother Mu, what's wrong with you today? Why did you let him go? I can't help it. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He had to do this for Fatso's happiness. Because once he killed Chu Outyan, he would completely fall out with the Chu family. At that time, it would be even more impossible for Fatso and Chu Xian to be together. Humph. I think some people just don't want to offend their old sweetheart. Wang Yu snorted through her nose. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao also looked at her suspiciously. Wang Yu coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang and said to young Master Hao, Silly brother, don't you know? That woman named Chu Xian is very close to him. Really? Young Master Hao was surprised. Of course. I also know that some people have troubled Guofeng because of Chu Xian. Just because Chu Xian is Guofeng's ex-boyfriend. Wang Yu said sarcastically. This, young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, Brother, you're not really here to meet your old sweetheart, are you? Silly brother, you're still too naive. He's not here to meet his old sweetheart. He's here to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wang Yu sneered. Qin Feiyang's forehead was full of black lines as he angrily said, Can you guys stop making wild guesses? Wang Yu said, Are you making wild guesses? Or is it true? You know in your heart. It's over. The vinegar jar is completely overturned. Young Master Hao muttered secretly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and felt that his head was about to explode. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Yu strangely. What? Wang Yu raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, that's not right. How do you know about Chu Xian and me so clearly? Are you investigating me behind my back? Wang Yu immediately became unnatural and shouted angrily, who do you think you are? Do you think I'll investigate you? Don't be narcissistic. Investigate. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu in a daze and suddenly pursed his lips with a trace of playfulness. She was secretly investigating Qin Feiyang. It seemed that this sister of his was quite attentive. It also proved that his sister really fell in love with him, but she was too headstrong and didn't want to admit it. You three, go quickly. At this time, the 4 guards walked over and urged him. Why should we go? Young Master Hao asked suspiciously. You killed the people of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. They definitely won't let you go. Yes, there are not many good people in the world. It's not worth it if you die here because of this. Don't hesitate. Go quickly. I'm afraid it'll be too late if you don't go now. The 4 of them advised earnestly. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped him. He looked at the 4 guards and said with a smile, we'll leave immediately. But you 4 haven't told me what kind of person Chu Xian is. We don't know about the current Chu Xian, but the Chu Xian in the past was not a simple character. One of the guards said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. I'll tell you a real example. I remember that before Chu Xian entered the main tower, there was a man who liked her very much. He was even willing to sacrifice himself for her without hesitation. At that time, Chu Xian seemed to like him very much. However, after Chu Xian entered the main tower, the man went to find her again. In the end, not only did he not win her back, but he was also ruthlessly driven away by Chu Xian. It was said that there was another man beside Chu Xian at that time. He seemed to be a direct descendant of a big tribe. We don't know his name, but his surname seems to be Gua. In the end, after the man who was abandoned by Chu Xian returned to the White Cloud City, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and was depressed. One day, while he was drunk, he ran to the Heavenly Spiral tribe to reason with Chu Xian's parents. Guess what happened? Chu Xian's father actually killed him on the spot. The guard said. What? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Without a doubt, that person with the surname Guo was definitely Guo Feng. Next. He looked at the guard and asked, is it true? He had met Chu Xian a few times. From those few times, she did not seem like the kind of person that the guard described. The guard said, basically everyone in the White Cloud City knows about it. How can it be false? It's just that everyone is too afraid of the Heavenly Spiral tribe, so no one dares to talk about it. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect her to be such a woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Since everyone in the city knew about it, then it must be true. Wang Yu glanced at him and secretly sneered, are you very disappointed? Disappointed? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He was indeed a little disappointed, but most of all, he felt that it was not worth it for Fatso. In order to win Chu Xian's heart, Fatso could be said to have put in a lot of effort. However, in the end, it was just an illusion. Thank you for telling me, brothers. I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked the 4 guards before turning to leave. Wang Yu and young Master Hao looked at each other and strode after him. Not long after the 3 of them left, a black-clothed old man and a dozen burly men descended above the city gate. Greetings, Butler Chu. The pupils of the 4 guards shrank, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. This was the butler of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. The black-clothed old man said sternly, where's the little bastard who killed my tribesman? They've already left. The 4 guards said. Which direction did they go? The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked. That way. The 4 guards pointed in the opposite direction of Qin Feiyang's group. The onlookers didn't make a sound. You're dreaming if you think you can just walk away after killing someone from my heavenly spiral tribe. The black-clothed old man smiled coldly and led the dozen burly men away at lightning speed. After the black-clothed old man and his group disappeared, the 4 guards looked at each other and smiled. They looked at the surrounding crowd and waved their hands. Hurry up and disperse, lest you attract trouble. The crowd immediately dispersed. Chapter 1078. At the same time. White Cloud City. Outside the city. On the peak of a certain mountain. Qin Feiyang stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were filled with worry. He really did not know how to tell Fatso about this. Because this was the first time Fatso truly fell in love with a woman. If he knew about this, it would definitely be a heavy blow to him. Young Master Hao walked up and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, comforting him. Brother Mu, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to hurt yourself over such a woman? He really thought that there was something between Qin Feiyang and Chu Xian. Why are you comforting him? He asked for it. Serves him right. Wang Yuer gloated. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The one who likes Chu Xian is really not me. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang turned to Wang Yuer and said helplessly, I wanted to tell you just now, but you didn't let me. In fact, it's one of my brothers who likes Chu Xian. The two looked at each other. Young Master Hao asked, are you sure it's your brother who likes her and not you? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Do I need to lie to you about this? Young Master Hao said, of course. What if you don't want us to laugh at you because you want to save face? That's why you came up with such a lousy excuse. With your imagination, it's a pity that you don't become a scriptwriter. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, you should have heard of my brother. It's that fatso who taught Nia Xiaoyong a lesson yesterday. It's him. Young Master Hao came to a realization and chuckled. I knew it. My sister is such a beautiful and capable woman, but you don't like her. How could you like a woman like Chu Xian? Wang Yuer had just heaved a sigh of relief when she heard young Master Hao's words. Her face darkened immediately. She said angrily, no one will think you're mute if you keep quiet. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, since your brother likes her, what are you doing here? I'm just here to sound out Chu Xian's parents. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and briefly explained the situation. I see. Then this brother of yours really has no foresight. Young Master Hao shook his head. You can't blame him for not having a good eye. Chu Xian hid it so well that even I didn't notice it. The problem now is that I don't dare to tell him these things because he will definitely break down. Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples, his face full of worry. Wang Yuer said, you'd better not hesitate about this. Tell him as soon as possible so that he won't fall deeper and deeper. As for whether he will collapse or not, it depends on his endurance. Who? Qin Feiyang glanced at her, exhaled deeply, and took out an image crystal. Wang. Very soon. Fatty's silhouette floated out. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Fatso immediately asked expectantly, Boss, how is it? You'd better not expect too much. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's face fell immediately, and he said, they still don't agree? Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I haven't gone to see them yet, but I've heard some things in White Cloud City. You'd better be mentally prepared. You didn't go? Fatso was stunned, and he rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, speechless. You almost scared me to death. Tell me, what did you hear? Chu Xian is not the kind of person you think. Qin Feiyang told Fatso everything he heard in detail. There was no suspense. Hearing this, Fatso felt as if he was struck by lightning. I don't believe it, You must be lying to me. Yes, you're lying to me. She's definitely not that kind of person. After a moment of silence, Fatso exploded, and he shook his head frantically, his face full of disbelief. Calm down. Qin Feiyang shouted. No. I can't calm down. I'm going to ask her face to face, Fatso shouted hysterically. Enough. If you continue like this, I'll be angry. Qin Feiyang shouted. Fatso quivered, and he looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Boss, you don't understand how I feel now. I understand. It's because I understand that I hesitated for a long time whether to tell you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Fatso said anxiously, but I can't believe it. I've been with her for so long, and she's not that kind of person. All right. I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Wait for me, I'll confirm it for you. And before I confirm it, don't go looking for her again. If I find out that you secretly went to look for her, then don't blame me for being hostile. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Young Master Hao sighed, this brother of yours is very affectionate. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, after all, it's the first time. Then how many times are you? Wang Yu'er asked without warning. Qin Feiyang instinctively wanted to answer, but fortunately, he was alert and reacted. He squinted at Wang Yu'er and said indifferently, what does it have to do with you how many times I've done it? Young Master Hao patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and laughed, brother, don't pretend, I think you haven't even done it once. So you're still a chick. Wang Yu'er covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang stared at young Master Hao in dissatisfaction. Why did this guy always undermine him? Professional demolition business? Then. He looked at Wang Yu'er and said jokingly, you're so good at talking. Then tell me, how many men did you have before? Get lost. Wang Yu'er immediately shouted coldly. He made it sound like she was a fickle woman. Although she did like to rape some stinky men before, she was still very pure, okay? And she had never done anything out of line. Only you can say it, but not me. Is there a person as reasonable as you? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. You're a man, okay? Is that all you can do? Wang Yu'er said angrily. Men are also human beings. Why must they be bullied by you women? Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. Wang Yu'er was furious. Okay. You start quarreling without saying a word. I really admire you. Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at the two of them, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, how do you want to prove it? You know, Chu Xian will never admit this kind of thing in person. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and felt a headache coming on. Wang Yu'er said, in my opinion, Chu Xian just treats your brother as a spare tire. Spare tire? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. To be honest, your brother is really not good looking. With Chu Xian's taste, it would be strange if she fell in love with him. I guess that Chu Xian may have seen that he has a good relationship with you, so she hasn't rejected him. Wang Yu'er said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, now that you mention it, it reminds me of something Fatso said to me. What is it? Wang Yu'er asked. Qin Feiyang said, Fatso said that Chu Xian was neither close nor distant to him, and she seemed to be playing hard to get. That's right. I'm a woman, and I know women. Chu Xian must value your relationship with Fatso. I can guarantee that once someone better than Fatso appears, she will dump Fatso without hesitation. There's another possibility. She's using Fatso to find an opportunity to get close to you. After all, you're now the Chief Tower Master's disciple. As long as she hooks up with you, the Heavenly Spiral tribe will definitely soar. Wang Yu'er speculated. Young Master Hao frowned and said, if that's the case, then she's too much. If that's the case, I'll make her regret it for the rest of her life. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at the two of them and said, I want to make a trip to the Heavenly Spiral tribe. Do you want to go back first? Young Master Hao smiled and said, since we're already here, let's go together. Wang Yuer said, I also want to see what kind of people this tribe is. You really like to join in the fun. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He then jumped down and disappeared into the mountains below. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang's back and turned to Wang Yuer. He smiled and said, Sister, you can rest assured now. Rest assured about what? Wang Yuer said indifferently. Still pretending? I already know what you're thinking. Don't hide it. If you love, say it out loud. If you expect Ancestor Mu to take the initiative to tell you, that's impossible. Although he's very smart in other aspects, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one can compare to him, he's an idiot when it comes to love. Young Master Hao chuckled. I'm a woman. Why should I take the initiative? Wang Yuer snorted in dissatisfaction. See. Admit it yourself. Since you've admitted it, then let go and love. Life is short, don't leave any regrets. Young Master Hao patted Wang Yuer's shoulder and jumped, chasing after Qin Feiyang. Wang Yuer was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said angrily, You little bastard, how dare you trick me? See how I'll deal with you. After saying that, she chased after him fiercely. Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Strictly speaking, in the Central Divine Kingdom, this tribe could only be considered a small, insignificant tribe. Because the entire tribe only had a few 100,000 people. The strongest one was a 9-star battle saint. However, although the Heavenly Spiral Tribe was not comparable to those big tribes, its territory was still very large. Moreover, like the other super tribes, they also built a city of their own. It was just that the scale could not be compared to the cities of the other super tribes, and they did not have their own patterns. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and the other two stopped above a mountain ridge. They looked at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe from afar, then activated the concealment technique and directly sneaked in. Although the city was not big, it was quite prosperous. The streets were bustling with people, and the shops on both sides were dazzling. The three of them walked openly on the street, and no one could see them. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, Brother Mu, the more I look at your concealment technique, the more I like it. How about this, I'll use the divine art I got from the land of inheritance to exchange with you. In your dreams. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. In terms of practicality, the concealment technique was more valuable than the divine art. Moreover, he did not lack the divine art, so there was no need to exchange it. Chapter 1079. Many tribal leaders lived in the center of the tribal city, and the Heavenly Spiral Tribe was no exception. Because it was a symbol of status, representing a superior status. The residence of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader was a huge mansion, occupying almost 1/10 of the city. It was magnificent and magnificent. The security around the mansion was very tight. It could be said that there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. And the people guarding the mansion were basically burly men, whose cultivation was between 5-star and 9-star battle masters. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to break in. But Qin Feiyang swaggered in with young Master Hao and the other two. In a garden. Young Master Hao glanced around and frowned. The mansion is so big, where are we going to find the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe? There shouldn't be many 9-star battle saints in the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Let me sense. Wang Yuer said and then closed her eyes. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked up at the sky above the mansion. Wang Yuer opened her eyes and looked up suspiciously, only to see an old figure appear out of thin air. It was the housekeeper who had chased them before. Seeing the housekeeper appear, young Master Hao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, he will definitely report to the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe as soon as he comes back. We just need to follow him. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, waved his arm, and took young Master Hao and the other two into the sky. Whoosh. At the same time, the housekeeper glanced at the mansion and rushed to a courtyard below. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed behind him. Soon, The four of them entered the courtyard one after another. The size of the courtyard was about 500 or 600 meters. In addition to an exquisite attic, there was also a small garden with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, attracting bees and butterflies. After the housekeeper landed in the courtyard, he went straight to the attic. The attic was richly ornamented and had an ancient charm. The door was half closed and no sound could be heard. The housekeeper walked to the door and bowed. "Leader, this old servant is back. Come in." A deep voice came from inside. The housekeeper strode in. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed in silently. They immediately saw a man and a woman sitting in the hall. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man was burly and muscular. He had short black hair and was nearly 2 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. The woman was wearing a long purple dress with a golden hairpin on her head. She looked graceful and luxurious. Behind the two of them stood a purple-clothed youth. It was Chu Ao Tian. Seeing the butler walk in, Chu Aotian immediately ran up and asked hurriedly, "Where is he now?" "Quickly bring this young master there. This young master will definitely let him taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." The butler's expression turned ugly. "What is it?" Chu Aotian frowned. The butler sighed deeply and bowed. "Young master, this old servant is incompetent and couldn't find him." "What?" Chu Aotian was furious. He roared in exasperation, "You've brought so many people there, but you still haven't found him. Are you all useless?" The middle-aged man frowned and shouted, "Ao Tian, step aside." "Father." Chu Aotian turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. His face was filled with anger. He was about to say something, but the middle-aged man glared at him, and he obediently stepped aside. The middle-aged man glanced at him and asked the butler, "What happened?" The butler said, "Perhaps he was worried that we would take revenge. When this old servant rushed to White Cloud City, he had already left." "You didn't chase after him?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes. But we didn't see him even after a few hundred miles." The butler said. "What about the others?" the middle-aged man asked. The butler said, "We're still tracking." The middle-aged man nodded and said with a murderous aura, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." "Understood." The butler responded respectfully and turned to leave. The purple-clothed woman looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Husband, should we inform little Xian?" "Inform her for what?" The middle-aged man looked at her in confusion. This person knew Aotian's identity, but he still dared to kill the people around him in public. This is enough to show that he's not afraid of our heavenly spiral tribe at all. Moreover, I've never seen this face before. He shouldn't be from this area. The purple-clothed woman said. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Madam, do you mean that this person might be from another large tribe?" "Yes." The purple-clothed woman nodded and said, "Little Xian is knowledgeable in the main tower. If this person is really from a large tribe, she should be able to recognize him." The middle-aged man's gaze trembled and he nodded. "Madam, you're right. We do need to ask little Xian, lest we provoke someone we shouldn't." After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Young Master Hao laughed secretly. "He even knows to inquire about your identity first. It seems that although this leader of the heavenly spiral tribe is domineering, he still has some awareness." Qin Feiyang said, "If he didn't have some awareness, how could the heavenly spiral tribe have survived until today? I'm afraid they would have been wiped out long ago." Young Master Hao smiled. Buzz. A moment later, Chu Xian's image appeared. The middle-aged man stood up and smiled. "Little Xian, how have you been?" His tone and attitude actually had a hint of flattery. However, facing the middle-aged man's attitude, Chu Xian didn't resist at all. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. "I'm fine. Why did you send me a message?" Even her tone was very cold, as if she was a high and mighty empress. "There's a small matter. Not long ago, your brother brought people to White Cloud City. In the end, he was blocked by a reckless person and killed many of our people. I just want to ask, do you know him? The middle-aged man waved his hand and his battle aura surged, condensing into Qin Feiyang's disguised appearance. Chu Xian sized up the image and shook her head. I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be anyone famous. That's good. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and said, is that fatso still harassing you? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he took out the image crystal. At the same time, Chu Xian frowned slightly and said, speaking of this, I'm quite puzzled. What's wrong? The middle-aged man asked. Chu Xian said, in the past, he would come to me on time every morning to please me. But these 2 days, he hasn't come to me even once. Fatso had been watching Li Yan these 2 days. Of course, it was impossible for him to go to her. Why is that? Has he given up? The middle-aged man was suspicious. It shouldn't be possible. Because if he had given up, he would have done so long ago. There's no need to pester me for so long. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my goal is to admire my ancestor. If it weren't for his good relationship with my ancestor, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Chu Xian snorted coldly. That's right. He should look in the mirror and see what kind of person he is. He still wants to eat swan meat. How ridiculous. The middle-aged man also laughed. Sure enough, I guessed right. Wang Yu, muttered. This woman is not simple. She was with Guofeng before. She must have coveted Guofeng's family background. Young Master Hao sighed. This woman's scheming was simply terrifying. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes were also surging with cold light. Hu Chu Xian had nothing to do with him. But since she dared to use fatso, she could never be forgiven. Chu Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said, is there anything else? No. The middle-aged man shook his head. Before his voice died away, Chu Xian's virtual image dissipated. She didn't even say a word of farewell, looking extremely arrogant and indifferent. Wang Yu said in disgust, this woman is really disgusting. Although this family wasn't anything good, as children, shouldn't they respect their parents? But she couldn't find the slightest respect on Chu Xian's face. She even treated her own parents like this, let alone outsiders. She was very bad. Young Master Hao turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what are you going to do? Let them despair and regret. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He put away the image crystal and left with young Master Hao and Wang Yu. The main tower. Soothing Lake. Qin Feiyang and the other two sat at the tea table, drinking tea silently. Next to them, Fatso raised his head and stared at the image transmitted by the image crystal. His hands were tightly clenched together, and his face was full of pain. Ever since Qin Feiyang sent him a message, he had been praying that this was a misunderstanding. However, the truth beat him mercilessly. So you were just using me. I like you so much. Why did you do this to me? You're too ruthless. He muttered to himself, and tears came out uncontrollably. Qin Feiyang couldn't bear it. He put down the teacup, got up and patted him heavily on the shoulder, saying, a man bleeds but not tears. Fatso wiped away his tears, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, Boss, I want the Heavenly Spiral Tribe to disappear. Every word was sonorous and powerful, containing an undispersible murderous intent. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe will disappear, and it won't be too late. Leave this matter to me. Young Master Hao got up and smiled. Wang Yu frowned and said angrily, what are you doing? This young master also doesn't like them. Young Master Hao shrugged. Qin Feiyang turned to look at young Master Hao, cupped his hands and said with a smile, thank you. We're family, what's there to be polite about? Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at him, looked at Fatso and said, don't worry, this young master will make that woman suffer so much that she'll beg you to marry her. I'm no longer interested in such a woman. However, if I can see her in pain and despair, it's also pleasing to the eye. Fatso sneered. Huh, after suffering such a blow, you can still calm down so quickly. Your psychological quality is quite good. Originally, we were still worried that when you found out about this, you would seek death. Young Master Hao laughed. What a joke, after following boss for so many years, how can my psychological quality not be strong? This little blow, at most, will only make me sad for a while. Seek death? That doesn't exist. Fatso shook his head and said. Young Master Hao gave him a thumbs up and said, I admire you. The fatty said, I also quite admire you. You turned from a hedonistic son of rich parents to a young and promising man in such a short time. Young Master Hao was stunned and said speechlessly, when was I a playboy? Moreover, even if I'm a playboy, I'm much better than that Chu Outyan. Fatso nodded seriously and said, yes, not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Young Master Hao's face darkened, and he said angrily, why are you so annoying? Can't help it, I was born to be annoying. Fatso touched his chin and chuckled. Seeing that Fatso was not ashamed but proud, young Master Hao was speechless for a moment and could only helplessly shake his head. Chapter 1080. After chatting for a while, Fatso got up and left, continuing to keep an eye on Li Yan. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu also left. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Chu Xian, a cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He walked up to the second floor, sat on the balcony, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and night fell. Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader sat on a throne made of gold, looking down at the steward standing below. He said angrily, it's been a day, and you still haven't found him. What's the point of me keeping you? Leader, please calm down. I've really tried my best. The steward quickly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader said, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you one more night. If you still haven't found that person's whereabouts by tomorrow morning, you can come back with your head. The steward's eyes were also burning with anger. He looked up at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and said, then you'd better kill me now. How dare you? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader was furious. The steward said, I'm not being presumptuous. I just don't want to do something meaningless. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shouted, he killed our tribesman, and I asked you to find him. You call that meaningless? That's right. I also want to find him and avenge our dead tribesman. But we don't know who he is, nor do we know his name. We don't even know where he came from. How do you expect me to find him? The steward said. Is that your excuse? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's face was dark. The steward shook his head and said, I'm not looking for an excuse. I'm just stating the truth. How dare you talk back to me? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader suddenly stood up and landed in front of the steward. He grabbed the steward's neck and twisted it. He said with a sinister smile, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? It's my honor to die in the leader's hands. But before I die, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. This advice is something I've always wanted to say but didn't dare to say. Don't be so domineering and spoiling young Master Outyan, or our Heavenly Spiral Tribe will be destroyed by you sooner or later. The butler said expressionlessly. How dare you curse our tribe? You're courting death. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe gritted his teeth as killing intent shot out from his eyes. Where is the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe? However, just as the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's killing intent surged, a cold voice rang out above the tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader raised his eyebrows and looked at the steward. Count yourself lucky. I'll let you off today. Go reflect on your mistakes. After saying that, he threw the housekeeper to the ground as if he was throwing trash. Then, he rushed out of the main hall and shouted, who dares to trespass into my Heavenly Spiral Tribe? Do you want to die? This small tribe is really arrogant. That cold voice sounded again. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky above the tribe. His aura was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. His pupils immediately shrank. He flew up into the sky and landed in front of the middle-aged man. He frowned and said, "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Heavenly Spiral Tribe for no reason?" The middle-aged man said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Then do you know the consequences of offending me?" The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader laughed arrogantly. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked curiously, "Tell me about it?" "Then you better stand properly. I'm afraid you'll piss your pants. Listen carefully. My daughter is a disciple of the main tower and has a good relationship with the direct disciple of the main tower master. If you dare to provoke me, you're digging your own grave." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shouted. "Ah." The middle-aged man was stunned and said playfully, "Why didn't I know that Ancestor Mu has a good relationship with your daughter?" The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to know about the matters in the main tower? Do you have the ability to know?" "Huh," the middle-aged man laughed loudly. At this moment, the steward walked out. When he saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly flew to the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and whispered, "Leader, this person's aura is unfathomable. Be careful." "Be careful of what?" "I still don't believe that he's from the main tower." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader snorted. In his opinion, it was impossible for someone from the main tower to personally come to a small tribe like theirs. But before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stopped laughing. He looked down at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and said, "Sorry, I'm really from the main tower." As he spoke, he took out a golden token from his bosom. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader was stunned. The steward looked at the golden token and was also dumbstruck. The middle-aged man joked, "Do you know what this is?" "Divine Envoy Token." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader swallowed his saliva in fear. How was this possible? This person was not only from the main tower but also the Divine Envoy. Why did the main tower's Divine Envoy come to their Heavenly Spiral Tribe? The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city below. The streets were full of people. But without exception, their faces were filled with horror, including Chu Xian's mother. Plop. After the steward came back to his senses, he immediately knelt in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Sir, our leader had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please have mercy." Yes. This lowly one was blind. This lowly one deserves to die. Please have mercy, sir." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shuddered and quickly knelt down and begged. The middle-aged man said, "Then answer me now. Do I have the qualifications and ability to know what's going on in the main tower?" Yes. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of horror. The middle-aged man put away the Divine Envoy token and sneered, "I heard from young master how that your Heavenly Spiral Tribe is arrogant. At first, I didn't believe it. How arrogant can a small tribe be? But I didn't expect it to be true. Young master how?" The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's eyes trembled. Who didn't know young master how? Could it be that the person this person was talking about was young master how? That's right. You've angered young master how. You have 3 days to leave the Central Divine Kingdom. The middle-aged man said. Where to? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader asked. The middle-aged man said, back then, Qin Feiyang killed everyone in the first district. It's been reduced to ruins. You can go to the first district to reclaim it. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's face turned pale. He nodded and said, okay. This lowly one will bring the steward to the first district tomorrow. No matter how unwilling he was, he dared not disobey the main tower's order. Did you misunderstand what I meant? I'm not talking about the two of you. I'm talking about the entire Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The middle-aged man said. What? Both of them trembled. The entire tribe had to go to the first district. Wasn't that the same as being expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom? Sir, the Central Divine Kingdom is our root. You can't force us to leave our homeland. This lowly one knows his mistake. Please, let us go. Even if you want this lowly one to die, don't expel us from the Central Divine Kingdom. The two of them kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The people in the city below were also in an uproar. They were panicking. The middle-aged man was not moved at all. He said indifferently, "It's useless to beg me because this is young Master Hao's order. Hurry up and get ready. I'll personally send you on your way in 3 days. Actually, this is a good thing for you because there's no one else in the first district. You can dominate as much as you want." The middle-aged man sneered, opened the portal, and left without looking back. The two of them watched the portal disappear and collapsed powerlessly. The steward said in despair, "Chief, did you see that? This is the consequence of your arrogance. I know I was wrong. Steward, can you think of a way? We can't go to the first district." The chief of the Heavenly Spiral tribe looked helplessly at the steward. Although they were just a small tribe in the Central Divine Kingdom, they were already considered a super tribe compared to the tribes in the 9 regions. Moreover, the Central Divine Kingdom and the 9 regions were very different. If the people in the Central Divine Kingdom were compared to the nobles, then the people in the 9 regions were the commoners. The most important thing was, in the Central Divine Kingdom, it was not so troublesome for the tribe's disciples to enter the main tower as long as they were talented enough. But once they went to the first district, it was almost impossible to enter the main tower. This was equivalent to banishing them to the first district and letting them fend for themselves. Sigh. The steward looked at the chief of the Heavenly Spiral tribe and sighed, "We can only look for the young miss now. Is it useful to look for her? Maybe even she has been expelled from the main tower." The chief of the Heavenly Spiral tribe said in despair. "Of course it's useful. As long as she agrees to marry that Fatso, then with the relationship between Fatso and Ancestor Mu, we can definitely persuade him to help us." The steward said. "Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Ancestor Mu is the direct disciple of the main tower master. He and young Master Hao usually call each other brothers. As long as he is willing to help, we can definitely escape this disaster." The chief of the Heavenly Spiral tribe's eyes lit up. He immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to Chu Xian. At the same time, Jian Feng. Fatso stood behind a bush and looked at Li Yan sitting on the edge of the cliff from afar. He muttered impatiently, "How long is this woman going to stay here?" Since she learned that she was going to marry Fu Anshan, Li Yan had been sitting on the edge of the cliff, motionless. No one knew what she was thinking. "Boss, why don't you just tell her that Li He is not dead and everything will be fine? Why do you have to make things like this?" Fatso shook his head helplessly. He glanced around and found a stone. Then he sat on the stone and looked at Li Yan in boredom. But not long after he sat down, Li Yan suddenly got up, looked at the dark night sky, and flew toward the mountain range ahead. Fatso was surprised and immediately got up to follow her. But at this moment, the image crystal in his arms moved. Who is it? Why is he causing trouble? Fatso raised his eyebrows and took out the image crystal. Buzz! A shadow appeared. It was Chu Xian. However, the vigor of the past had already disappeared, leaving behind only a face of anxiety. Obviously, she already knew about the tribe. A look of disgust flashed in Fatso's eyes. He chuckled and said, "What wind is blowing today? You actually took the initiative to contact me?" Chu Xian hesitated and said, "Well, I have something to, I'm not free now. Let's talk about it another day." But before Chu Xian finished, Fatso directly turned off the image crystal and then pondered. What was going on? Had young Master Hao already started to take action? Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 1081. The night was as dark as ink. Fatso followed behind Li Yan and continued to rush into the depths of the mountain range. Where is she going? If they continued to go deeper, they would reach the sacred ground. There were rules in the main tower, and ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter the sacred ground. After an unknown period of time. Suddenly, Li Yan stopped and looked down at the mountain stream below. Fatso looked down suspiciously and saw a pool of water below. It was about 100 feet deep and the water was clear, but it was dead silent. Li Yan's gaze was on the pool. Is she going to jump into the water and commit suicide? Fatso was surprised. Whoosh! Just as he had this thought, Li Yan suddenly swooped down and her target was the pool. Oh no! Fatso was shocked and hurriedly flew to stop her, but before he got close, he stopped again. He saw that Li Yan did not jump into the water to commit suicide, but landed by the pool and stared at the water. However, Fatso did not dare to let his guard down. After facing repeated blows, Li Yan must be feeling very uncomfortable now and might suddenly do something stupid. He quietly landed in the woods by the pool and hid in the dark, staring at Li Yan. Xiao Bai, I'm here. Suddenly, Li Yan spoke softly to the pool and a smile appeared on her face. Xiao Bai. Fatso was slightly stunned and glanced at the water. Who was she talking to? Splash. Not long after she finished speaking, the water suddenly rippled. Whoosh. The next moment, a white stream of light rushed out of the water and landed in front of Li Yan. It was a small thing that looked like a snake and was only about the length of a chopstick. It was as white as jade and emitted a hazy glow in the night. No way. Looking at the little thing, Fatso was dumbfounded. On the little thing's head, he saw a white horn. It was like white jade, sparkling and translucent. And under its abdomen, Fatso also saw 4 claws. Her 2 black eyes were as bright as gems, and they were very attractive. This, it's actually little white dragon, am I fucking seeing things? Fatso's face was filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the little thing again. I'm not seeing things. It really is little white dragon. Fatso's gaze trembled, his eyes filled with shock. The divine dragon was something that only existed in legends, but he did not expect it to really exist in this world. Li Yan stretched out her slender arm and stroked the little white dragon's head. She smiled and said, Little White, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Yai. The little white dragon cried out softly as it rubbed its little head against Li Yan's palm, seemingly enjoying Li Yan's touch. Unbelievable, this woman actually has a little white dragon by her side. Fatso mumbled, his eyes shining brightly. The divine dragon was the king of all beasts. Anyone who saw it would be moved. Li Yan held little white dragon in her hands like a mother. Her eyes were full of love as she asked, Little White, it's been so long. Why can't you speak? The gigolo looked at Li Yan innocently, shook his little head, and made a very helpless expression. What a cute little thing. Li Yan hugged little white dragon lovingly and sat on a green rock by the lake. She looked at the faintly discernible crescent moon in the dark clouds, and a worried expression appeared on her face again. How nice would it be if Grandpa Fatty was that little white dragon? Looking at the little white dragon rubbing against Li Yan's chest, Fatty's face was filled with jealousy and hatred. They were both living beings, but why was there such a huge difference? The night wind was a little chilly. Little white dragon gradually noticed Li Yan's abnormality and raised its little head to look at her suspiciously. Little White, do you know? So many things have happened during this period of time, and I can't hold on any longer. Li Yan murmured. Little white dragon looked at her as if it understood. Li Yan retracted her gaze and looked at little white dragon's lively eyes with a smile. You don't understand yet. Little white dragon pouted to express its dissatisfaction. Little thing, I'm in a good mood after seeing you, but this might be the last time I'll come to see you. Li Yan sighed, her expression filled with loneliness. Little white dragon still had a confused look on its face. Next. Li Yan said a lot more to Little White Dragon. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the horizon began to turn white, and the sun slowly rose. Li Yan looked at the morning sun, her face withered like a flower, exuding a kind of sad beauty. Sigh. She let out a long sigh, picked up Little White Dragon, and laughed. Little thing, I really can't bear to part with you, but in this world, there is no banquet that doesn't end. You have to live well, because you're different from me. My fate has already been decided, but you, one day in the future, the world will worship you as a god. No one can restrain you, and no one dares to control your fate. After Li Yan finished speaking, she held Little White Dragon and extended it towards the pool, smiling. Go. Yeah. Little White Dragon did not jump into the pool. It waved its claws, as if it was trying to express something. Li Yan said, Are you saying that we will go to the outside world together in the future? Little White Dragon nodded repeatedly. Li Yan's expression was slightly gloomy, but then she smiled and nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Little White Dragon cried out excitedly a few times, then intimately stuck out its tongue and licked Li Yan's palm, then turned around and jumped into the pool, disappearing. The surface of the water quickly calmed down. It's finally time to leave. That night, the most boring person was Fatso. He couldn't do anything and just kept squatting there. He was about to get sick from holding it in. However, he stood there, looking at Li Yan, only to see that Li Yan had not left. What else do you want to do? Fatso gradually frowned. Suddenly, Li Yan took out a dagger from her cosmos bag. Fatso's pupils shrank, and he immediately became alert. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I can't marry an old man. Grandfather, Yen, is here to accompany you. Li Yan muttered to herself, held the dagger, and stabbed it towards her heart. Damn it, I really did something stupid. Fatso's face changed. Like an ape, he jumped out and instantly landed in front of Li Yan, and then grabbed Li Yan's wrist. The dagger had already cut through Li Yan's clothes and almost pierced her heart. Fortunately, I made it in time, otherwise I would have been scolded to death by the boss. Fatso wiped his cold sweat, grabbed Li Yan's dagger, and said angrily, Why are you so stupid? What's in it for you? Fatso's sudden appearance surprised Li Yan. Fatso said helplessly, I have been watching you in secret, afraid that you would do something stupid. Li Yan was stunned, then shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who cares about me. You asked me what's in it for me, and I told you that I can be free by doing this. Fatso said, Isn't it just some trivial matter? Do you need to be so pessimistic? My grandfather who loved me the most is dead. Father wants me to marry an old man. Is this still a small matter? Li Yan stood up and stared at Fatso angrily, roaring. What's the big deal? Who doesn't have any setbacks in their life? If everyone is like you, committing suicide when they encounter something, then wouldn't the world become extinct? Besides, your grandfather doesn't want to see you like this. Fatso said. I know, I understand what you're saying, but when I think about living with Fu Anshan for the rest of my life, I can't help but be afraid. Li Yan squatted on the ground, hugging her legs, in despair and pain. Sigh. Fatso sighed and squatted beside her. He reached out and patted Li Yan's back, comforting her. No, trust me, everything will be fine. I believe you. But tell me, what should I do? I don't want to marry him. Li Yan turned around and hugged Fatso, like a helpless child, crying bitterly. With the beauty in his arms, Fatso was at a loss for a moment. He raised his hands and didn't know where to put them. In the end, he put his hands on Li Yan's shoulders and comforted her. Don't cry, you're no longer a child. When you encounter difficulties, you have to face them bravely, not blindly running away. When Li Yan heard this, she pushed Fatso away and sneered, Anyone can say these words, you won't understand my current mood. I don't understand. Fatso was also angry. He stood up and pointed at Li Yan's nose and scolded together, saying, Do you think you're miserable? But let me tell you, there are many people in the world who are more miserable than you. For example, I really like a woman, but in the end, she was just using me to get close to my boss. Do you know how painful it was for me when I learned the truth? But I understand that only by living can I have it, so I didn't seek death like you. I also hope that you can pull yourself together, because the surprise is often at the end. Fatso said meaningfully. Li Yan fell silent and stopped sobbing. After a long time, she looked up at Fatso and asked, "Who is that woman?" Chu Xian. Fatso said. Chu Xian. Li Yan thought carefully for a moment and said, "I've heard of this woman. It seems that she and Guofeng." Fatso nodded and said, "Yes, it's the woman who hooked up with Guofeng before." Li Yan said, "I've heard of her, too. She doesn't seem to be as bad as you say. Why else would I say that she's a scheming woman? Let me tell you, she's too good at pretending. I used to follow her every day, but I didn't notice any flaws. In the end, it was boss who found out." Fatso said in disgust. "Then you're really miserable." Li Yan looked at Fatso sympathetically, slowly got up, and said with a smile, "Hearing about your experience, my mood is a lot better." Fatso's face darkened, and he said angrily, "We're friends after all. Can you not be so obvious about gloating?" Haha. Li Yan shook her head and said with a smile, "Instead of gloating, it's better to say that we're in the same boat. I was deceived, and you were forced to marry. Can this be considered as being in the same boat? It's not at all, okay?" Fatso rolled his eyes at her. Buzz. Suddenly. Chapter 1082. Fatso took out the image crystal, his face full of disgust. That night, the image crystal rang at least a dozen times, but he did not respond once. Because he knew that it must be Chu Xian who sent him a message. "What are you doing?" Li Yan looked at him suspiciously. "It should be a message from Chu Xian. I don't want to see her anymore." After Fatso finished speaking, he put away the image crystal. Li Yan said suspiciously, "Since she is using you, why did she take the initiative to send you a message? What happened between you two?" Fatso's heart skipped a beat. If he told Li Yan about him, he might be able to distract her. He coughed dryly and asked, "Do you really want to know?" Li Yan pursed her lips and said, "If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If you don't want to, I won't force you." "So unique?" Fatso was stunned and shook his head with a wry smile. "It's like this." Just as Fatso was telling Li Yan, on the other side of the martial artist mountain range, Chu Xian was walking back and forth in her cave abode, her face full of anxiety. "What's going on with this disgusting fat pig? I've sent him so many messages, but he didn't respond to me." She didn't realize that Fatso had seen through her conspiracy and still had an unapproachable attitude. "I don't believe that he can really ignore my existence." She took out the image crystal again and sent a message to Fatso. Beside the pool. Fatso finished the whole story in a few words. After listening, Li Yan suddenly realized and said, "In that case, young Master Hao has already set out to deal with the Heavenly Jade tribe. Now Chu Xian is looking for you, not because she has changed her mind, but because she wants you to help her." "That's right." Fatso nodded. Li Yan shook her head and sighed. This woman's scheming is indeed a little scary, but she's also caught in her own trap. Buzz. At this moment, Fatso's image crystal rang again. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "It must be her again." "Don't worry, I'll go back with you." Li Yan nodded. Fatso also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, this problem was solved. He believed that Li Yan would not do anything stupid in the future. But after taking 2 steps, Li Yan stopped again. "Don't tell me you haven't thought it through?" Fatso's eyelids twitched as he looked at her nervously. Li Yan rolled her eyes and faintly sighed, "Don't worry, I won't take things too hard. I'm just thinking, should I anger that Chu Xian a little?" "How?" Fatso was suspicious. Li Yan pondered for a moment, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, "You respond to her first." "All right." Fatso took out an image crystal and infused his battle aura into it. Wang. The next moment, Chu Xian's shadow appeared. When she saw Li Yan next to Fatso, she immediately raised her eyebrows, then looked at Fatso and said, "What's the matter with you? I've been sending you messages since last night, but you haven't replied to me?" Fatso was about to speak. Li Yan suddenly stepped forward and hugged Fatso's arm, looking extremely intimate. She looked at Chu Xian and said, "He was with me last night. Of course he didn't have time to care about you." Fatso was stunned. This was too unexpected. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Li Yan to use such a method to anger Chu Xian. But it was quite interesting. At the same time, Chu Xian's face turned green. It was not easy for her to put down her face and take the initiative to look for this damn fat pig, but she did not expect that he had already hooked up with another woman. "Give me an explanation." Chu Xian's face was a little ferocious. "Lord Fatty can be with whomever he likes. Why should I explain myself to you? Who are you?" Fatso sneered. Chu Xian's body trembled, and she looked at Fatso as if looking at a stranger, and said, "Did you lie to me before?" "I didn't lie to you. At that time, I really liked you, but suddenly, I found a better woman than you." Fatso hugged Li Yan's slender waist and was extremely proud. "Don't go too far." Feeling Fatso's big hands, Li Yan secretly glared at him. Fatty snickered, "It's just acting. Of course, we have to make it look good." Li Yan's face darkened, and she looked at Chu Xian with a forced smile and said, "Is there anything else? If not, please don't harass us again in the future." "What should I do?" Chu Xian panicked. If she did not deal with Fatso, how could she persuade Ancestor Mu to help her? "Do you have anything else?" Li Yan urged impatiently. Fatso looked down at Li Yan and said with a smile, "Sister Yan, why are you talking so much nonsense with an unrelated person? Ignore her, let's go on a date." With that, Fatso was ready to turn off the image crystal. "Wait." Chu Xian hurriedly reached out and looked at Fatso. "I like you too. Let's be together." "You like me?" The fatty grinned and said, "I'm someone who doesn't have a good figure or strength. When did I become so popular?" Chu Xian said, "I don't care about that, as long as you treat me sincerely." "Still pretending?" Fatso sneered secretly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, you and I are in the past. Now, I only have Sister Yan, in my heart. I only have you in my heart too." Li Yan was also very cooperative and looked at Fatso affectionately. Looking at the two of them who were full of affection, Chu Xian was furious and shouted hysterically, "You heartless bastard, I misjudged you." She was starting to play the bitter game. "I'm heartless? Tell me honestly, during this period of time, when have I not been like a mangy dog around you all day? But what about you? Have you ever looked at me in the eye? That's right. You're beautiful and have a good temperament. You're unattainable. I'm a fat man with a big head and big ears. I'm not worthy of you. You feel embarrassed to be with me. Since that's the case, why did you come to me?" Fatso sneered. Chu Xian's face was green and red. Fatty's words were like loud and clear slaps, mercilessly slapping her face. Not only did it hurt her self-esteem, but it also trampled on her until she was scarred. But now, she could only endure. She looked at Fatso in disappointment and said, "Can't you see? I was testing you, but I didn't expect you to be so weak." "Test?" Fatso sneered and said, "What about your parents? They came here in person to test me too." This woman was really shameless to the extreme. Why didn't he realize it before? "Yes. We are all testing you. Let's cut the crap. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to be with her? Do you think she's really with you because she likes you?" Chu Xian sneered. Fatso hugged Li Yan in his arms and said playfully, "Then why do you think Sister Yan, is with Fat Lord?" Chu Xian sneered and said, "I don't dare to talk nonsense, but it should have something to do with Ancestor Mu. The meaning behind his words was obvious. He was saying that Li Yan was using the fatty. A thief calling a thief? Fatso was stunned. Li Yan was also angry. It was Chu Xian who was using Fatso to get close to Ancestor Mu, but now she was biting her back? Did she really think she was easy to bully? Li Yan looked at Chu Xian mockingly and said lightly, I'm not like some people who are two-faced and only care about profits. The man I want doesn't need to be strong, handsome, or have a strong family background. As long as we get along well, it's fine. Maybe in your eyes, Fatso is useless, but in my eyes, he is my treasure and no one can replace him. Fatso, am I right? After Li Yan finished speaking, she looked at Fatso and asked. Yes, yes, yes. Fatso nodded repeatedly. Although he knew that it was just an act, he couldn't help but straighten his back and be in high spirits when he heard Li Yan's words. You adulterous couple, just wait and see. Chu Xian's eyes were ferocious. This was the first time in her life that she had been humiliated like this. Not only did she hate Fatso, but she also hated Li Yan. Let me tell you, you can scold me, but don't scold Sister Yan, If I hear you scold her again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fatso's eyes were cold and flickering. Good, very good. Damn Fatso, remember this. You humiliated me today, and I won't let it go just like that. Chu Xian was about to go crazy. She spat out a few words before her shadow disappeared. Huh, Fatso suddenly laughed. Li Yan was also smiling, but when she found that Fatso hadn't let go, her face darkened and she said, How long are you going to hold on to me? Fatso was stunned and quickly withdrew his arm. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I was too immersed in the act. Li Yan stared at him speechlessly and asked, Are you happy now? Yes. The resentment that has been accumulating for a few days is finally gone. I can start a new life. Thank you. Fatso looked at Li Yan gratefully. Li Yan said, It's okay, just treat it as returning the favor of saving my life. Hee hee. Fatso rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. Li Yan rolled her eyes at him, and her expression became lonely again. She sighed and said, Sigh, your matter has been solved, but what about mine? I really don't know how to solve it. Fatso smiled and said, Don't worry, that old thing Fu Anshan won't succeed. You want to help me? Li Yan looked at him in surprise. It's a secret, you'll know when the time comes. In short, that old fart wants to eat a cabbage like you, he's daydreaming. Fatso smiled disdainfully. Hearing this, Li Yan's heart inexplicably felt at ease. Fatso said, Let's go, Fat Lord will send you back. Li Yan nodded. Then the two of them walked side by side towards the Warrior Mountain Range. I have a question to ask you. Haven't you already broken through to the Battle Saint Realm? Why don't you go to the Sacred Land? Li Yan's voice sounded in the forest. Fatso had already stepped into the Battle Saint Realm. Fatso said, It's to stay by Chu Xian's side. Then you entered the main tower for her? Li Yan asked again. Yes. Fatso sighed deeply. Then you're really stupid. Li Yan despised him. How would I know that she's such a person? Fatso said helplessly. Chapter 1083. Time flew by. There was only one day left before the Heavenly Spiral tribe would be expelled. This morning, Chu Xian came to Soothing Lake and stood by the lake. Looking at the small island in the middle of the lake, she gritted her teeth and flew towards the small island. Roar! However, just as she flew up, a huge beast roared out of the lake. Chu Xian was so scared that her face turned pale. Because it was a sacred beast. The beast stood above the lake like a beast god. It looked at Chu Xian coldly and shouted, The main tower is a forbidden area. Please leave immediately. Chu Xian quickly said, I am a friend of Ancestor Mu. I have something to discuss with him. Please make an exception. The beast said, Since you are a friend of Ancestor Mu, why don't you send him a message directly? Chu Xian said, I haven't had the time to establish a contract with him. How can you be considered a friend without establishing a contract? Do you think I am one of those beasts that have yet to develop intelligence? Get lost immediately. The beast shouted, its huge eyes flashing fiercely. Chu Xian said anxiously, we are really friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The beast looked at her suspiciously and asked, what is your name? Chu Xian. Chu Xian said. All right, wait here. I'll go and ask him. After saying that, the beast flew towards the small island. Thank you. Chu Xian quickly bowed and thanked it. Then, she glanced at Soothing Lake with envy. This place is great. Not only does it have an independent courtyard, but it also has a sacred beast guarding it. If I could live here, why would I need to curry favor with that fat pig? Why is the heavens so unfair? I have worked so hard for so long, but I am still just an ordinary disciple. How many years has this ancestor Mu been in the main tower? He is already a disciple of the main tower master and is respected by the world. I am not convinced. Tightly. Chu Xian clenched her fists. The envy on her face turned into jealousy and hatred. Whoosh. After a while, the beast returned and looked at Chu Xian. Sorry, Ancestor Mu said that he has no time to see you now. This, Chu Xian's body stiffened. She hurriedly said, did you tell him my name? Yes. He also specially asked me to tell you that he is powerless to do anything about the heavenly spiral tribe. The beast said. Chu Xian's eyes trembled, and her face was full of despair. The ferocious beast said, please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. No. I must see him. Please make an exception. Chu Xian pleaded bitterly, but the ferocious beast was not moved at all. It's useless even if you see him. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu both flew over. Greetings, young Master Hao. Greetings, Miss Yu Chu Xian hurriedly bowed. Wang Yu looked at her coldly and said, put away your hypocritical face. Chu Xian was puzzled. Why do you say that, Miss Yu? Young Master Hao said, we all know what kind of person you are. There's no need to pretend anymore. Chu Xian's expression froze. Young Master Hao said indifferently, do you know why I'm dealing with your heavenly spiral tribe? Chu Xian shook her head. Because you provoked Fatso. Provoking Fatso is provoking Ancestor Mu. Provoking Ancestor Mu is provoking me. Young Master Hao said. How did I provoke Fatso? Is it because I didn't agree to his pursuit? Chu Xian said angrily. If that's the case, I naturally won't target your heavenly spiral tribe. But you used Fatso to get close to Ancestor Mu. This is what I can't tolerate. Young Master Hao shouted. What? They really know. Chu Xian's face was pale. How did these people know? Are you wondering why we found out when you hid it so well? Let me give you a hint. We've been to White Cloud City and even met your arrogant brother, Chu Outyan. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. With that, young Master Hao turned around and left with Wang Yu. Been to White Cloud City, could it be? Chu Xian's eyes trembled. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the backs of Wang Yu and young Master Hao. She shouted, why are you doing this to me? I just want to get what I want. Is that wrong? What right do you have to treat me like this? You're stubborn. Only by working hard can you get what you want. You can't use others. Initially, I only wanted to expel the people from your tribe and you could continue to stay in the main tower. But it seems like there's no need for that now. Tomorrow, you'll go to the first district with your tribe. Young Master Hao said without looking back. Boom. Hearing that, Chu Xian felt like she was struck by lightning. Her body and mind trembled and her mind rumbled. I'm wrong. Let me stay. Please, I beg you. She quickly knelt in the void and begged pitifully. However, young Master Hao and young Master Hao ignored her and disappeared from her sight. Why, I can't accept this. Chu Xian roared at the sky like a crazy demon. Leave now. The ferocious beast shouted. Its ferocious might was like a waterfall as it pounced towards Chu Xian. I don't need you to rush me. I'll leave. Chu Xian retracted her gaze and glared at the beast. Then, she looked at the small island in the middle of the lake. Her eyes were full of resentment. Sooner or later, I'll enter the Central Divine Kingdom openly. At that time, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Just you wait. She smiled sinisterly, opened the portal, and walked in without looking back. What? You're only going to expel them from the Central Divine Kingdom? At the same time, Fatso and Qin Feiyang were talking through transmission. The fatty's face was filled with displeasure. I just heard it from young Master Hao. He probably misunderstood us. We said we'll make the Heavenly Spiral tribe disappear, but we're actually going to exterminate them. He thought we were asking him to expel the Heavenly Spiral tribe from the Central Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang said. On the same day. Since young Master Hao had offered to help solve this problem, he didn't ask about it. He had been cultivating quietly. When the beast went to find him, young Master Hao came out after hearing the news. He casually asked young Master Hao and found out. Isn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain? Fatso raised his eyebrows. Letting the tiger return to the mountain? It shouldn't be. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe was a 9-star battle saint, they had all unlocked the gate of potential. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. As for Chu Xian, she was just a battle master. Even if she was given time, what could she do? I still think we're letting them off too easily. Why don't we go to the Heavenly Spiral tribe tonight? Fatso's eyes flashed with killing intent. No. Young Master Hao must have gotten the Chief Pagoda Master's approval. If we go and exterminate the Heavenly Spiral tribe now, I'm afraid the Chief Pagoda Master will be dissatisfied. After all, the Chief Pagoda Master already has the intention to get rid of me. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Fatso nodded and said, that's true. If the Chief Pagoda Master uses this as a pretext to make a fuss and accuses us of killing the innocent, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Yes. Now we can't let him seize the opportunity. As for the Heavenly Spiral tribe, if you really want to get rid of them, we can just go to the first district. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Anyway, Chu Xian has suffered enough for the past 2 days. Fatso sneered. That's right. Moreover, for the people of the Central Divine Kingdom, being exiled to the first district is more painful than being killed directly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. She finally paid the price. Let's see if she still dares to do this in the future. Fatso's face was full of disgust. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, how's Li Yan? As you expected, she really went to seek death, but now she has been comforted by Fat Lord. By the way, there's one more thing. Fatso's eyes lit up. What is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatso said, there's a little white dragon hidden in the Chief Pagoda. What? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Fat Lord saw it with his own eyes. That little white dragon seems to have been born not long ago and has not fully awakened its intelligence. Fatso said. Where is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, in a pool not far from the sword tip. Why don't Fat Lord take you to have a look tonight? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll continue to keep an eye on Li Yan. I'll send you a message tonight. After Fatso finished speaking, the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and couldn't calm down for a long time. There was actually a little white dragon in the Chief Pagoda. This was too shocking. He couldn't wait to go and take a look. But reason told him that he couldn't do this. Because there were too many people during the day, if he was seen by someone, it would be bad. Midnight. Two black shadows swept across the sky above the sword tip. It was Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Fatso chuckled and said, "Boss, you didn't cultivate today, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. With the birth of the divine dragon, how could he still be in the mood to cultivate? It could be said that this day felt like a year to him. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Li Yan also knows about the little white dragon?" Fatso said, "She was the one who summoned the little white dragon, and it seems that they have a very good relationship. I didn't expect this woman to be so capable. Even the divine dragon likes her so much." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatso laughed, "This means that she is kind-hearted." That's right. Generally, divine beasts like the little white dragon that have just been born prefer to come into contact with people with pure hearts. Qin Feiyang nodded. While they were talking, the two of them arrived above the pool. "Go down." Fatso waved his hand, and the two of them landed by the pool like lightning. This place was still the same as last night. It was silent, and there was not the slightest fluctuation on the surface of the water. "Little white dragon, I'm here." Fatso looked at the pool, and called out softly in the same way that Li Yan summoned the little white dragon last night. Time passed breath by breath. Even after 100 breaths, there was still no movement on the surface of the water. "Little white dragon, big brother has candy to eat. Little white dragon, big brother has a beautiful big sister here. Little white dragon, your sister Li Yan is looking for you." Fatso tried many more methods, but to no avail. He couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, glanced at the surface of the water, and said, "It can't be that only Li Yan herself can call it out, right?" This, Fatso was unable to determine for a moment. Qin Feiyang said, "Come, let's go down and look for it." Standing here and thinking, he couldn't come up with any results, so he might as well take action. Afraid of scaring the little white dragon away, when the two of them entered the pool, they were extremely careful and didn't make the slightest sound. The pool was not big, but it was very deep. The two of them carefully searched. Chapter 1084. After about 500 to 600 breaths, the two of them finally sank to the bottom of the lake. However, at the bottom of the lake, other than the dried leaves and mud that had accumulated for countless years, there was no trace of little white dragon. Fatso was secretly annoyed. "Strange, it's clearly here. Why can't I find it?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Wolf King, Winged Snow Eagle, Black Dragon Snake, Pangolin, Lu Hong, Viper, and Dan Wangkai appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said, "You guys heard it from the castle, right? Hurry and help find it." "All right." Everyone nodded and immediately took action. Time passed. Everyone searched for an entire hour and almost turned the entire lake upside down, but they still could not find little white dragon. Lu Hong said, "Fatso, you're not playing with us, are you?" Fatso smiled bitterly. "Madam, how would I dare to play with you guys?" "Then why can't you find it?" Lu Hong frowned. "I'm wondering the same thing." Fatso scanned the bottom of the lake. "What the hell? It was still here last night but it was gone today. Where did it go?" Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked, "Have you asked Li Yan about little white dragon?" "Can I ask such a thing? If I ask, she'll definitely suspect that I'm targeting little white dragon," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Fatso. "Go back and keep an eye on Li Yan first. I'll wait here and take a look." "All right." Fatso nodded and headed towards the top of the lake. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and the others and smiled. "I'll be enough here alone. You guys can go to the castle to cultivate as well." Dan Wangkai said hurriedly, "Young master, can you help me solve the problem of the pill fire as soon as possible?" He was a person who was born to refine pills. If he didn't refine pills for a day, his hands would itch. Qin Feiyang was stunned and apologized, I'm sorry, I forgot about it. After saying that, he took out a jade box and handed it to Dan Wonkai. He smiled and said, "There's a cluster of grade 6 alchemy fire inside. Take it and use it." This grade 6 elixir fire was a congratulatory gift from the chief of the Divine Python tribe during the apprenticeship ceremony. Only a grade 6 alchemy fire? Dan Wonkai was a little disappointed. Then what rank do you want? 7th rank? Even the main tower regards the 7th grade pill fire as a treasure. Where am I supposed to find it for you? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Dan Wonkai said, "But if I use a 6th grade alchemy fire, I can only refine battle chi pills with 4 veins. This will slow down everyone's cultivation speed. The more veins there were, the more energy the battle chi pill contained. Although there was only a difference of 1 between 4 and 5 elixir veins, the difference in effect was like heaven and earth." That makes sense. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said, "How about this, you use it first. I'll go to the trading pavilion tomorrow." "All right." Dan Wonkai nodded helplessly, then smiled and said, "What about the recipes for potential pills?" His eyes were filled with desire. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's all in the pill scripture. Go take a look yourself." "Thank you, young master." Dan Wonkai was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Didn't I say it before? If you follow me, I won't mistreat you." Of course, of course." Dan Wonkai nodded and smiled flatteringly. Beside him, Viper also had a flattering look on his face. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the people and beasts to the ancient castle. Then, he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake and waited for Little White Dragon to appear. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although it was already late at night, it was still as lively as ever. In a certain private room, a woman in white sat beside the coffee table. The water in the teapot was already boiling and gurgling. The fragrance of tea filled the entire room. However, the woman in white did not seem to be interested in tea at all and was frowning the entire time. Buzz. Suddenly, she took out an image crystal. Before long, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The leader of the Divine Python tribe smiled and asked, "Madam, how's the progress?" "That's right." The woman in white was the high priestess of the Divine Python tribe. The high priestess sighed. "Don't mention it. I haven't even seen him yet." The leader of the Divine Python tribe frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't you go there long ago? Could it be that he doesn't want to see you?" "That's not it." The high priestess shook her head. "Then why is that?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe was suspicious. The high priestess said, "Ever since I entered the Divine City, I've been waiting at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. But until now, he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion even once. I heard that this lad is a cultivation maniac and won't wander outside if there's nothing. Why don't you go to the main tower to look for him?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe asked. "According to my sources, he's staying at the Soothing Lake now. You know that place, outsiders can't enter at all. Moreover, if I go to the main tower to look for him openly, the tower master will definitely ask about it. The tower master is unfathomable. I don't want to face him unless I have no other choice." The high priestess said. "That's true." The leader of the Divine Python tribe nodded and said, "What about Pei? Isn't he on good terms with Ancestor Mu? I don't want to alarm him either. After all, this matter is related to him." The high priestess rubbed her head and said, "Doesn't Ancestor Mu have many friends?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe said angrily. "How can someone like him have friends? There's Fatso, but he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion either. As for Mr. Hao, he comes here often, but I don't dare to look for him." The high priestess said. "Why are you afraid of Mr. Hao? He's a good-for-nothing. Even if you reveal a flaw, he might not be able to detect anything. The next time you see him, go to him and ask him to pass on the message to Ancestor Mu." The leader of the divine python tribe said with a hint of disdain towards Mr. Hao. The high priestess thought for a while and nodded with a smile. You're right. I was too cautious. All right, I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you for your hard work, madam. The leader of the divine python tribe smiled. The high priestess smiled and turned off the image crystal. She went to her bedroom to rest. However, the two of them did not know that Mr. Hao, whom they had underestimated, had already been reborn and had found out about their secret. Before they knew it, the sky had turned bright. Qin Feiyang came out of the pool with a disappointed look on his face. After waiting for an entire night, he still did not see the little white dragon. If not for the fact that Fatso saw it with his own eyes, he would have doubted the existence of the little white dragon. There's still a long way to go. Let's take it slow. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun on the horizon. Then, he opened the portal and walked in. East City. Trading Pavilion. Qin Feiyang came here again. It's ancestor Mu. He's now the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master. He doesn't lack anything. Why is he still here? When people saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately retreated to the side, their faces full of awe. Mr. Mu, is there anything I can help you with? The staff members of the trading pavilion also rushed toward Qin Feiyang, and they didn't even bother to hide their fawning expressions. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You guys go do your own things. I'll walk around alone." The group of staff was disappointed. It was not easy for the Chief Tower Master's disciple to come to the trading pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to curry favor with him. Qin Feiyang strolled around the trading pavilion. Everything here had not changed. He was also very familiar with the faces of the staff. However, he was not used to the trading pavilion without Li He. There was a sense of strangeness. Mr. Mu, what a rare guest. After a while, an old man in red rushed over and stopped in front of Qin Feiyang. His old face was full of smiles. You are? Qin Feiyang looked at the old man in red suspiciously. The old man in red cupped his hands and said with a smile, "My name is Lu Yuan. I'm the temporary manager of the East City Trading Pavilion." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The temporary manager was the temporary manager of the trading pavilion in the East City. To be able to replace Li He, this person's ability should be good. It's just that he doesn't know what kind of person he is. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mu, if you don't mind, please take a seat in the VIP room." "Lead the way," Qin Feiyang said. Seeing Qin Feiyang agree so readily, Lu Yuan couldn't get used to it for a while. "Am I not welcome?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Of course you're welcome." Lu Yuan quivered and hurriedly led the way in front. Not long after, the two entered a small room. He had been to this VIP room before. It was simple and tidy. And now, although it was still tidy, there were a lot of jewelry and decorations. Obviously, it was arranged by Lu Yuan. Perhaps in Lu Yuan's view, these things could improve one's identity and status, but in Qin Feiyang's view, they were very tacky. "Please take a seat," Lu Yuan invited enthusiastically. Looking at those jeweled things, Qin Feiyang had already lost interest. He waved his hand and said, "Forget about sitting. Let's get to the point." Lu Yuan was stunned and nodded with a smile. Okay, please go ahead." Qin Feiyang said, "I need a cluster of alchemy fire." "That's no problem. We have some 3rd and 4th grade alchemy fires in the trading pavilion now," Lu Yuan said. Qin Feiyang said, "What I want is not 3rd or 4th grade alchemy fire, but 7th or 8th grade alchemy fire." This, Lu Yuan was stunned and hurriedly said, "Mr. Mu, you are an alchemist. You should know how precious 7th grade alchemy fire is. Even if we have it, we will auction it. We will not trade it privately, let alone 8th grade alchemy fire. We really don't have it. The price doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not about the price. We really don't have it. Please forgive us, Mr. Mu. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, do the trading pavilions in West City, South City, and North City have it? Lu Yuan said, I don't know about that. If you have time, you can go take a look yourself. If you don't, I'm willing to help you ask. Alright, go ahead and ask. Qin Feiyang said. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Mu. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left the VIP room. Qin Feiyang sat next to the tea table and frowned. If the trading pavilions did not have it, where could he find alchemy fire? Should he look for the chief tower master? Time passed quietly. Lu Yuan finally returned and said apologetically, Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. I've asked. They don't have 7th or 8th grade alchemy fires. They do have 6th grade alchemy fires, but I don't know if Mr. Mu. Qin Feiyang stood up and said, forget about the 6th grade alchemy fire. Since they don't have it, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Take care, Mr. Mu. Chapter 1085. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and returned to the calm lake. Soon, he received a message from Yen Wei. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yen Wei laughed. You went to the trading pavilion just now, right? In fact, although there is no 8th grade pill fire in the trading pavilion, there is a cluster of 7th grade pill fire. It seems to have been obtained by the pavilion master some time ago. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, then why did Lu Yuan say that he didn't have it? Because of Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan has already told Lu Yuan and the others that as long as you go to the trading pavilion, they will say that they don't have it. Of course, if it was in the past, Lu Yuan and the others would definitely not listen to him. But now, the matter of Fu Anshan inheriting the position of deputy pavilion master has been decided, and they don't dare to go against Fu Anshan anymore. In other words, the stewards of the 4 major districts are suppressing you in disguise. Yen Wei said. This old thing still doesn't know how to stop. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with anger. Stop. You're thinking too much, he's still proud of himself. Yen Wei said playfully. Then I'd like to see how long he can be proud of himself. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, pursed with a thick sense of ridicule, and then said, don't act rashly, I will take care of him. I know. Yen Wei nodded. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang lowered his head for a moment and sneered, if I let you live so comfortably until the succession ceremony 2 months later, it would be too easy for you. He walked out of the attic and arrived outside young Master Hao's door. Dong. A moment later. Young Master Hao opened the door and smiled. Are you planning to go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with me? Why would I go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao said, don't you know? Today is the day of the Dragon Phoenix wine auction. Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then why are you looking for me? Young Master Hao was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I want to ask, where does the pavilion master live? You're looking for him? Young Master Hao was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao's eyes brightened as he asked, why are you looking for him? Is there something interesting? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you can say that. How about it? Are you interested in going together? This, young Master Hao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, I'll still go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That old man lives outside the city. If you go west, with your speed, you'll see a huge valley in about an hour. He lives in that valley. All right. Then I'll go. I also wish you the best and see the true appearance of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. True appearance? Young Master Hao shook his head and sighed, it's good enough to see her. Qin Feiyang looked at him. Young Master Hao's perseverance in this aspect was quite good. If it were anyone else, They would have fallen out long ago if they didn't even know what she looked like after paying so much. I'm just saying if her true appearance isn't as beautiful as you think, or even an ugly monster, can you accept it? Qin Feiyang asked. That depends on how ugly she is. If it's just average, I can accept it. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, then I wish you good luck. After saying that, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and descended outside the city. Then, he rushed straight to the west. An hour later, he indeed saw a valley. The valley was unimaginably large, covering an area of dozens of miles. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and could only be entered from above. There were also countless ferocious beasts in the forest around the valley. And they were basically all emperor beasts. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying auras coming from them. This old man really knows how to pick a place. Qin Feiyang muttered. Walking in this place was simply terrifying. Roar! A black leopard roared out. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and its emperor's might surged in the sky. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and he immediately became vigilant. But the result was beyond his expectations. The ferocious beast did not attack him, but just observed him from afar. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Suddenly, the black leopard said, Young Master Mu, please follow me. What's going on? How do you know who I am? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. The black leopard did not answer. It turned around and flew toward the valley. Qin Feiyang followed it suspiciously. Gradually, he found that the emperor beasts lurking in the mountains were also looking at him curiously. After a while, Qin Feiyang followed the black leopard into the valley. He was immediately dumbfounded. In such a huge valley, medicinal herbs were all planted. Some were green and glistening. Some were crystal clear. They swayed in the wind, gushing with multicolored light, exuding endless vitality. Walking in the air above the valley, Qin Feiyang felt that his entire body was enveloped in a rich medicinal fragrance, making him feel refreshed. What kind of place is this? Following behind the black leopard, Qin Feiyang scanned the valley, his face full of surprise. Suddenly, he looked at a red fire-glass tree. On the fiery red tree trunk, there was actually a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. He looked at a dragon saliva fruit. On the fruit, there was also a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. Beside the dragon saliva fruit, there was a 9 suns flower, which also had a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked all the way into the depths of the valley. He found that many medicinal herbs had tiger-shaped spirit patterns. Why are there so many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Only medicinal herbs over 10,000 years old would have tiger-shaped spirit patterns. These medicinal herbs all have owners. I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. The black leopard suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly look in its eyes. Items with owners? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The so-called owner couldn't be the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, right? In that case, wasn't this the medicinal field of the trading pavilion? A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the center of the valley. There was a small wooden building in the middle. There were a total of 2 floors and there were no decorations, looking extremely simple. In the medicinal field beside the small wooden building, there was a white-haired old man who was taking care of the medicinal herbs with his head lowered. It's really him. Qin Feiyang muttered. The old man was skinny and supported himself with a walking stick. Wearing an old white robe, he looked weak but his aura was extremely terrifying. Black Robe landed in front of the old man and said respectfully, Master, Ancestor Mu is here. Master. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. I got it. The old man chuckled but did not raise his head and continued to take care of the medicinal herbs. The black leopard turned to look at Qin Feiyang before rising into the air and flying out of the valley. Qin Feiyang looked at the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and did not know what to do for a moment. Therefore, he stood at the side and looked at him silently. A moment later, the pavilion master of the trading pavilion was finally done with his work. He stood up with his walking stick and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Young friend, we meet again. Greetings, senior. I hope you don't take offense at my sudden visit." Qin Feiyang cupped his fists. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion waved it off. "You're too polite. It's my honor to be a guest here." When he saw how polite the old man was, Qin Feiyang felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Senior, how did the black leopard know who I was?" The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "It's not just the black leopard. The emperor beasts outside the valley know as well." The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more confused he became. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled again. "I told them that if you came here one day, they would bring you in directly." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, you didn't come from afar just to visit an old man like me, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm sure there's a private matter that I want to discuss with you." "Then let's talk inside." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion led Qin Feiyang into the small wooden building. In front of the wooden building, there was a small open space with some flowers and plants. There was also a round stone table and 2 stone stools. "I never thought that as the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, senior, you would live such a simple life." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "I'm already so old. What else can I do? Now, I just want to have some peace and quiet." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and pointed to the stone stools. "Young friend, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat on the stone stools. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion asked with a smile while making tea, "Young friend, your trip to Qinghai was quite smooth, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "Thank you for your concern, senior. It was quite smooth." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, have you seen someone called Tanjing?" "Who is Tanjing?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Tanjing died in his hands. Of course, he knew who it was, but he certainly could not admit it now. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and said, "I heard from the chief pavilion master that the alchemy fire was snatched away by your big brother in the end. Tanjing should have died in his hands too." "I don't know about that. Why don't I help you ask when I have time?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's not necessary. People have to pay a price for what they want. Young friend, please have some tea." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled faintly and pushed a teacup in front of Qin Feiyang. "Senior, you are detached from worldly affairs. I admire you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, then picked up the teacup and tasted it. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he praised, "Not bad. There is a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs in the natural tea fragrance. It has a unique flavor. Young friend, please look over there." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion pointed to the medicine field on the left. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a small green tree growing in the medicine field. That was not a medicinal herb. It was a tea tree. "Those are the tea trees that I cultivated myself when I had nothing to do. Although they are all ordinary tea trees, under the influence of the medicinal fragrance all year round, each leaf has a natural medicinal fragrance. I'm not bragging, but it tastes better than the so-called good tea outside. If you like it, I can give you some later." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said with a smile. "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. It seems that young friend is also a tea lover. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young friend, what are you here for this time?"